Good morning, everybody, and thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. It is Monday, November 22nd, and we are starting you off with a Live Now look over Waukesha, Wisconsin. It is breaking news that we have been following overnight and news that we brought to you as soon as it happened, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox last night. We do know that overnight the city of Waukesha confirmed that 5 people have died and 40 more were injured. Now, these numbers are subject to change, and this happened after an SUV was seen plowing through a Christmas parade in the Waukesha community. We are going to have extensive coverage here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to bring you the latest about what we know and show you some more video from the scene that we've gotten to our Live Now from Fox desk since. Again, we do know that 5 people have been confirmed dead, 40 at least have been injured, and officials say that number could change. As you can see, they are expected to provide an update here on Live Now from Fox that we will bring to you here very, very closely and follow it live, raw, and unfiltered at 1 p.m. Central Time. That is going to be when officials from the city, police, investigators will be providing us an update. Now, we do know that a person is in custody at this time. There has been no motive released, so we are going to be following every development here on Live Now from Fox because that is who we are and what we do. We are going to be having several live reports from our Fox 6 Milwaukee station. They are only about an hour away from the Waukesha community, and they are going to be covering several different angles, providing us the nuts and bolts on this situation, as well as another angle where we do know that at least 15 children are being treated in a Wisconsin children's hospital. So we'll be speaking with their reporters this morning as well as detectives and experts who can kind of weigh in on this situation. So this is going to be a huge chunk of our coverage here on Live Now from Fox, and we will also be bringing you all of the other top stories that we are following this morning. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. I will be with you for the next several hours before my co-host Matt joins you as well. I do want to let you know that in addition to this tragic incident at the Waukesha, Wisconsin Christmas Parade last night, we are also following closely at the fact that the Arbery murder trial is expected to wrap in a sense today, where closing arguments are expected to start at around 9 a.m. Eastern Time. And we're also continuing to follow reaction to Kyle Rittenhouse being acquitted on all charges last Friday. So lots of news to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. But again, I do want to start with the fact that we are covering more than 40 people injured and at least 5 confirmed dead after an SUV was seen plowing through that Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin. I do want to bring you the latest from our Fox News team as they provide you the nuts and bolts of what we know so far. Let's take a listen.
Our community faced horror and tragedy in what should have been a community celebration.
Chilling new video capturing the moments an annual Wisconsin Christmas parade turns deadly as a red SUV speeds down the route before plowing into marchers Sunday in Waukesha, sending screams echoing through the crowd as terrified onlookers realize what's happening.
We just heard like something hitting something, and we honestly thought that it was part of the parade. And then I looked over and there was a red Ford Explorer just ramming through everybody.
Multiple people are dead and dozens more are hurt, including children.
Every 10 or 20 feet there was a body laying in the road, and they're giving CPR to a lot of them, and then they ended up covering them up.
The attack triggering panic from this community outside of Milwaukee, just trying to celebrate the beginning of the holiday season.
There was moms running looking for their children afterwards, like screaming for their children up and down, running in stores. It was bizarre to see here.
Police say an officer used his gun to try and stop the vehicle from continuing to crush people. Adding a person of interest is in custody and the scene is secure. No motives are currently being ruled out.
It's unknown at this time whether the incident has any nexus to terrorism.
Victims are being treated at multiple area hospitals. Police are working to notify family members of those who were killed. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
And here is a live now look outside of the Wisconsin Children's Hospital. In just a couple of minutes, we will be touching base with our Fox 6 Milwaukee team, talking about the fact that the hospital has confirmed at least 15 children are being treated after this tragedy. Then at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, we're going to be speaking with Fox's Doug Lazater out of Washington, D.C. He is touching base on the fact that President Biden has been briefed on this situation. We're going to be talking about the White House's response to the tragedy, as well as the FBI and the Department of Justice getting involved. And then at 7:45 a.m. Eastern time, we're going to speak with a retired detective who is going to weigh in on the investigation, on the response that we saw following this tragedy yesterday. So again, this will be a huge chunk of our coverage here on Live Now from Fox throughout the day and throughout the coming days for sure. And unfortunately, we do have some very shocking video to show you. So much video of this situation has been posted to the internet. We do want to let you know that viewer discretion is advised, but crazy to think about the fact that this situation actually ended up being streamed on Facebook. The city of Waukesha was actually streaming the parade live, and the moments where that SUV plowed through crowds was captured on the internet. This is some footage that we have obtained since the situation yesterday. So we do want to let you know that viewer discretion will be advised when we are covering this situation. We do have a lot of chilling video to bring you. I can also bring you some video of the moments after this happened, crowds getting frantic and so scared and concerned.
Okay, Jordan, go home, okay, go home. Okay, Jordan, go home, okay, go home. Okay, Jordan, go home, okay, go home. Okay, Jordan, go home, okay, go home.
A very short clip to bring you there here on Live Now from Fox, but a community is definitely mourning this situation this morning. And again, we are expecting an update from officials at around 1 p.m. Central Time, so 2 p.m. Eastern Time. And you can bet that we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox as we follow this situation very closely. Again, we do know that a person is in custody at this time. No motive has been released. The investigation is still very ongoing, still a very fluid situation. So you can bet that we will bring you every development live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we are just minutes away from speaking with Fox 6 Milwaukee's Brett Vickery, as she will bring us an update on the number of children that are being treated following this situation. We are also getting updates from the city of Waukesha, as well as some reaction from officials here on Live Now from Fox that I did want to show you. Twitter taking moments to really honor these victims and keep us posted on the situation. So right now I can show you a number of tweets from the city of Waukesha. This first one officially confirming the most recent update that we have this morning overnight. They said at this time we can confirm that 5 people are deceased and over 40 are injured. However, these numbers may change as we collect additional information. Many people have self-transported to area hospitals. The police department has the person of interest in custody. They then go on to say that the scene is still fluid and the investigation is ongoing. The community mourns the loss of our community members and those injured. We are asking for the community to come together during this time and to keep the families in your prayers. We also have this tweet from them saying that there is a family reception center at Waukesha South. If you are looking for family members and live out of town, please call 262-548-7122. Counseling services are also available at Waukesha South. 1 p.m. today, Monday, November 22nd, will be the next press conference, and you can bet that we will air that for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Also do want to let you know, if you are joining us from that area, that the street where this happened, Main Street, is expected to be closed until at least midday today. Businesses in the area should remain closed as they suggested, as entry and exit from Main Street will not be allowed. I also can tell everybody that we do know local schools have been closed to, mourn the loss of all of those yesterday, and counseling will be offered as well. They also go on to say when the area is open, the city is requesting that any items for a temporary memorial be placed at Veterans Park. Many people witnessed traumatic events, and if you need to talk with someone, please call 211. Just in a couple of minutes here, like I said, we have this tweet from the Children's Wisconsin Hospital saying that they immediately prepared for a surge of patients after receiving notification from law enforcement of the incident at the Waukesha Christmas Parade. As of 8 p.m. last night, Children's Wisconsin received 15 patients with no reported fatalities at our hospital at that time. So we'll be touching base with Fox 6 Milwaukee here about that here in just a couple of minutes. Also have some reaction from state officials. Governor Tony Evers saying Kathy and I are praying for the Waukesha community tonight and all the kids, families, and community members affected by this senseless act. I am grateful for the first responders and folks who acted quickly to help, and we are in contact with local partners as we await more information. Again, I do want to let you know that we've got several live elements coming from the scene right now. Here is a look as the investigation is still very ongoing. And then we also do have this LiveNOW look outside of the hospital, a children's hospital, where we do know at least 15 children are being treated. We also do have this vantage point right now here on LiveNOW from Fox, kind of more of a street cam aerial view, but you can see that caution tape is still up. And again, they did advise that this street is going to be closed until at least midday today. So you've got people assessing the scene, investigating, looking at how this beautiful event turned so tragic so quickly. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with some more coverage. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are continuing our coverage of this tragic breaking news situation that we brought to you here on Live Now from Fox just last night when it broke, and all of the developments here this morning. Waukesha officials confirming 5 people are dead and more than 40 hurt after an SUV driver sped through a police line and into a parade of Christmas marchers last night. The horrifying scene was captured by the city's live stream and the cell phones of onlookers. This is a Live Now look from the scene. As you can see, still a very active situation, and we do know that this road is going to be closed until at least midday today. Now, unfortunately, when it comes to the parade participants, so many children were involved, and we have gotten some updates from Wisconsin Children's Hospitals. So I do want to bring into the conversation Fox 6 Milwaukee's Brett Vickery, as she is outside of a children's hospital with the latest. Brett, good morning to you. Such a tragic situation. What can you tell our viewers?
Good morning, Regina. Yeah, tragedy, it's an understatement. It chokes you up, even as us newscasters just processing really what's happened. Everyone praying for Waukesha, the people involved, even the onlookers who weren't hit, just heavily affected by what's been going on. And as you've mentioned, there are more than 40 people injured, and 15 of them are here, patients here at Children's Wisconsin. Thankfully, no fatalities have been reported yet, but as of 8 p.m., there are 15 patients here at this hospital. Now, many people, like you mentioned, of course, came out with family to watch the parade, which means tons of children were there, and they watched in terror as that SUV plowed through the crowd. Witnesses tell us, people were running from the chaos, holding tight to their children. You can, there's toddlers narrowly getting hit, small dancers. A big dance team was a big part of that group that people have been mentioning that were affected by this. A woman watching the parade from the balcony has that big video that you've been probably watching of just seeing it plow through everyone. And again, just people screaming and pulling their children to safety, just with this horrible, tragic event.
Yeah, and Brett, I do know that as of this morning, what can you say about the fact that we know a lot of hospitals are, a lot of schools are closed and, allowing children to process this whole situation?
Absolutely. That was one of the first alerts that we got, was that Waukesha schools were all closed immediately. And, just to my understanding, it has to be mainly because parents and children need to process this. How can kids go to school after this has happened, whether they've heard about it or they were there or they saw it or they were affected? How could they successfully learn? And why put it on the teachers who are also processing this? Let parents and the families really grieve and just try to understand, even though we're trying to still understand what exactly happened.
Now, Brett, I understand that you and your team have been able to speak to a lot of families, a lot of witnesses on this situation. What can you tell us about the emotion and just utter shock that, you guys have seen in the last 12 hours?
Well, first I can say personally, I worked a morning shift yesterday, so I was, either watching the parade or watching something, on TV, and then got that push alert, and you don't realize the gravity of it until then you turn on the TV, and then you go on social media, and then you have, viewers messaging you, and you realize, wow, like this is heavier, this is bigger than you could ever wish it could ever be. I had a viewer last night who commented on some post just expressing prayers for the community, and she said, I have no idea how I'm going to talk my daughter through this, how I'm going to get her through this, how I'm going to allow her to fall asleep tonight. I have no idea how I'm going to talk to her about this. And that viewer's daughter ended up being a banner walker for one of the groups that was hit. Thankfully, she wasn't hurt, but still the trauma, how do parents talk about this? And those resources are being, blasted out and expressed all throughout the community. And that's another big reason why Waukesha schools are closed, because, officials know that parents need to make sure their kids are okay.
Yeah, and Brett, we actually are showing our viewers some live video from the scene right now. I also do know that a lot of these businesses on Main Street are advised to stay closed as, this investigation is ongoing through at least midday.
Absolutely. I mean, I think I think the whole city of Waukesha is going to be shut down for a little bit, not only because of the investigation, but just processing. You know, these people all gathered to. This was the kickoff of the holiday season. This was the first parade in our region, and so with that, you know, this was the first start of the holiday season, and so everyone was there. Everyone was excited. Everyone was there to celebrate, especially after the year and a half, almost 2 years that we've had. Being able to gather for a parade again was a really big deal, and the damper on that, it's so heavy. And so not only is Waukesha quiet and somber right now, but really the whole state of Wisconsin.
Absolutely. Well, Brett, we thank you and your team for keeping our viewers updated. I know we'll be touching base with you again this morning, as well as your colleagues out there as well. So thank you so much, and we'll chat with you soon, Brett. All right, everybody. So as she was mentioning and as we were talking about, once again, this is a tweet from Children's Wisconsin. As she referenced, they said they immediately prepared for a surge of patients after receiving notification from law enforcement of the incident. And as of 8 p.m. last night, Children's Wisconsin received 15 patients. So as of this morning, Brett is saying that update has not changed. But again, officials are expected to provide an update for us here that we will be streaming for you on Live Now from Fox, raw and unfiltered, at 1 p.m. Central Time, so 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are continuing to bring you all of the live elements we've got coming from Waukesha, Wisconsin, following the tragic incident yesterday. As we know, 5 people have been confirmed dead, 40 more injured, and officials are saying that number could change as they process more information. You can see the scene still very active out there. This is all after an SUV rammed through parade goers during the event last night. It was something that we brought to you here on Live Now from Fox. We will be playing for you that update from officials, the most recent update that we have here in just a couple of moments. I also do want to let you know that at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, so in just about 15 minutes, we're going to be speaking with Fox's Doug Lazater as he joins us from Washington, D.C. to talk about the White House's response to this situation. President Biden has been briefed, and we do know that the Department of Justice has also responded as well. So we'll be touching base with Fox's Doug Lazater on that here in just a couple of moments. As promised, this is going to be a huge portion of our coverage throughout the day, but I do want to go on and bring you some other top stories that we are following this Monday morning as well. I do want to start off with the latest and all reaction really to the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict, exclusively from Rittenhouse himself. He and his mother spoke exclusively to Fox News this weekend after the not guilty verdict was delivered on Friday by a Wisconsin jury. Fox News correspondent Mike Tobin has more on that from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Let's take a listen.
I tell everybody there what happened. I said I had to do it. I was just attacked. I was dizzy. I was vomiting. I couldn't breathe.
Kyle Rittenhouse opening up for the first time after being acquitted of all charges, telling Fox News' Tucker Carlson in an exclusive interview about how the verdict brought both relief and vindication.
This case has nothing to do with race. It never had anything to do with race. It had to do with the right to self-defense.
Right.
I'm not a racist person. I support the BLM movement. I support peacefully demonstrating, and I believe there needs to be change.
Rittenhouse had been on trial for shooting 3 men, killing 2 during violent protests last summer in Kenosha, Wisconsin. The jury ultimately agreeing with the defense's argument that Rittenhouse was defending himself after being attacked by protesters. This round of protests thus far has been small and peaceful. In Portland, demonstrations flared to the point where police called them a riot. Mostly what we saw were marches in places like Chicago and Minneapolis. Demonstrators complained that the verdict will encourage vigilantism. The family knows not everyone believes justice was served.
It's not about winning or losing. There was 2 people that did passed away, and families have to grieve.
Here in Kenosha, citizens and business owners hope the worst is over and they can move on. In Kenosha, Wisconsin, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
And we do know that that full interview will air on Fox's Tucker Carlson tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Meanwhile, as you just heard Rittenhouse's mother speak in that interview, she also spoke in an exclusive interview following the immediate verdict on Friday. And she did express that her son feels remorse for the situation that unfolded in 2020. So I do want to bring you her reaction here on Live Now from Fox as well. Let's take a listen.
You walk into the courtroom there. How were you feeling when you heard that first not guilty verdict?
And once that verdict was read, I was so relieved for him, and I started crying. My girls were crying. Just seeing Kyle's face and him just collapsing to the floor, it was just overwhelming.
The family knows not everyone believes justice was served.
It's not about winning or losing. There was 2 people that did passed away, and families have to grieve.
During this tearful testimony, Rittenhouse claiming he fired in self-defense.
He does have remorse, but talking to him now, he would never went down there if this ever happened again. He would never.
Once the verdict came down, the family rushing out of court due to safety concerns.
We were like running like down hallways, going through elevators.
What do you see your son's life looking like going forward from now?
It's going to take time, you know. He wants to go to school. He wants to play with his dog Milo. But it's going to be different for him because there's going to be people out there who wants to hurt him. It's over, but there's another chapter in our lives.
You walk into the courtroom there. How were you feeling when you heard that first not guilty verdict?
And once that verdict was read, I was...
Meanwhile, heading back out to a live now look we have of the White House in our nation's capital. President Biden also weighing in on the verdict in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial on Friday. He indicated he was not happy with the jury's decision to acquit Rittenhouse of all charges, but he added that the jury system works. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey takes a closer look at his response to the verdict.
I didn't watch the trial.
But he's got a strong opinion. Quote, the verdict in Kenosha will leave many Americans feeling angry and concerned, myself included. The president accused the defendant Rittenhouse of being a white supremacist in September 2020, tweeting about Trump. There's no other way to put it. The president of the United States refused to disavow white supremacists on the debate stage last night. Asked about that tweet today.
I stand by what the jury has concluded. The jury system works.
That wasn't the only time the president falsely represented the facts of the case.
Allegedly, he's part of a militia coming out of the state of Illinois. Have you ever heard this president say one negative thing about white supremacists?
Rittenhouse lawyers saw it all.
President Biden said some things that I think are so incorrect and untrue. He's not a white supremacist. I'm glad that he at least respects the jury verdict.
Senator Tom Cotton writes, Joe Biden needs to publicly apologize to Kyle Rittenhouse. Earlier this week, the White House weighed in.
Why did President Biden suggest that Kyle Rittenhouse on trial in Kenosha is a white supremacist?
So, Peter, what I'm not going to speak to right now is anything about an ongoing trial, nor the president's past comments. We shouldn't have, broadly speaking, vigilantes patrolling our communities with assault weapons.
During a campaign stop in Kenosha shortly after the riots, Biden accused Trump of stoking unrest with words that can just as easily be applied to him now that he's in office.
The words of a president matter. No matter if they're good, bad, or indifferent, they matter. No matter how competent or incompetent the president is.
Kamala Harris was the acting president for about 85 minutes today while Biden was sedated as doctors removed a 3-millimeter benign-looking polyp during a colonoscopy. The doctor notes the president is fit for duty but had a few observations since the last physical. The president still takes blood thinners for AFib, which is stable. The president clears his throat more often now because of gastroesophageal reflux, and his gait is getting stiffer because of wear and tear on the spine. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
And as we brought you inside of the courtroom throughout the entire Kyle Rittenhouse trial, we have also been bringing you inside the courtroom out of Brunswick, Georgia, where the murder of Ahmaud Arbery is being investigated. And we did hear testimony from the man who allegedly pulled the trigger. Well, this morning, closing arguments are set to begin in the trial of the 3 men accused of killing Ahmaud Arbery. Final charges will be presented to the jury of 12 in Glynn County at around 9 a.m. Eastern time today. We will bring you live, raw, and unfiltered feeds from inside the courtroom as we follow the closing arguments. On Friday, the defense actually tried to call for a mistrial over what they called intimidation from public figures in the courtroom. The judge denied that motion, And again, court resumes at 9 a.m. Eastern time. So at 8:45 a.m. Eastern time, we will also be touching base with our Fox 5 Atlanta team as they have brought us all the updates when it comes to what we've seen inside the courtroom. And he'll also be weighing in on what we can expect today. So again, this is something that we are following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. As we do continue on with some more top stories, bringing you back out to Washington, D.C. to bring in the latest when it comes to negotiations on Capitol Hill. The president's massive social spending bill now heading to the Senate, where it faces some major obstacles after passing the House on Friday. David Spun has the latest from Wilmington, Delaware.
The president's social spending bill, Build Back Better, passed the House 220 to 213. If you think those margins are thin, wait until this gets to the United States Senate, where margins are even thinner. This is the 7th large spending bill since the beginning of the pandemic. Now the focus turns to the Senate. All eyes are on two moderate Democrats, Arizona's Kyrsten Sinema and West Virginia's Joe Manchin.
It's going to take a while to get through the Senate. I think it'll probably be after Thanksgiving.
The president's director of the National Economic Council told Brett Baer on Fox News Sunday he's optimistic Build Back Better will pass the Senate.
We will work with every member of the Senate on this bill. But I think that because of that work over several months, we really do now have a good understanding of where the consensus lies. It lies in lowering costs for American families.
If it fails in the Senate, it dies. But if the Senate changes it, any of those changes has to come back to the House. So we have another bite at the apple here, and more people who learn about this.
President Biden has an important decision to make in the next several days, whether he wants to replace Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell amid the highest inflation rate in 30 years. The president could reappoint Powell or put in an ally of his, Lael Brainerd, an economist and someone who has been with the Fed since 2014. The president will head to Nantucket, Massachusetts for the Thanksgiving holiday, but when he returns, expect intense negotiations on Build Back Better. In Wilmington, Delaware, traveling with the president, David Spunt, Fox News.
Meanwhile, as we follow the latest news surrounding the coronavirus pandemic, just in time for a busy holiday travel season, we do know that COVID-19 booster shots will now be available to all Americans. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman has more on this story.
The question of who's eligible for a COVID booster got much simpler on Friday after an FDA advisory panel signed off on them for all adults.
Now, when you give the boost, you're going to get that secondary immune response. You're going to get a big increase.
Anyone 6 months out from their last dose can now mix and match with a booster from any of the approved vaccines, though doctors do recommend anyone who got a Johnson & Johnson shot follow it up with an mRNA vaccine from Pfizer or Moderna. The FDA also puts anyone 50 and older in the category of those who should get a booster.
My hope is that the booster shots, the third shots, are really going to help with those hospital numbers, and that's what we really care about.
The extra layer of protection could be crucial as we head into the holidays, at a time when many Americans have put the pandemic in the rearview mirror. Cases are rising across the country, new infections up 31% just in the last 2 weeks. And with around 53 million Americans expected to travel for Thanksgiving, there's concern as temperatures drop and families gather inside. Case numbers could get worse.
40% of the U.S. population is unvaccinated, and that's enough for this virus to still gain a foothold.
Despite the added level of concern, health experts say it's still safe to gather with vaccinated family members this Thanksgiving. In Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
Meanwhile, speaking of Thanksgiving, we are also following the latest when it comes to the supply chain challenges that our nation is seeing. And the prices of nearly everything are going up, including that of the ingredients that you will use for that Thanksgiving dinner this Thursday. Well, Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman is also talking about this topic as well.
Sticker shock is putting a damper on a holiday season where many Americans were hoping to get back to normal. Costs are rising for groceries and gas and nearly everything in between. According to the Labor Department, prices for consumer goods are up more than 6% compared to 12 months ago, due in large part to increased costs to manufacturers. That's the largest one-year increase in over 2 decades. Adding to the problem, a surge of post-pandemic demand and worldwide delays in production and shipping. Ports and trucking companies have been working around the clock to address the backlog.
24/7 ops at Long Beach and LA, or the sweeper ships that are picking up empty containers that are having an effect.
And it's not just your holiday shopping that will cost extra. As temperatures drop, even the price of home heating is expected to rise. The Biden administration announced this week that it plans to use some of the $1.9 trillion in COVID relief passed earlier this year to offset those costs. Republicans, meanwhile, blame the White House's push towards renewable energy.
Mark my words, we are going to see this winter in the Boston harbor Russian tankers delivering energy to the United States because of the policies of this administration.
Despite the high prices, a recent Gallup poll found around 2/3 of Americans expect to spend the same amount on Christmas this year as they did in 2020. E-commerce sales are projected to be up by 10%. And for those who still haven't bought their Thanksgiving turkey, the good news is there's no significant shortage, but on average, they cost nearly double what they did just 2 years ago. In Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
All right, everybody, and we are continuing to keep a close look at the live feeds that we are getting from Waukesha, Wisconsin. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to be following this tragic Christmas parade incident that happened last night. We do know at least 5 people confirmed dead, more than 40 injured. We're going to be touching base with Fox's Doug Lazater on how the White House is responding to this situation, keeping a close eye on the investigation. President Biden has been briefed on the incident as well. So stay with us. That's coming up after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. But we are currently taking a Live Now look over the White House in our nation's capital. And that is because as we continue the latest developments surrounding the tragic Christmas parade tragedy in Waukesha, Wisconsin, an SUV plowing through parade goers and the death toll rising overnight. Again, we do know at least 5 people have been killed and dozens more injured. I do want to bring into the conversation Fox's Doug Lazader, who has more from Washington this morning, where the White House has been keeping a very close eye on this investigation. Doug, good morning to you. A very tragic incident to talk about this Monday morning. What can you tell us about the White House's response?
Good morning. Well, everything about this really remains a mystery this morning. Police there in Wisconsin will say that one person is now in custody. The aftermath was horrific. A mass casualty scene on the streets of Waukesha, Wisconsin, as parade goers rushed in to help. Moments earlier, a red SUV barreled through the parade, running down adults and children.
I feel like I'm watching a movie and it's not real life because I've never seen anything this bad before.
The vehicle struck more than 20 individuals. Some of the individuals were children, and there were some fatalities as a result of this incident.
Police would later catch up to what appeared to be the SUV parked at a house. Police had even shot at the vehicle to try to stop it.
An officer did discharge his weapon at the suspect vehicle to try to stop the vehicle. No bystanders were injured as a result of the weapon discharge.
The image that keeps going through my head is a car going through the girls.
And children are among the casualties. Police have not talked about a cause or motive here, but Waukesha is about 50 miles away from Kenosha, where the high-profile trial of Kyle Rittenhouse wrapped up last week. President Biden returned to the White House from Delaware yesterday afternoon. The administration released a statement saying, "The White House is closely monitoring the situation in Waukesha, and our hearts go out to everyone who has been impacted by this terrible incident." Now, at this point, there is no evidence that we know of anyway connecting this to the Rittenhouse trial. The investigation, though, is still underway. And back to you guys.
Doug, thanks so much for this update, and we'll continue to keep in touch with you and your team from any more response from the White House. You have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, you too.
All right, everybody, and here is a Live Now look again at the White House in our nation's capital. We are going to bring you every development when it comes to this situation here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to let you know that we still do have one vantage point from Waukesha, Wisconsin right now. Here is a Live Now look over Main Street, where it is expected to be closed until at least midday today. So the investigation still very fluid, and stick with us because in just about 20 minutes we will get an update from Fox 6 Milwaukee's Brett Vickery. She is updating us on the fact that at least 15 children are being treated at a Wisconsin children's hospital. We actually do have a Live Now look from outside of the hospital right now. And then at 7:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we're going to be speaking with a retired detective talking about the response that we saw to the situation yesterday, as well as what factors will play in to this investigation. Again, we do know that a suspect is in custody, but no motive has been released at this time. We are expecting an update from officials out of the Waukesha community at around 1 p.m. Central Time, so 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and you can bet that we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. You were just seeing a 2-minute commercial break, and we are back with a Live Now look from one of the vantage points we have at the scene following Waukesha officials officially confirming 5 people are dead and more than 40 hurt after an SUV driver sped through a police line and into a parade of Christmas marchers yesterday evening. The horrifying scene captured by the city's live stream as well as the cell phone video of onlookers. So this is something that we are following very closely this morning at 7:15 a.m. Eastern time. We are going to touch base with our Fox 6 Milwaukee team to get an update on the children being treated in this situation. Unfortunately, so many children were not only watching the parade but participating in the parade as well. So we'll be following that very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Also, at 7:45 a.m. Eastern time, a retired detective is going to weigh in on the investigation and the response that we saw yesterday. Important to mention that a suspect is in custody, but no motive has been released yet. Again, we are expecting an update from officials at 1 p.m. Central Time, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and we will bring it to you live, raw, and in its entirety here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, as we do reach the top of the 7 o'clock hour, I do want to head back out to the White House right now. We were just touching base with Fox's Doug Lazater on how the White House is responding to this tragic incident. They are keeping a very close eye on the investigation, but there's also a lot of news to follow on Capitol Hill as well. The Build Back Better agenda, the spending bill, President Biden's massive social spending bill, now heading to the Senate, where it faces some major obstacles after passing the House on Friday. So I do want to bring you this segment from our Fox 13 Tampa team as they give us a closer look at the spending bill.
After months of back and forth, the U.S. House has finally passed the Build Back Better plan. It includes record investments in fighting climate change, universal pre-K, and much more. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to break down the benefits and the costs. Hi, Craig.
Well, hi there, and let's start with the situation. This is not a done deal yet. This still has to work its way through the United States Senate, where it will surely be revised at least somewhat before it makes it to the president's desk, if in fact it finally makes it there. So that will still take a matter of days and more likely a few weeks to ultimately play out. But we do have significant movement at this point, and at its core, we now know what this plan is. It really boils down to 3 big things. One, it expands support and services for families, particularly with young children. 2, it expands services for senior citizens. And 3, it promotes clean energy primarily through tax breaks. The Build Back Better plan commits $500 billion to phasing out fossil fuel in favor of renewable energy sources like nuclear energy and solar and wind farms. It does this by offering tax credits to power companies as they use a greater share of renewable energy in powering the grid. And combined with the infrastructure law, it would greatly expand the network of electric car charging stations and upgrade our power grid to be able to handle and transmit more clean energy. It also offers consumers incentives like tax credits of up to $12,500 for buying new electric cars. And combined, this $500 billion investment would be the most we've ever committed by far to fighting climate change. For perspective, the previous record was around $80 billion in the stimulus plan President Obama signed. And independent research shows this could reduce 1 billion tons of carbon emissions by the end of this decade. The legislation also includes new fees on fossil fuel companies that are responsible for methane leaks. Now, this is heading to the Senate, where it could be scaled back by Democrat Joe Manchin, who serves the coal state of West Virginia. And knowing that, House Democrats are expecting some revisions to this, but not an overhaul, because they say they conferred with Manchin and others in writing it.
There's no reason why this bill couldn't, pretty much come back from the Senate with some minor changes. Nothing major, in my opinion.
In terms of health care, the plan gives seniors on Medicare new hearing benefits, caps the cost of insulin, and caps out-of-pocket costs for prescription drugs at no more than $2,000 a year. It also expands subsidies for buying health insurance through healthcare.gov. This will help families just above the poverty line afford coverage and provide coverage for people who have no insurance because they live in states like Florida that rejected federal money to expand Medicaid.
That in 12 states that did not expand Medicaid, we decided that the people living in those states are part of this great nation.
In terms of support for kids, the legislation provides subsidies to help working class families cover the cost of child care. It extends the additional child tax credits another year, and it offers universal pre-K to families across the nation, a Democratic priority for the past 50 years.
Universal pre-K that we haven't been able to pass since the Nixon administration.
And key point, they still haven't passed it yet. It just made its way through the U.S. House. The next stop is the Senate. But universal pre-K is one component likely to stay intact or mostly intact. And again, Florida, Vermont, Washington, D.C., really the only parts of the country that have universal pre-K as we know it, comparable to what the federal government wants to expand. Other states have variations of it. So the implications of this for Florida are not clear. Florida could opt into the federal program and then receive federal funding for what it already has if it meets the ground rules and the criteria under federal law. That's something that still has to be analyzed and worked out. And again, the final changes are still probably days, if not weeks away.
So, Craig, what was the final vote tally in the House? And did any Republicans or Democrats actually break party ranks?
The final vote was 220 to 213. All Republicans opposed it. All Republicans in the House opposed it on grounds of the cost, that it would, they say, inflate the national debt, though Democrats dispute that, and that it could drive up inflation by continuing to heat up the economy. There was only one Democrat, Jared Golden of Maine, who voted against this, and he previously cited his concerns with it, that among all these other provisions, it also increases tax deductions for state and local taxes in a way that disproportionately favors or benefits the wealthy, those making more than $200,000 a year, and millionaires as well.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you.
All right, everybody, thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox on this Monday, November 22nd. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from our East Coast hub in Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for about another hour before my co-host Matt joins you for the next several hours as we continue to bring you all of the top stories that we are following this morning. A huge portion of our coverage following the tragic incident that unfolded at a Christmas parade last night in Waukesha, Wisconsin. I do want to bring you a Live Now look that we have from the scene right now, and also bring you the latest on what we know regarding the situation here on Live Now from Fox. So here's a vantage point that we have from Waukesha this morning. You can see caution tape still up, still a very active investigation, and some of the fast information that we can bring you is the fact that overnight it was confirmed that 5 people have died, 40 more injured, and officials say that this number could change as they gather more information. We do know that a suspect is in custody. No motive has been released yet. Maybe we will get that information in an update that is scheduled from Waukesha officials today at 1 p.m. Central Time, and you can bet that we will bring that update to you live, raw, and in its entirety here on Live Now from Fox. In just about 10 minutes, we will be touching base with our Fox 6 Milwaukee team, who is bringing us the latest on the fact that at least 15 children are being treated in this incident, or following this incident as well. So many children participating, watching the parade. I can also tell you that this street, Main Street, where the parade took place, is going to be closed until at least midday today. A lot of businesses on that block are recommended to just shut down for the day, as this investigation is very fluid and very active this morning. Can also tell you that schools in the area, some of the schools have closed and are offering children resources to speak to somebody following the tragic incident. So we are going to keep you updated on every development when it comes to this breaking news situation that we brought you here live, raw, and unfiltered just last night. In the meantime, I do want to bring you the latest from Fox News correspondent Ashley Strohmeyer, who has the latest on the investigation and new footage from the attack. Viewer discretion is advised, as this video is just so shocking and so heartbreaking.
Our community faced horror and tragedy in what should have been a community celebration.
Chilling new video capturing the moments an annual Wisconsin Christmas parade turns deadly as a red SUV speeds down the route before plowing into marchers Sunday in Waukesha. sending screams echoing through the crowd as terrified onlookers realize what's happening.
We just heard like something hitting something, and we honestly thought that it was part of the parade. And then I looked over, and there was a red Ford Explorer just ramming through everybody.
Multiple people are dead and dozens more are hurt, including children.
Every 10 or 20 feet there was a body laying in the road, and they're giving CPR to a lot of them, and then they ended up covering them up.
The attack triggering panic from this community outside of Milwaukee, just trying to celebrate the beginning of the holiday season.
There was moms running looking for their children afterwards, like screaming for their children up and down, running in stores. It was bizarre to see here.
Police say an officer used his gun to try and stop the vehicle from continuing to crush people. Adding a person of interest is in custody and the scene is secure. No motives are currently being ruled out.
It's unknown at this time whether the incident has any nexus to terrorism.
Victims are being treated at multiple area hospitals. Police are working to notify family members of those who were killed. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
And as Ashley mentioned, this video was caught by so many onlookers, including from their Facebook live stream. The initial video seen as the city was Facebook live streaming the event. We talked to our Fox 6 Milwaukee team a little bit earlier, and we will be touching a base with them again in just a couple of minutes. But they said that this was one of the first major parades, Christmas related first, in the area, but also one of the biggest events happening since the COVID-19 pandemic. And some of the video being posted to the internet is just so heartbreaking to see. You also have this video of people just being so frantic and shocked. This is moments after the SUV plowed through parade participants last night. So it's something that we are following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. I also do want to bring you the latest when it comes to the updates and reaction that we have seen on social media thus far. I'm going to read you some tweets first from the city of Waukesha. They were the ones that officially confirmed the updated information overnight, saying at this time we can confirm that 5 people are deceased and over 40 are injured. However, these numbers may change as we collect additional information. Many people have self-transported to area hospitals. The police department has the person of interest in custody. So we're hoping to learn more about the person in custody during that update at around 1 p.m. Central Time, so 2 p.m. Eastern Time. They also go on to say that the scene is still fluid and the investigation is ongoing. The community mourns the loss of our community members and those injured. We are asking for the community to come together during this time and to keep the families in your prayers. They are also making resources available to those who may have a family member or a loved one that was at the parade yesterday. They said there is a family reception center at Waukesha South. If you are looking for family members and live out of town, please call 262-548-7122. Counseling services are also available at Waukesha South. Again, they are the ones that mentioned that 1 p.m. Central Time today. That's going to be their next press conference. They also go on to say that Main Street, like I mentioned, is closed from Barstow in Maine to Wisconsin in Maine. The street will not be open before at least midday today. Businesses in the area should remain closed as entry and exit from Main Street will not be allowed. And then they go on to say when the area is open, the city is requesting that any items for a temporary memorial be placed at Veterans Park. Many people witnessed traumatic events this evening. If you need to talk with someone, please call 211. This is something that we're going to be touching a base with our Fox 6 Milwaukee team about here in just a moment. The Children's Wisconsin Hospital officially confirming on Twitter that they were prepared for a surge of patients, and at around 8 p.m. last night, that was the last update that they gave us, Children's Wisconsin received 15 patients with no reported fatalities at the hospital. So we actually do have a live now look from the hospital out there. We'll be joined by Fox 6 Milwaukee's Brett Vickery here in just a moment to bring us an update on the children that are being treated, as well as what families have had to say following this tragedy. We're also getting reaction from state officials here on Live Now from Fox. Governor Tony Evers saying, Kathy and I are praying for Waukesha tonight and all the kids, families, and community members affected by this senseless act. I'm grateful for the first responders and folks who acted quickly to help, and we are in contact with local partners as we await more information. We are also hearing from Senator Ron Johnson. He said, my thoughts and prayers for everyone injured in Waukesha's Christmas parade. My gratitude for all law enforcement, medical personnel, and community members who are responding. We also even had football teams, literally the Green Bay Packers, releasing this statement on Twitter saying, our thoughts are with the community of Waukesha this evening and those affected by the terrible, senseless act that took place at the holiday parade. We are grateful for the first responders and others who assisted the injured and comforted those in need. We share our condolences with those who lost loved ones. As a statewide community, we must all come together to support each other in these difficult times. So this is, again, something that we are going to be following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to bring you this scene, this live feed that we've got from a vantage point on Main Street this morning out there in Waukesha, Wisconsin as well. I also can let you know that if you were tuning into our coverage a little bit earlier, we're also following the fact that the White House has been briefed on this situation. We did touch base with Fox's Doug Luzader about everything we need to know as far as how the White House plans on responding. We should have some sort of reaction from the White House press briefing that is basically daily from Press Secretary Jen Psaki. So we will be sure to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox as well. All right, everybody, and as we continue our coverage here on Live Now from Fox regarding this tragic situation in Waukesha, Wisconsin, I do want to bring you another Live Now look we have from the scene out there on Main Street. Again, we do know that businesses are really encouraged to remain closed as this is still a very fluid situation, and they do know that this street is expected to be closed until at least midday today. So we'll be following any developments here on Live Now from Fox when it comes to the scene. Still a very active scene here this morning. I do have this vantage point to bring you this morning. That is Fox 6 Milwaukee's Amelia Jones. We'll be touching base with her in just a little bit, in about an hour, to kind of give us the nuts and bolts of the investigation. But in the meantime, I do want to bring in Fox 6 Milwaukee's Brett Vickery. She is live outside a children's hospital where, Brett, I understand we do know that at least 15 children are being treated following this incident. What can you tell us this morning?
Well, like you said, Regina, as of 8 o'clock last night, that was when we got the statement from Children's Wisconsin here that there are 15 patients here out of the 40-plus people that are victims of this incident. And, of course, those numbers are continuing to rise, unfortunately. We're keeping everyone updated as we continue to learn more. But there are 15 patients here at Children's Wisconsin. And of course, many people came out as a family for this parade. This was a family holiday event, so there were so many children there. And that was really the focal point of this entire incident, was how many kids were affected, how many children were having to be held by their parents or whisked away due to this situation. There's video of a toddler narrowly getting hit as the vehicle plows through Main Street in Waukesha. One woman watched the parade from her apartment building up in the balcony. That's a lot of the video that we've been seeing recently, just seeing the marching band, just seeing dancers being hit, and this SUV just plowing through the crowd, people running, screaming, and again, just really pulling their children to safety, because this was truly a family event kicking off the holiday season here.
Yeah, and Brett, I mentioned before that we do know that businesses are closed this morning, especially those located right around the area where this took place. But what can you tell us about the fact we're hearing some schools are also closed today as well and offering resources to children?
Yeah, I mean, it goes from elementary all the way to Carroll University that's right there in Waukesha. All classes are canceled, mainly, of course, just to cope, to talk about it, to give people an opportunity to grieve, to talk to their children. Of course, the college students are probably heading home for Thanksgiving this week, but their university president was like, you guys need to go home and be with your families and talk this out. And of course, parents are wondering, what do I do? What do I tell my children? I spoke to a viewer last night who messaged me after I posted just telling Waukesha I was praying for them specifically, and she said, I have no idea how I'm going to talk to my daughter about this. She was a banner holder for one of the dance crews that was actually heavily affected by this incident. She said, I have no idea how I'm going to talk to my daughter. Just one of the many things that a lot of parents, people are saying, hence why there are a lot of resources being put out there that are available to everybody here.
Yeah, definitely. And this is something that is going to take a very long time to cope with, Brett, for sure. Well, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue to check in with your team for any new developments. And Brett, I understand that we are expected to get an update from officials at around 1 p.m. Am I right?
That's correct. Yesterday, they had to push back press conferences, of course, as this investigation is ongoing, or more things would come up. We're hoping that 1 p.m. is as long as we'll have to wait today, because of course, we all want answers right now. So 1 p.m., yes, Regina, is the time we're waiting for to get some answers from officials.
All right, Brett. And to our viewers, we will be airing that live raw in its entirety here on Live Now from Fox. Brett, thank you so much again. You have a good rest of your day. Stay warm out there.
Thanks, Regina.
Again, everybody, here is a Live Now look at one of the vantage points that we have from the scene. Brett, officially confirming this update that we got from Children's Wisconsin. They say that as of 8 p.m. last night, they have received 15 patients, no reported fatalities at the hospital at this time. So what we know right now is at least 5 people are confirmed dead, more than 40 injured, and we know that those numbers unfortunately could change. The scene is still very active, situation still very ongoing, and like she mentioned, we will be streaming that press conference from officials here on Live Now from Fox at 1 p.m. Central Time, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. When it comes to Fox 6 Milwaukee and Brett and her team, we also can let you know that in major situations like this, we are also able to take their full broadcast coverage of breaking news like this. So if you tune into Live Now from Fox and you see us tuning into some Fox 6 Milwaukee coverage, that is because they have been going full force when it comes to any developments on this tragedy. So we'll likely be tapping into their broadcast as well. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, I do want to play for you the latest update that we got from officials just last night. This was an update before we learned of the new information that 5 people have died and 40 more are injured at least. So we'll be playing for you that update because there was a lot of useful information when it came to the response efforts by the firefighters, the police departments in that area, as well as information on if people live out of state and have loved ones that are impacted by this tragedy, where they can go to contact somebody to get in touch with them. So So stay with us. After that 2-minute commercial break, we'll be listening in to the latest update from police out of Waukesha, Wisconsin.
Thank you. Sean Riley, Mayor, City of Waukesha. Today we experienced a horrible, senseless tragedy. I walked in the parade at the beginning. I saw all the happy children sitting on the curb. I saw all the happy parents behind their children. I can still see the smiling faces. A parade is a celebration for our community. Today our community faced horror and tragedy in what should have been a community celebration. I'm deeply saddened to know that so many in our community went to a parade but ended up dealing with injury and heartache. My heart goes out to all those affected by this senseless act. My heart goes out to those injured as well as to their families. My heart goes out to those who were witness to these events. My heart goes out to those who lost a loved one tonight. I want to thank all those who sprang into action tonight to provide help and comfort to those who were injured. I pray for all those that were injured that they recover. I pray for those who lost a loved one. Thank you to our police and fire departments as well as many others that have helped the city of Waukesha. There's other departments, the county, the state, the federal government has contacted me. They've all asked how they can help. I know that our first responders are also deeply affected by the events of the day, and I pray for them and that they find healing and that everyone involved in this situation finds healing. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor. Today's tragic incident occurred on November 21st, 2021 at 4:39 p.m. at Gasper Avenue and Main Street. The Waukesha Christmas Parade was taking place when a red SUV drove through the barricades westbound heading down Main Street.
Can you speak up, please?
Yes, I can. The vehicle struck more than 20 individuals. Some of the individuals were children, and there were some fatalities as a result of this incident. We will not be releasing information on fatalities at this time while we are working on notifying the family members of the deceased. An officer did discharge his weapon at the suspect vehicle to try to stop the vehicle. No bystanders were injured as a result of the weapon discharge. The officer involved has been with the department for 6.5 years. Victims were transferred by Waukesha Fire Department to the hospital. Chief Howard will speak on that. Police officers also transferred victims to the hospital, and family members also transferred victims from the scene to the hospital. We're no longer looking for a suspect vehicle. We do have a person of interest in custody at the moment, but this is still a very fluid investigation. I was present at this tragic event and saw firsthand the resiliency as a community coming together. I also want to thank all law enforcement partners, both federal, state DCI, State Patrol, Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, Brookfield Police Department, New Berlin Police Department, FBI, ATF, and all our other partners who responded to assist in this tragedy. It is unknown at this time whether the incident has any nexus to terrorism. To the families involved, you are in Waukesha Police Department thoughts and prayers. To the Waukesha community, this scene is now safe and secure. I'll take a few questions.
Chief, just a minute. We're going to let Chief Howard speak about the victims.
Thank you. Sorry, no problem.
Thank you. I was just going to provide just some brief information regarding the patients that we transported. The city of Waukesha was actually part of the parade. We normally have an engine in the parade. As soon as the calls started coming in, we heard radio traffic and immediately responded from 5 of our stations. We activated our mass casualty protocols and used the MABUS box alarm system and activated a box to the second alarm. That means that we received assistance not only from our 5 fire stations with all personnel on duty, but from approximately 12 other fire departments. The City of Waukesha Fire Department and its partners in MABUS transported a total of 11 adults and 12 pediatric patients to 6 area hospitals. We do not have any specifics on the injuries at this time. All of the patients were transported. There were some fatalities. We do not have any detailed information on the fatalities at this time.
Just real quick, sorry, Chief. I was going to say you want to mention.
Okay. We'll open up for a few questions for all 3. Mayor, Police Chief, or Fire.
How many people were killed?
Out of respect for the family members, we still have to make notifications. So that number, and to be honest with you, the investigation is still fluid, so I don't have an exact number at this time to give you.
The marching band that you see in the video, what school was that? The marching band where the car drove through?
I couldn't even tell you what band was playing at
Chief,
that time.
a shelter-in-place alert was issued at 7:05 that said an all-clear would come. That has not come. Can you elaborate?
Yes, great question. So the reason why that shelter-in-place call came because we're still doing a canvass, it's still ongoing crime scene. So we didn't want members of the community coming into the crime scene. So we wanted the members of the community to shelter in place. So that's why that alert went out.
So is that still in effect? Is that still in effect, Chief?
No, it is not.
Was there only one suspect in the car, and was that person struck by the officer who was fired?
That's still an ongoing investigation of how many are involved at this time. We're still working those details out.
Mayor, can you confirm that schools are closed tomorrow? Are all schools in Waukesha closed tomorrow? Chief Early?
We do not know at this time.
One more question.
You said earlier that...
How long do you expect the streets to be closed?
Excuse me. Earlier you said you were unaware of any
gunshots from the vehicle. We heard a lot about it on social media. Can you clarify right now that the suspect driving the car
At this
did not
time,
shoot a
we
firearm?
do not believe there's any shots that were fired from the vehicle. We believe that officers discharged a firearm to stop the vehicle.
What did the person of interest
Because the vehicle went through the barricade.
What did the person of interest say when you took them into custody?
That's still unknown at this time.
That's all the questions we're going to take right now. We will be putting more information. Any more information will come out in the city's social media accounts in regards to a further press conference or further information. That's all we can put out tonight at this time. Thank you. Chief, can we just ask you what our first responders saw? Again, I will say that any more information or information about any further press conferences will be put out on the city's social media accounts.
Waukesha Public Schools will be closed tomorrow, requesting that everyone continue to stay away from the scene. The roads will remain closed at least 24 hours. If you live in an area where roads are closed and you need access to your home for pets or medication, you can park in Lot 12, where the farmer's market is held. Go to the clock tower and show proper identification. There will be an officer there who will escort you to your home. You'll then need to remain in place in your home until the roads are reopened. We're working with the Waukesha Medical Examiner's Office to confirm the identities of the fatalities. We're also working in, this is the most important thing, is the families of this tragic event. And making sure that the next of kin is conducted. And then we're working with the families. That is our priority in this tragic incident. With that, I'm not going to give you the numbers of the numbers of deceased at this time. Why? Because we have to make sure next of kin is completed. I also want to inform you that there is a family reception center at Waukesha South High School for families that are looking for family members, or members that are looking for family members. If you're looking for family members and live out of town, please call this number, 262-548-7122. That's 262-548-7122. Also at this location, there will be counseling services available at the school. We'll also let you know that at 1 o'clock tomorrow, Monday, November 22nd, we will be prepared to conduct a press conference here at City Hall and to provide more information regarding this tragic incident. Thank you.
We're not taking any questions at this time. As the chief said, 1 p.m. tomorrow will be the next full press conference. Any updates between now and then will be provided on the city's social media accounts. We will also be posting the statement that the chief read, some of those numbers. We'll be putting that out on the city's social media account as well so that you have all of that information. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Did want to provide you those latest updates from Waukesha officials here on Live Now from Fox. Again, those were recorded last night, and since then we did learn some new information confirmed by the city of Waukesha on Twitter. We know that at least 5 people are confirmed dead right now, 40 more injured after that SUV plowed through parade goers at the Waukesha Christmas Parade. We are showing you a live now look that we have from one vantage point of the scene out there. You can still see that it's very active, and as you heard officials say, the block where this happened is expected to be closed until at least midday today. You also heard him say that local schools are going to be closed depending on the decisions made by the school board. They are going to be offering resources to students impacted by this tragedy as well as, you know, city resources. I know that if you do know somebody that was involved in this tragedy, that you do want to seek counseling, you can call 211. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to be joined by a retired NYPD detective who's going to weigh in on the very minimal details we know right now regarding the response by police and city officials, as well as the ongoing investigation. We do know that a suspect is in custody at this time. No No motive has been released, but we will be streaming that live update, the press conference scheduled for 1 p.m. Central Time, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. So stay with us. That live interview is coming up after this 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. So we are bringing you one of the vantage points we have from Waukesha, Wisconsin this morning. Officials confirming 5 people are dead and more than 40 hurt after an SUV driver sped through a police line and into a parade of Christmas marchers last night. It's something that we broke to you here on Live Now from Fox as it was happening, and we are continuing to follow every development when it comes to this situation. We were just playing you the latest remarks from the mayor of Waukesha, the police department. They said that at 1 p.m. Central Time today, we will be hearing from them once again, providing us an update. Again, we do know that a suspect is in custody after this situation. We do not have a motive yet, but we saw such an incredible response immediately following this tragic incident. And when it comes to the police department responding, firefighter officials responding, and an ongoing investigation, I do want to bring on a guest right now to Live Now from Fox. He is a retired NYPD detective. His name is Michael Weiss, and he is joining us this morning to kind of weigh in on everything that we've seen in this situation thus far. Michael, I wish we were speaking on better circumstances, but thank you so much for joining us here this morning to provide some insight. How are you doing?
Pleasure, Regina. Good to be with you always. I agree. I wish we were meeting under different circumstances. My thoughts and prayers go out to the victims of this horrible, unfortunate tragedy in Waukesha.
Absolutely. And, you know, Michael, I know that when you and I were speaking, you have a lot of extensive background when it comes to security and patrolling events just like this. I know you worked in New York City where parades happen all the time. So with your experience, when you saw that chilling video that started to surface online, it's important to mention that this event was being streamed on the city's Facebook page, and that's where that first video was seen. So what was your initial reaction to all of this?
I think the initial reaction is you start to think of a motive immediately as to why something like this would occur. In New York City, in regards to the Counterterrorism Bureau, where I worked for the last 5 years of my career, we always tried to strengthen our security forces in regards to, Christmas parades, any type of outdoor activities. We have the Thanksgiving Day parade coming up right now. Anytime you see what looks to be like a vehicle attack or something like that, you do immediately think of terrorism. It could be terror related, whether or not it's domestic in nature or international. You immediately do go to that thought process, but you do have to take pause. An investigation does have to occur in regards to a specific motive.
Yeah, and Michael, this video that we're showing our viewers is absolutely heartbreaking, and it's important to mention that we just heard from officials. We played our viewers the most recent update from them, but it's important to mention that we are still very early in this investigation. This basically happened hours ago, but they are not ruling terrorism out yet. So what can you say about how this investigation will play out in the days, if not weeks and months to come?
Well, I think a very positive that comes out of this horrible tragedy is the fact that they do have somebody in custody. They will debrief this individual. Whether or not the feds get involved, they probably will. They'll assist Waukesha. It looks like Waukesha Police Department has a lot of support with other federal law enforcement agencies. They'll be able to debrief this individual, hopefully get a lot of information out of the individual that was in the vehicle. I know they do have the vehicle as well. I'm sure they'll dive into his background. They'll try to get any type of information they possibly can, whether it be any possible manifestos, anything possibly in his computers. They'll get in contact with people that he's been involved with, and I'm sure they'll be interviewed. But the fact that they have someone in custody that they could debrief and get a lot of information out is a very, very positive sign for the investigation. Hopefully, we'll find out a little more at 1 o'clock today at this 1 o'clock presser. But I think in regards to the crime scene that they look like they have it, very, very secure. I saw the command post that they have set up there on scene, probably still investigating. They have ballistics from the police officer that did discharge his firearm at the vehicle. So there is work to do with the crime scene, but most of their information, I believe, will come from the person they have in custody.
Yeah, and Michael, we actually do have a live feed coming from the scene right now to show our viewers. So you were just mentioning that command center. So can you kind of break down a little bit, we're hours after the incident happened. So what are they looking at this morning when it comes to evidence or anything that they can get from the scene?
Well, what they want to do, that command post that you see there is obviously the command post that they have set up for specifically what looks like the crime scene. It looks like the command post is inside the yellow tape. The police department at this point is going to keep everybody out of that crime scene. They don't want anybody to go in and out and possibly tamper with any evidence. So what they're going to do is pretty much secure that crime scene until they receive ballistics. They complete their investigation. I'm not sure if the vehicle is still on scene. I'm sure they've probably removed the vehicle at this point, though I don't know that for sure. But they are going to keep everybody out of that crime scene. They're going to keep that command post in place until their investigation is complete on the scene. So then we'll move to an interior where you'll have the information come out about the individual that they have in custody that they could actually debrief.
Yeah, and I feel like all of this happened so quickly last night, Michael. We saw that they were having a great time. We actually spoke to our team in the Wisconsin area, and they said that this was one of the first, not only Christmas events, but it was one of the first major parades that was taking place since the pandemic. So I want to weigh in and get your insight on the immediate response that followed, because as we know, parades like this, there's security, there's police, so they were on scene immediately. We know that the officer did fire some shots to, I believe, stop the driver. So what can you say about their initial response after the situation unfolded?
From what I saw and what I had heard the media putting out last night, their response was immediate. I mean, it's very apparent that this police officer that was on the scene, that was obviously working this Christmas parade detail, thought that the vehicle was being used as a weapon, and he discharged his firearm trying to stop that vehicle. So that's immediate response. I don't think first responders and police officers get enough credit personally for their response in these types of horrifying scenarios. Things happen very quickly. The response is immediate from what I saw. I believe they should be condemned. They should be commended for their immediate reaction. The police chief at his press conference last night thanked other agencies for responding also. So it looked like the Waukesha Police Department had a very good support system around them. I believe he said the Waukesha Sheriff's Office responded along with federal agencies. So I was pretty impressed with the immediate response to, the horrible incident that had been taking place there at the parade.
Yeah, and Michael, when I was following the updates on Twitter, I actually did see that they issued a shelter-in-place alert for a majority of this area. So why do they necessarily do that after an incident such as this one?
Well, there's a couple of different reasons they would shelter in place. The first reason is for obviously safety. They don't want civilians putting themselves in harm's way if there is, let's just say, a secondary attack. If it was something that was organized, another attack could follow it. So they want everybody to stay in place so they can be protected to the highest percentages. But also, they immediately begin sort of an investigation on scene, and they don't want that contaminated as well. So if they keep everybody where they are, if they kind of shelter in place, it gives you the best percentages to remain safe, to keep the people safe on the scene, and to also preserve any evidence that they may be able to obtain while things are unfolding. Like I said, things go very, very quickly, and it's a very, very tough thing. So sheltering in place is a very common practice with certain law enforcement agencies, most law enforcement agencies.
Michael, it's just this community is mourning. We know that businesses, as this investigation is ongoing on that street, businesses are recommended to stay closed. There's counseling being offered to the community, as well as children. Local schools are closed. So when it comes to processing a tragedy like this one, where do you even start?
Regina, working in the Counterterrorism Bureau in the NYPD, I remember after the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas attack in Florida, we hosted some of the victims from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas when they came to New York, in particular their band. And we told them that, it's the hardest thing to go through. After 9/11, New York City experienced the terror attacks of 9/11. They got through it. It's hard for some of these communities because they feel like they probably never see an incident like this happen in their communities. But it just shows you that it doesn't just happen in New York City. It doesn't happen in Los Angeles. It happened anywhere. And looking at the resilience of these people in Waukesha, these victims already, I am thoroughly impressed. And I'm sure I would be the first to tell them that they've made the United States of America proud in their response. I know that their outpouring of support and aid on the scene last night showed the world a lot about Waukesha, Wisconsin. I've never been there, but I'm highly impressed to see how their law enforcement agency and their community came out last night in what was a horrible, horrible tragedy.
Absolutely. And again, we are expecting to get that press conference at 1 p.m. Central Time, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Michael, in your experience, my last question to you is, obviously this is still a very fluid situation, but hosting that press conference after having a little more than 12 hours at this point to process the scene, to interview people, what sort of information do you think we could learn this afternoon?
Well, I think at 1 o'clock this afternoon, when they have this presser, they'll be able to give you a little more information, possibly the name of the suspect that they do have in custody, the person of interest. Hopefully they could release some of the information that they have gotten from him in debriefing, possibly a little more information in regards to the evidence that they have recovered from the crime scene. I know they've been working all night, overnight. So they're probably going to give an update on a wide facet of information that we're waiting for. I know everybody kind of wants to know a motive right away as to why this happened. That was my immediate reaction. Why? You know, was this terrorism? Was this someone fleeing from a crime scene? What was this? I believe at 1 o'clock today, they'll be able to paint the picture a little bit better for you and give you a little more information as to why this happened and where the investigation will go from here. So hopefully they'll be able to broaden the information that we already have and put us on a little bit more of a clear path as to where the investigation is going. It's going to take some time, though.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Michael Weiss, retired NYPD detective, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox to provide us a little more insight on what we've already seen and what we can possibly expect. We really appreciate your time, and we'll definitely touch base with you again soon. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, Regina. Be well.
Absolutely. You as well, Michael. And here again is a live now look that we have from the scene out there in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Like we've mentioned all morning long, we do know that this is such a fluid investigation. You still see that caution tape up, that command center. Like Michael just said, they're going to be speaking with people, picking up any pieces that they see on the ground and just processing the entire scene. We do know that all businesses on this block were advised to stay closed until the scene is expected to be clear at minimal midday today. So this is something that we are going to follow very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to switch gears here a little bit. We're going to head out to the White House for the latest press briefing from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. This was her latest briefing on Friday, and I do want to play it out for you because there was a lot of questions surrounding the White House's response to the verdict in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. He was acquitted on all charges, so there was a lot of response to that, as well as keeping up with his schedule this week. My co-host Matt will be hopping on with you shortly. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Couple of items for you today. Not much going on around here, obviously. You've all seen the president's statement we issued this morning on the House passing his Build Back Better agenda for the middle class, which came just 3 weeks after the bipartisan infrastructure deal also passed. And since this came through today, I wanted to just highlight and note for the American people a couple of the big benefits that are in this package that we're looking forward to moving through the Senate. Today, families pay an average of $8,600 per year on pre-K. Under the president's plan, most of them will pay $0. The average family pays 13% of their income on childcare under the president's plan. No middle-income family will pay more than 7% of their income. Two parents with one toddler earning $100,000 per year will save more than $5,000 per year. Under the president's plan, a family of four earning $80,000 per year will save nearly $3,000 per year, or $246 per month, on health insurance premiums. With this plan, countless Americans will save thousands of dollars by negotiating prescription drug prices. For example, limiting cost sharing for insulin products to make sure they're no higher than $35 starting in 2023. Insulin is essential for many people around the country. It will cap it at $35. That is a big deal. And one of the biggest financial burdens on families is housing costs, as we're seeing around the country. Build Back Better will take historic steps to reduce those costs by helping to build, rehabilitate, or preserve 1 million homes. Finally, it also reduces the deficit by $112 billion over 10 years, and several economists and analysts from leading rating agencies like Fitch Ratings and Moody's Analytics have made clear the president's agenda will not contribute to higher prices. Their findings echo 17 Nobel Prize winners in economics who've already stated they believe the Build Back Better Act will, quote, ease longer-term inflationary pressures. Also wanted to provide a brief update on COVID. Obviously, a lot going on in our efforts to take on the pandemic. This morning, as we all saw, the FDA authorized boosters for all American adults 6 months after primary vaccination. The CDC will make the final clinical recommendation we expect this afternoon. This is a very encouraging step to further protect Americans, especially as we enter the winter months. If you're one of the approximately 100 million people in this country already eligible for a booster, our recommendation is that you get the extra protection afforded by a booster as soon as possible. They are widely available across the country and accessible. Thanks to the president's operational planning since August, over 32 million Americans already have their booster, and boosters are available at over 80,000 locations. Second, we're making strong progress protecting kids, with already 10% of 5 to 11-year-olds getting their first shot. Kids that have gotten vaccinated this week will be fully vaccinated by Christmas. And we're continuing to make a big push to reach parents and kids through visits to one of our 30,000 sites for kids by the First Lady, innovative partnerships with DC Comics, and a White House visit from Sarah earlier this week. Third, we've shipped over 250 million vaccines to the world, more than all countries combined, and made an announcement of a historic opportunity for mRNA manufacturers to receive funding and resources from the U.S. government to produce an additional 1 billion doses next year. Last, over 80% of 12 and older Americans have now gotten one shot. This is a huge number. We're continuing to push for more vaccinations. And finally, our view, and recent polling will show you that vax requirements work, and recent polling indicates 60% of companies are moving forward with a vaccine requirement, which is a big step forward. Just another little update of something happening here today. Today, first week in the job, our infrastructure implementation coordinator, Mitch Landrieu, and the 7 cabinet members and other agencies responsible for implementation, as outlined in the executive order, Departments of Commerce, Energy, Transportation, Labor, Interior, Agriculture, EPA, and OPM, held their first meeting. Also attending was Brian Deese, who's co-chairing the task force, senior staff from across the White House, Gina McCarthy, Susan Rice, Louisa Terrell, Evan Ryan, and Jason Miller. I have certainly invited him to speak to all of you, and he has conveyed to me he's putting his head down and getting to work, as the president has asked him to do, but will be eager to speak to you probably sometime after Thanksgiving. Finally, one note, we gave a lengthy update, don't worry, I will not do that again, on supply chains yesterday. Today, we have new data from Freightos, a leading freight indicator that I just wanted to highlight, that shows shipping prices have declined by almost 25% over the past 2 weeks. Specifically, the price for shipping a container between China and the West Coast, which has declined for 2 straight weeks. And of course, this reduction in prices and shipping costs helps ensure that we are cutting costs for consumers as well. I guess last thing here here is the week ahead. We did announce earlier this week that the President and First Lady will travel to Fort Bragg, North Carolina to celebrate Thanksgiving, or Friendsgiving, as some people call it, with service members and military families, thank them for their service as part of the Joining Forces initiative. That is on Monday. On Tuesday, the President, the First Lady, the Vice President, and Second Gentleman will participate in a service project in Washington, D.C., and later that day, the President and First Lady will travel to Nantucket, Massachusetts, where they will remain for the Thanksgiving holiday. Amr, why don't you kick us off?
Now that the bill has passed the House, can you talk a little bit about the game plan in the days and weeks ahead to get it through the Senate? And I guess in the media, does the President have plans talking today or over the weekend to Senators Manchin and Senator Sinema? And just if you could basically let us know what's the plan going forward to get this through to the end zone.
Well, the President is absolutely committed, of course, to getting this through the Senate, signing it into law, and ensuring these impacts, these cost-cutting measures are put in place into law as soon as possible. A number of these steps, including cutting child care costs, could have an impact early next year once we get this through the Senate. We have remained in touch, even as we've been working to get it through the House, at a high senior staff level, senior White House officials, with Senator Sinema, Senator Manchin, other members of the Senate, as we know that is the next important step here, and that will continue. And I'm sure the President will engage when is the right moment to do that with them as well. But I don't have anything to predict for you over the next couple of days.
The President announced today his intention to nominate 2 new members to the Postal Service Board of Governors. Is he looking to remove Postmaster DeJoy?
Well, let me first say we're, of course, deeply troubled, continue to be deeply troubled, as many Americans are, by the earlier reporting on Postmaster General DeJoy's potential financial conflicts of interest, and take serious issues with the job he's doing running the Postal Service. As you know, the President does not have the authority to fire the Postmaster General. It's ultimately up to the Board of Governors by majority. So what was announced today is the President's intention to nominate 2 leaders to the bipartisan United States Postal Service Board of Governors to replace outgoing Governors Ron Bloom and John Barger. Both Derek Kahn and Dan Tangerlini are experienced public servants. And certainly, again, just to reiterate, it's up to the board to make a determination about leadership, but we have continued concerns about Postmaster General's leadership.
Go ahead. Yes, I wanted to ask a few questions about oil. Has the U.S. heard back from China, Japan, South Korea, and India on a coordinated release of emergency stockpiles?
I don't have any update to provide to you today. I would reiterate, for those who weren't following us as closely, we have been in touch with a range of officials and leaders from countries, including China, including other countries around the world that are oil producers, about ensuring there is adequate supply out there, but I don't have any update for today.
Okay. Is Biden considering using authority under a 2015 budget bill to declare an emergency and limit or stop exports of oil for up to a year?
We have a range of options at our disposal, but I don't have any new ones to introduce to all of you today.
Finally, I'm sorry, any message for OPEC ahead of its December 2nd meeting?
Well, our message continues to be privately as well as publicly, of course. It's always good when it's consistent and important, that we want to ensure that the OPEC member countries and OPEC as an organization meets the demand needs that are out there with the adequate supply. That is something we've pressed them on in the past. And I don't have any new conversations privately to convey, but I'll see if there's more we can report to all of you about the meeting. Go ahead.
We know that the President was at Walter Reed earlier today. Can you provide an update on how the physical went and the colonoscopy as well, and what information will you be releasing?
We will have a comprehensive written summary that will be released to all of you later today as soon as it's
Okay, we've been listening into the latest White House press briefing on what was a very big week in Washington, kind of setting up for what will no doubt be another big week in Washington. But we want to switch gears now back to our top story this morning, and that's, of course, out of Waukesha, Wisconsin, where we've learned, of course, that 5 people are dead and more than 40 were hurt after an SUV driver sped through a police line and into a parade of Christmas marchers at a Christmas event. last night. This horrifying scene was, of course, captured by the city's live stream and the cell phones of many people who were there to just try to enjoy that parade last night. We have heard some updates from Waukesha Police Chief Dan Thompson, and we'll get to that in just a moment, but we do want to run through some of the information that we've learned overnight. We know that Children's Wisconsin, the hospital there, says that 15 of the patients, and again, there are more than 40 who were hurt, 15 of those patients were taken to the Children's Hospital. So at least 15 children hurt in this. Aurora Medical Center, Summit, issued a statement saying, "We're deeply saddened by today's senseless tragedy and our hearts are with the Waukesha community. We're currently treating 13 patients, 3 are in critical condition, 4 in serious condition, 6 in fair. We're praying for all those impacted, their families, and our first responders." The Archdiocese of Milwaukee, they're asking for prayers this morning, saying, quote, "Our prayers are with the people who've been injured and killed during the tragic incident in Waukesha. Among the injured are one of the Catholic priests, as well as multiple parishioners and Waukesha Catholic school children. Please join us in prayer for all those involved, their families, and those who are traumatized from witnessing the horrible scene." We do want to bring to you the full updates from Waukesha officials. First, we'll hear from the mayor and then some other officials. Then there was another quick update that happened later on in the night. We'll play that as well. But first, that full first press conference. Let's listen to that.
Today we experienced a horrible, senseless tragedy. I walked in the parade at the beginning. I saw all the happy children sitting on the curb. I saw all the happy parents behind their children. I can still see the smiling faces. A parade is a celebration for our community. Today our community faced horror and tragedy in what should have been a community celebration. I'm deeply saddened to know that so many in our community went to a parade but ended up dealing with injury and heartache. My heart goes out to all those affected by this senseless act. My heart goes out to those injured as well as to their families. My heart goes out to those who were witness to these events. My heart goes out to those who lost a loved one tonight. I want to thank all those who sprang into action tonight to provide help and comfort to those who were injured. I pray for all those that were injured that they recover. I pray for those who lost a loved one. Thank you to our police and fire departments, as well as many others that have helped the city of Waukesha. There's other departments, the county, the state, the federal government has contacted me. They've all asked how they can help. I know that our first responders are also deeply affected by the events of today, and I pray for them and that they find healing and that everyone involved in this situation finds healing. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor. Today's tragic incident occurred on November 21st, 2021 at 4:39 p.m. at Gasper Avenue and Main Street. The Waukesha Christmas Parade was taking place when a red SUV drove through the barricades westbound heading down Main Street.
Could you speak up, please?
Yes, I can. The vehicle struck more than 20 individuals. Some of the individuals were children, and there were some fatalities as a result of this incident. We will not be releasing information on fatalities at this time while we are working on notifying the family members of the deceased. An officer did discharge his weapon at the suspect vehicle to try to stop the vehicle. No bystanders were injured as a result of the weapon discharge. The officer involved has been with the department for 6.5 years. Victims were transferred by Waukesha Fire Department to the hospital. Chief Howard will speak on that. Police officers also transferred victims to the hospital, and family members also transferred victims from the scene to the hospital. We're no longer looking for a suspect vehicle. We do have a person of interest in custody at the moment, but this is still a very fluid investigation. I was present at this tragic event and saw firsthand the resiliency of the community coming together. I also want to thank all law enforcement partners, both federal, state DCI, State Patrol, Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, Brookfield Police Department, New Berlin Police Department, FBI, ATF, and all our other partners who responded to assist in this tragedy. It's unknown at this time whether the incident has any nexus to terrorism. To the families involved, you are in Waukesha Police Department's thoughts and prayers. To the Waukesha community, this scene is now safe and secure. I'll take a few questions at this point.
Chief, just 1 minute. We're going to let Chief Howard speak about the victims.
Thank you. Sorry, no problem.
Thank you. I was just going to provide just some brief information regarding the patients that we transported. The city of Waukesha was actually part of the parade. We normally have an engine in the parade. As soon as the calls started coming in, we heard radio traffic and immediately responded from 5 of our stations. We activated our mass casualty protocols and used the MABUS box alarm system and activated a box to the second alarm. That means that we received assistance not only from our 5 fire stations with all personnel on duty, but from approximately 12 other fire departments. The City of Waukesha Fire Department and its partners in MABUS transported a total of 11 adults and 12 pediatric patients to 6 area hospitals. We do not have any specifics on the injuries at this time. All of the patients were transported. There were some fatalities. We do not have any detailed information on the fatalities at this time.
Mayor?
Just real quick, I'm sorry, Chief. I was just saying
Okay. We'll open up for a few questions for all 3. Mayor, Police Chief, or
How many people were killed?
Out of respect for the family members, we still have to make notifications. So that number, and to be honest with you, the investigation is still fluid, so I don't have an exact number at this time to give you.
The marching band that you see in the video, what school was that? The marching band where the car drove through?
I couldn't even tell you what band was playing at
Chief,
that
a
time.
shelter-in-place alert was issued at 7:05. It said an all clear would come. That has not come. Can you elaborate?
Yes, great question. So the reason why that shelter-in-place call came, because we're still doing a canvass, still ongoing crime scene. So we didn't want members of the community coming into the crime scene. So we wanted the members of the community to shelter in place. So that's why that alert went out.
So is that still in effect? Is that still in effect, Chief?
No, it is not.
Was there only one suspect in the car, and was that person struck by the officer who was fired?
That's still an ongoing investigation of how many are involved at this time. We're still working those details out.
Mayor, can you confirm that schools are closed tomorrow? Are all schools in Waukesha closed tomorrow?
Chief Early? I don't know.
We do not know at this
confirm
time.
that. One more
You said
question.
earlier that.
How long do you expect the streets to be closed?
Excuse me. Earlier you said you were unaware of any gunshots from the vehicle. We heard a lot about it on social media. Can you clarify right now that the suspect driving the car?
At this
not
time,
a
we
firearm?
do not believe there's any shots that were fired from the vehicle. We believe that officers discharged a firearm to stop the vehicle.
What did the person of interest
Because the
say?
vehicle went through the barricade.
What did the person of interest say when you took them into custody?
That's still unknown at this time.
That's all the questions we're going to take right now. We will be putting more information. Any more information will come out in the city's social media accounts in regards to a further press conference or further information. That's all we can put out tonight at this time. Thank you.
Can you talk about your first responders and what they saw when they were there?
Anything more tonight?
Chief, can we just have
All right, and we do know there was another quick update, so let's listen in to that second press conference.
Waukesha Public Schools will be closed tomorrow, requesting that everyone continue to stay away from the scene. The roads will remain closed at least 24 hours. If you live in an area where roads are closed and you need access to your home for pets or medication, you can park in Lot 12, where the farmer's market is held. Go to the clock tower and show proper identification. There will be an officer there who will escort you to your home. You'll then need to remain in place in your home until the roads are reopened. We're working with the Waukesha Medical Examiner's Office to confirm the identities of the fatalities. We're also working in, this is the most important thing, is the families of this tragic event. And making sure that the next of kin is conducted. And then we're working with the families. That is our priority in this tragic incident. With that, I'm not going to give you the numbers of the numbers of deceased at this time. Why? Because we have to make sure next of kin is completed. I also want to inform you that there is a family reception center at Waukesha South High School for families that are looking for family members, or members that are looking for family members. If you're looking for family members and live out of town, please call this number, 262-548-7122. That's 262-548-7122. Also at this location, there will be counseling services available at the school. We'll also let you know that at the 1 o'clock tomorrow, Monday, November 22nd, we will be prepared to conduct a press conference here at City Hall and to provide more information regarding this tragic incident. Thank you.
We're not taking any questions at this time. As the chief said, 1 p.m. tomorrow will be the next full press conference. Any updates between now and then will be provided on the city's social media accounts. We will also be posting the statement that the chief read, some of those numbers. We'll be putting that out on the city's social media account as well, so that you have all of that information. Thank you.
What's your name? What was the name of the school? What is your name now?
Waukesha South High School is where the reunification center is. And again, we'll be putting all that information out that he just gave on the city's social media account. Thank you.
Rebecca Peterson.
Thank you.
And we do want to take you out live now again to Waukesha. We're actually going to get live update right now from Fox 6's Amelia Jones. Amelia, you've been reporting out there this morning. What's new? What can you tell us? What have you learned?
Look behind me and see that it's still an active scene here. There are still road blockades up and also police lights and tape up, and they're going to stay up until mid-afternoon as this investigation continues. What we know so far confirmed is that around 4:40 p.m. that's when a driver of a red SUV in a video that has made its way around the world now passed through barricades such like the ones behind me and then plowed at accelerated rates into the parade, hitting multiple groups. We have confirmed now that the Milwaukee Dancing Grannies, a dancing troupe that was involved in this parade, that members of their group were among those who were killed. We have confirmed with the city of Waukesha that 5 people are dead, more than 40 injured, 15 children are in the hospital right now. Waukesha police say that they do have a person of interest in custody, and they also located that red SUV that was involved in this horrific incident. We're waiting to confirm as to what this person of interest, their connection to this. Were they the driver or how were they involved? And we're also waiting to learn more about a potential motive. I mean, Matt, we saw that video and just plowing past barricades and going full speed into a Christmas parade. So police are going to give an update around 1 p.m. That's Central Time here in Wisconsin, and we're hoping to learn more. Again, we don't know this person of interest identity, we don't know their connection, and so we're hoping to learn a little bit more about that, plus any updates they can give us on the victims. Again, right now we have confirmed 5 people are dead, more than 40 are injured. Waukesha school districts closed school for today. Carroll University here in Waukesha canceled classes for the rest of the week. The Red Cross Wisconsin is here helping. We also know that the Wisconsin Department of Health Services has a crisis line for anyone who is struggling to just deal with and heal from the aftermath and just process in general what happened last night. And besides the law enforcement present here, Matt, I want to take you guys over here to the side. As we've been talking about, we've been seeing videos of screaming and people running, grabbing their children. Someone
up and left a stroller here, a headband, a child's headband still in the seat, and that just shows you that people were immediately just up and leaving this area, running for safety. And we saw that even law enforcement shots were fired at the car to try to get it to stop. And so again, we're hoping for more information as to why all of this unfolded and who that person of interest is, and that will come later today around 1 p.m. Matt?
Amelia, thank you so much. We'll be right back after a quick break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do want to, we will be continuing to cover the news out of Waukesha Wisconsin today, but we also want to talk about some other top stories as well, including the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict, and that Kyle Rittenhouse is speaking exclusively to Fox News. We have a preview of that from Fox News correspondent Mike Tobin.
I tell everybody there what happened. I said I had to do it. I was just attacked. I was dizzy. I was vomiting. I couldn't breathe.
Kyle Rittenhouse opening up for the first time after being acquitted of all charges, telling Fox News' Tucker Carlson in an exclusive interview about how the verdict brought both relief and vindication.
This case has nothing to do with race. It never had anything to do with race. It had to do with the right to self-defense.
Right.
I'm not a racist person. I support the BLM movement. I support peacefully demonstrating, and I believe there needs to be change.
Rittenhouse had been on trial for shooting 3 men, killing 2 during violent protests last summer in Kenosha, Wisconsin. The jury ultimately agreeing with the defense's argument that Rittenhouse was defending himself after being attacked by protesters. This round of protests thus far has been small and peaceful. In Portland, demonstrations flared to the point where police called them a riot. Mostly what we saw were marches in places like Chicago and Minneapolis. Demonstrators complained that the verdict will encourage vigilantism. The family knows not everyone believes justice was served.
It's not about winning or losing. There was 2 people that did passed away, and families have to grieve.
Here in Kenosha, citizens and business owners hope the worst is over and they can move on. In Kenosha, Wisconsin, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
And we do have a little bit more from that interview with Kyle Rittenhouse's mother. Let's hear from her now, where she talks about how she feels her son does have remorse for the shootings in Kenosha.
You walk into the courtroom there. How were you feeling when you heard that first not guilty verdict?
And once that verdict was read, I was so relieved for him, and I started crying. My girls were crying. Just seeing Kyle's face and him just collapsing to the floor, it was just overwhelming.
The family knows not everyone believes justice was served.
It's not about winning or losing. There was 2 people that did passed away, and families have to grieve.
During this tearful testimony, Rittenhouse claiming he fired in self-defense.
He does have remorse, but talking to him now, he would never went down there if this ever happened again. He would never.
Once the verdict came down, the family rushing out of court due to safety concerns.
We were like running down hallways, going through elevators.
What do you see your son's life looking like going forward from now?
It's going to take time. You know, he wants to go to school. He wants to play with his dog Milo. But it's going to be different for him because there's going to be people out there who wants to hurt him. It's over, but there's another chapter in our lives.
You walk into the...
Okay, we're going to take another quick break, and then we will continue our coverage in Waukesha when we return.
Waukesha Christmas Parade, killing at least 5 people and injuring dozens more. The new information we are learning about this tragedy. A chaotic scene at an Atlanta airport. Details on the gunfire that sent passengers scrambling. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Wake Up on this Monday morning. Rob, weather-wise, very chilly out there today.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those deceiving days where you look out the window and it's this, and you think, oh, it's gorgeous. I'm just going to go out and, enjoy the day. Do that, but make sure you bundle up. This is a Manitowoc camera, and it's a beautiful shot. It looks like this just about everywhere you look in Wisconsin right now. However, it is colder than it looks outside. 18 degrees right now at Random Lake. We have 18 out at Waterloo, 21 at Muskego. Wake up, Lake Geneva, 20 for you this morning. Last few hours, very clear locally and statewide. That's going to stay the case throughout the day and even through the night tonight. We only warm up into the low to mid 30s today. The sun came up beautifully at 6:53, sets at 4:22 today. That 34, 35 degree high is well below average, but we make a nice little comeback in the next couple of days. Only to drop right back off again and then up and down on into the new month. We'll check that out next.
And this morning, Waukesha City Hall is closed after that tragic event last night at the Christmas parade.
We know 5 people are dead, 40 others injured as an SUV plowed through the route. We've got team coverage this morning, starting with Amelia Jones, who's live along the parade route.
And the parade route here still blocked off. Police squads behind me. This is still an active scene as police are still investigating what unfolded in those horrific moments that we know started around 4:40 p.m. when in that video that has now made its way around the world, people saw that SUV plow through barricades, much like the ones behind me, and then go full speed into the parade route. We know that they hit multiple people at Main Street and Barstow and then continued to the 5 Points area. We've confirmed with the city of Waukesha 5 people are dead, more than 40 injured. The victims range from young to old. We got a chance to speak to witnesses who described to Fox 6 those chaotic moments. Take a listen.
The people were laying in the road stretched out over 4 or 5 blocks, starting around here, and then the next block, then the next block, then the next block. Okay. One block within 30 feet, we saw about 6 or 8 people laying in the road.
Waukesha police say that they do have a person of interest in custody, and the SUV involved was located last night. We do expect to get an update from Waukesha police on the investigation around 1 p.m. This area of Main Street, the businesses will remain closed. The barricades, the road blockades like the ones behind me, and the police tape will stay up, they say, until at least mid-afternoon. Reporting live in Waukesha, Amelia Jones, Fox 6 News.
Amelia, thank you so much. We want to get to some new information. A law enforcement official says investigators are examining whether the person held in this deadly parade crash was fleeing a crime. The number of injuries, though, is expected to rise as many of those injured drove themselves to area hospitals. Brett Vickery is live from Children's Wisconsin this morning, where some of those injured are still being treated.
Yes, as of 8 o'clock last night, 15 patients are being treated here at Children's Wisconsin. At Aurora Medical Center, 13 patients are being treated, 3 of them in critical condition, 4 in serious condition, and 6 in fair condition. So a lot of area hospitals, all hands-on deck situation here with this incident. And of course, like we've mentioned, many people came out as a family to this parade. They watched, then in horror, that the SUV plowed through the crowd. Witnesses tell us people were running from the chaos, holding tight to their children. You can see a toddler narrowly missed as the vehicle plows through Main Street. One woman watched the parade filming from her apartment balcony. She tells us just as marching band made its way down the street, the red SUV plowed through the crowd and people ran screaming, pulling their children to safety while others tried to help those who were injured.
Lots of kids. There was moms running looking for their children afterwards, like screaming for their children up and down, running in stores. It was bizarre to see here.
As hospital numbers rise, we'll be sure to keep you updated on air and online. Reporting live outside Children's Wisconsin, Brett Vickery, Fox 6 News.
This morning, the Milwaukee Dancing Grannies confirmed one of their members was among the victims in this parade tragedy. The Archdiocese of Milwaukee also saying a Catholic priest is among the injured. In a statement, they say our prayers are with the people who have been injured and killed during this tragic incident in Waukesha. Among the injured are one of our Catholic priests, as well as multiple parishioners and Waukesha Catholic school children. Please join us in prayer for all those involved, their families, and those who are traumatized from witnessing the horrible scene.
Reaction pouring in from local leaders after the tragedy in Waukesha. Angelica now with a message from the governor and others.
Yeah, and we're also hearing from the White House this morning, but we'll start with the governor here. Governor Tony Evers ordering flags at half-staff in honor of the parade victims. In a statement, the governor says, Kathy and I are praying for Waukesha and all the kids, families, and community members affected by this senseless act. I'm grateful for the first responders and folks who acted quickly to help, and we are in contact with local partners as we await more information. Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin sharing the horrific violence at the Waukesha Christmas Parade is just heartbreaking. Please keep the victims in your prayers. And Republican Senator Ron Johnson sharing his thoughts and prayers, expressing his gratitude for all law enforcement, medical personnel, and community members who are responding. The Biden administration, as we mentioned, also weighing in. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki tweeting this morning saying, quote, the president was briefed last night on the tragic situation in Waukesha, and he will receive regular updates. Our team is in close touch with local officials to offer any support and assistance needed. Our hearts are with the families and the entire community. Now, there are a full list of statements from officials. All you have to do is head to fox6now.com to read them. Nicola.
Angelica, thank you. And we will keep you updated on the situation in Waukesha as we learn more throughout this morning. As always, we also have the latest information posted to our website. That is fox6now.com.
Chaos at Atlanta's airport after gunfire at one of the security checkpoints. Officials say a gun went off.
Okay, and we have been listening in to Fox 6 News coverage ongoing of what's happening in Waukesha after 5 people were killed, more than 40 injured when someone drove an SUV through a Christmas parade. We will, of course, continue to stay on top of this story and bring you updates throughout the day here on Live Now from Fox. But for now, we will start to shift our focus and look at some other news, like how the Build Back Better bill will now move to the Senate. That's the president's large spending bill, and it's now heading to the Senate, where it faces some major obstacles after passing the House last Friday. David Spunt has more now on what we can expect moving forward.
The president's social spending bill, Build Back Better, passed the House 220 to 213. If you think those margins are thin, wait until this gets to the United States Senate, where margins are even thinner. This is the 7th large spending bill since the beginning of the pandemic. Now the focus turns to the Senate. All eyes are on 2 moderate Democrats, Arizona's Kyrsten Sinema and West Virginia's Joe Manchin.
It's going to take a while to get through the Senate. I think it'll probably be after Thanksgiving.
The president's director of the National Economic Council told Brett Baer on Fox News Sunday he's optimistic Build Back Better will pass the Senate.
We will work with every member of the Senate on this bill. But I think that because of that work over several months, we really do now have a good understanding of where the consensus lies. It lies in lowering costs for American families.
If it fails in the Senate, it dies. But if the Senate changes it, any of those changes has to come back to the House. So we have another bite at the apple here, and more people who learn about this.
President Biden has an important decision to make in the next several days, whether he wants to replace Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell amid the highest inflation rate in 30 years. The president could reappoint Powell or put in an ally of his, Lael Brainerd, an economist and someone who has been with the Fed since 2014. The president will head to Nantucket, Massachusetts for the Thanksgiving holiday, but when he returns, expect intense negotiations on Build Back Better. In Wilmington, Delaware, traveling with the president, David Spunt, Fox News.
And as we move into another busy holiday season, health officials are now expanding who is available to get booster shots, COVID-19 vaccines. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman has more on that.
The question of who's eligible for a COVID booster got much simpler on Friday after an FDA advisory panel signed off on them for all adults.
Now, when you give the boost, you're going to get that secondary immune response. You're going to get a big increase.
Anyone 6 months out from their last dose can now mix and match with a booster from any of the approved vaccines, though doctors do recommend anyone who got a Johnson & Johnson shot follow it up with an mRNA vaccine from Pfizer or Moderna. The FDA also puts anyone 50 and older in the category of those who should get a booster.
My hope is that the booster shots, the third shots, are really going to help with those hospital numbers, and that's what we really care about.
The extra layer of protection could be crucial as we head into the holidays, at a time when many Americans have put the pandemic in the rearview mirror. Cases are rising across the country, new infections up 31% just in the last 2 weeks. And with around 53 million Americans expected to travel for Thanksgiving, there's concern as temperatures drop and families gather inside. Case numbers could get worse.
40% of the U.S. population is unvaccinated, and that's enough for this virus to still gain a foothold.
Despite the added level of concern, health experts say it's still safe to gather with vaccinated family members this Thanksgiving. In Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
And speaking of holiday travel, we have more on what we can expect this holiday travel season.
Sticker shock is putting a damper on a holiday season where many Americans were hoping to get back to normal. Costs are rising for groceries and gas and nearly everything in between. According to the Labor Department, prices for consumer goods are up more than 6% compared to 12 months ago, due in large part to increased costs to manufacturers. That's the largest one-year increase in over 2 decades. Adding to the problem, a surge of post-pandemic demand and worldwide delays in production and shipping. Ports and trucking companies have been working around the clock to address the backlog.
24/7 ops at Long Beach and LA, or the sweeper ships that are picking up empty containers that are having an effect.
And it's not just your holiday shopping that will cost extra. As temperatures drop, even the price of home heating is expected to rise. The Biden administration announced this week that it plans to use some of the $1.9 trillion in COVID relief passed earlier this year to offset those costs. Republicans, meanwhile, blame the White House's push towards renewable energy.
Mark my words, we are going to see this winter in the Boston harbor Russian tankers delivering energy to the United States because of the policies of this administration.
Despite the high prices, a recent Gallup poll found around 2/3 of Americans expect to spend the same amount on Christmas this year as they did in 2020. E-commerce sales are projected to be up by 10%. And for those who still haven't bought their Thanksgiving turkey, the good news is there's no significant shortage, but on average, they cost nearly double what they did just 2 years ago. In Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more Live Now from Fox in just a moment. right, welcome back. You're streaming live now from Fox. We do want to bring in Fox's Eric Perry now. He's been covering the Ahmaud Arbery trial, and today closing arguments are expected in that case. Eric, what can you tell us?
Yes, expected to be a quite busy day inside of the courtroom. In fact, we saw some of the lawyers for the defense teams walking in as they gear up for a 9 a.m. start. That is when the jury is expected back in. They are expected to hear closing arguments from both the state and the 3 defense teams. The judge will also charge that jury and go over those final charges that was agreed upon on Friday during what's called a charging conference. They will then take that and make the final decision. The state will start with their closing arguments. State lead prosecutor Lena Dunikowski. Then it will go to Travis McMichael's team, then Greg McMichael, and then William Roddy Bryant, all trying to prove their case as to who killed the 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery. Again, no word yet on when a verdict should be in or even when this case will be handed over to the jury. That really just depends on the timing of today. It could be at the end of today. We could see it early tomorrow morning. Again, Thanksgiving really probably putting kind of a barrier in this, so we're not going to have the entire week. But again, things really getting started outside of this Glenn County Courthouse as all the teams prepare for that 9 a.m. start. The judge will also go over some housekeeping rules. They also want to make sure that the jury was not influenced in any way over this long weekend. Remember, the jury had 3 days off. They were not in court Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, so this is the first time back in, and those defense attorneys want to make sure that they haven't had any outside influence that might sway their decision. But really, all eyes on this small town. It was very foggy when we first got here, and just in my conversations with the people here in the small town of Brunswick, they're on pins and needles. They don't know where this jury, the mind is. They're just all hoping for a verdict, and then they want to get back to their everyday life. But of course, we will continue to follow this story throughout the day. Many twists and turns we've seen over the past 2 weeks. But again, a 9 a.m. start is what is expected here.
Much to keep watch over, Eric. Thank you so much for your reporting.
No problem. Good morning.
All right, thank you. And we'll be right back after a quick break. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back. You're streaming live now from Fox. We do continue to cover tragedy this morning out of Wisconsin. Officials there, of course, confirming 5 people are dead and 40 more are hurt after someone drove an SUV through a Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Several people were marching in the street and were hit by that SUV. Waukesha Police Chief Dan Thompson said late Sunday that one person was taken into custody. He didn't give any more details than that, didn't go into what the motive might be, certainly did not identify this person or give any more information about what was behind this. The city has indicated in a tweet that when the area is open, people will be allowed to go back and retrieve any items that they left. Something else that we've learned overnight, the Children's Wisconsin Hospital says that 15 patients from the incident, and again, there are more than 40 of them, but 15 were taken to the Children's Hospital there. Aurora Medical Center Summit issued a statement saying, quote, "We're deeply saddened by today's senseless tragedy and our hearts are with the Waukesha community." They are currently treating 13 patients. Some of them are critical. At least 4 are serious. 6 of them are in fair condition. And of course, the hospital statement says, quote, "We're praying for all those impacted and their families." The Archdiocese of Milwaukee also asking for prayers this morning, saying, quote, "Our prayers are with the people who've been injured and killed during the tragic incident in Waukesha." Among the injured are one of the Catholic priests, as well as multiple parishioners and Waukesha Catholic school children. We will, of course, continue to follow this story throughout the day here on Live Now. We do expect to hear another update from the police chief in Waukesha later on today. And of course, we'll have that live and in full here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to switch gears a little bit. Of course, all eyes across the country were on the verdict last week from the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. We do want to bring you some legal perspective that we got following that trial. Let's listen in to Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett.
The big question on my mind was whether or not the jury was going to sort of succumb to the pressure of the mob and end up being hung. But clearly, I think anyway, if you looked at the facts in this case and the evidence as how it was presented, clearly the prosecution did not meet their burden. They did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kyle Rittenhouse was not acting in self-defense. This is a textbook case of self-defense, in my opinion.
Yeah, and we have been kind of talking about whether or not it would go in favor of the defense here. You saw right as the verdict was about to be read that it was a unanimous decision for all charges. There's just going to be one charge, and it ended up being not guilty. There was a moment there where I feel like the defense thought it was going to go in the opposite direction.
Yeah, a lot of the times when juries reach a verdict, you know, there's something known as a compromise verdict, meaning everyone's been deliberating. They couldn't come to a unanimous verdict on all the charges. So what they do is they'll convict on one count, usually a lesser count, and acquit on the top counts. But here, it was clear that the jury, in my opinion, did the right thing because, like I said, this is a textbook case of self-defense. People came at him with deadly force, and he responded by defending himself with, unfortunately, deadly force.
Yeah. What do you think the prosecution is thinking right now? They've said that they're not going to release any statements or reaction to the verdict.
I mean, I think the prosecution probably had an inkling that this might be coming, and they really overstepped their bounds several times. They mischaracterized witness testimony during closing arguments. They made comment on, you know, Mr. Rittenhouse's Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. They tried to introduce evidence that was the subject of pretrial rulings that was not allowed in. So they did a lot of things that crossed the line. And, you know, I think they crossed those lines because maybe that was the only way that they could obtain a conviction here.
Ken, there's been talks of possible federal charges being brought against Kyle Rittenhouse. Do you think that there is a future for Kyle in court again?
I do think there's a future for Kyle in court again, I think it's going to come in the form of several things. I think, number one, just like O.J. Simpson, I'm not comparing Kyle Rittenhouse to O.J. Simpson at all, but, just as an example that's in the popular lexicon, O.J. Simpson, as we all know, was acquitted, whatever your feelings of that may be, but was later found liable in a civil wrongful death suit for the death of Nicole Brown, or what Mr. Goldman and Nicole Brown Simpson. But the reality is here, Kyle Rittenhouse could be the subject of some wrongful death suits on behalf of the deceased relatives. Also, I think, which is probably coming down the pike, is that Kyle Rittenhouse is going to find him on the prosecuting end of a large amount of defamation cases. I mean, it's well known that the president himself characterized Mr. Rittenhouse as a white supremacist and a murderer. We've had all sorts of politicians commenting on this case. And I want to emphasize something here. I think it is wholly inappropriate for elected officials to be commenting on defendants in criminal cases. Regardless of your feelings of a case or a defendant, they are constitutionally entitled to a presumption of innocence. And when elected officials go on the record condemning these people before a trial has been had, when they're only at the stage that they've been charged, it's totally inappropriate. And it inflames the mob. It provokes outrage by people. And I think it's going to probably lead to riots in this country.
So you were saying, I want to go back to that first point, that Kyle Rittenhouse could be on the prosecution side with these defamation suits, not only against the president, but against other people as well.
I mean, all sorts of media outlets, I think, portrayed him in a defamatory light as some right-wing, extremist, someone who went there with the intent to kill people, someone who's a white supremacist. That doesn't appear to be the case. And you can't just go on national television, whether you're a politician or a media figure, and lie about a member of the public and destroy their reputation. This kid, Mr. Rittenhouse, and he is a kid, he's 18 years old, he's going to be living with this for the rest of his life, not to mention the trauma of having had to kill two people in the course of self-defense.
All right, Ken Belkin, do you have any last thoughts on this? What comes next for Mr. Rittenhouse?
I think Mr. Rittenhouse, needs to go home and be very thankful this Thanksgiving and spend it with his family.
Yeah, and that he will, I'm sure. We do want to go into some of that reaction from President Biden that we were talking about a little bit earlier. Let's listen in to what he had to say. Very, very brief remarks. Take a listen.
Do you have any reaction to the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict?
I just heard a moment ago.
Do you have any reaction?
I didn't watch the trial, so
Do you stand by your past comment equating him to white supremacy?
Well, look, I stand by what the jury has concluded. The jury system works, and we have to abide by it.
Sir, what is the state of your health, sir? What is the state of your health after this exam today?
Good.
Okay, so the president being asked about some of those remarks about Kyle Rittenhouse, him calling him supposedly a white supremacist. He didn't really answer fully to that, but stood by that the jury did what they needed to do today in a separate statement, which we'll be getting into later in the evening. But I do want to go out live to Kenosha, Wisconsin, outside of the courthouse right now. Angelica Sanchez joining us now. Angelica, we have talked to you every single day of this trial. The verdict coming out tonight. Give us the latest.
Well, the prosecution has issued a statement saying that they accept the verdict and that they want the public to respect it as well. The defense in this case saying they do believe they were given a fair trial, but they have some issues with the way the state prosecuted this case. The verdict heard around the world. 18-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse is a free man. He was visibly overcome with emotion as a 12-person jury found him not guilty. The most serious charges against him, carrying a life sentence.
He has to get on with his life the best he can. I think eventually some anonymity will come back to it.
Defense attorney Mark Richards told reporters he feels they were given a fair trial.
It was a case about self-defense.
Over the course of 3.5 days, the jury weighed charges against him of first-degree reckless homicide for the shooting death of Joseph Rosenbaum, followed by 2 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, first-degree intentional homicide for the shooting death of Anthony Huber, and attempted first-degree intentional homicide for shooting and injuring Gage Grosskreutz. The prosecution added lesser-included offenses to the charges related to Huber and Grosskreutz. They also added provocation to the jury instructions. Richards says they are disappointed with the way the state handled this case.
Changing your prosecution, going with provocation after you say that my client chased him down and shot him in the back, calling him an active shooter when he's not. You know, justice is done when the truth is reached, and I don't know that it's set up to do that, but a prosecutor is supposed to seek the truth. It's not about winning, and this case became about winning.
The prosecutor.
All right, we want to dive a little bit deeper. Daytona mentioned that President Joe Biden weighed in on the Rittenhouse verdict. Fox News correspondent Peter Ducey dives a little deeper into that now.
I didn't watch the trials.
But he's got a strong opinion. Quote, the verdict in Kenosha will leave many Americans feeling angry and concerned, myself included. The president accused the defendant Rittenhouse of being a white supremacist in September 2020, tweeting about Trump. There's no other way to put it. The president of the United States refused to disavow white supremacists on the debate stage last night. Asked about that tweet today.
I stand by what the jury has concluded. The jury system works.
That wasn't the only time the president falsely represented the facts of the case.
Allegedly, he's part of a militia coming out of the state of Illinois. Have you ever heard this president say one negative thing about white supremacists?
Rittenhouse lawyers saw it all.
President Biden said some things that I think are so incorrect and untrue. He's not a white supremacist. I'm glad that he at least respects the jury verdict.
Senator Tom Cotton writes, Joe Biden needs to publicly apologize to Kyle Rittenhouse. Earlier this week, the White House weighed in.
Why did President Biden suggest that Kyle Rittenhouse on trial in Kenosha is a white supremacist?
So, Peter, what I'm not going to speak to right now is anything about an ongoing trial, nor the president's past comments. We shouldn't have, broadly speaking, vigilantes patrolling our communities with assault weapons.
During a campaign stop in Kenosha shortly after the riots, Biden accused Trump of stoking unrest with words that can just as easily be applied to him now that he's in office.
The words of a president matter. No matter if they're good, bad, or indifferent, they matter. No matter how competent or incompetent the president is.
Kamala Harris was the acting president for about 85 minutes today while Biden was sedated as doctors removed a 3-millimeter benign-looking polyp during a colonoscopy. The doctor notes the president is fit for duty but had a few observations since the last physical. The president still takes blood thinners for AFib, which is stable. The president clears his throat more often now because of gastroesophageal reflux, and his gait is getting stiffer because of wear and tear on the spine. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
And speaking of reaction to that not guilty verdict, Kyle Rittenhouse himself spoke to Fox News. Fox News correspondent Mike Tobin has a preview of the interview.
I tell everybody there what happened. I said I had to do it. I was just attacked. I was dizzy. I was vomiting. I couldn't breathe.
Kyle Rittenhouse opening up for the first time after being acquitted of all charges, telling Fox News' Tucker Carlson in an exclusive interview about how the verdict brought both relief and vindication.
This case has nothing to do with race. It never had anything to do with race. It had to do with the right to self-defense.
Right.
I'm not a racist person. I support the BLM movement. I support peacefully demonstrating, and I believe there needs to be change.
Rittenhouse had been on trial for shooting 3 men, killing 2 during violent protests last summer in Kenosha, Wisconsin. The jury ultimately agreeing with the defense's argument that Rittenhouse was defending himself after being attacked by protesters. This round of protests thus far has been small and peaceful. In Portland, demonstrations flared to the point where police called them a riot. Mostly what we saw were marches in places like Chicago and Minneapolis. Demonstrators complained that the verdict will encourage vigilantism. The family knows not everyone believes justice was served.
It's not about winning or losing. There was 2 people that did passed away, and families have to grieve.
Here in Kenosha, citizens and business owners hope the worst is over and they can move on. In Kenosha, Wisconsin, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
And we do have some more reaction this morning from Kyle Rittenhouse's mother. She tells Fox News she feels her son does feel remorse for the shootings in Kenosha.
For the past few months, there has been sticker shock at the gas pumps. So state and federal lawmakers are now proposing several ways to try and bring those prices down. At the same time, the president is asking the Federal Trade Commission to investigate oil companies for potential collusion and price gouging. Fox 13's political editor Craig Patrick in now with a closer look at what's behind these rising prices, Craig, and what, if anything, our government can do about it.
Well, Chris, there are 3 big ideas that are being floated from one corner to another.
You walk into the courtroom there. How were you feeling when you heard that first not guilty verdict?
And once that verdict was read, I was so relieved for him, and I started crying. My girls were crying. Just seeing Kyle's face and him just collapsing to the floor, it was just overwhelming.
The family knows not everyone believes justice was served.
It's not about winning or losing. There was 2 people that did passed away, and families have to grieve.
During this tearful testimony, Rittenhouse claiming he fired in self-defense.
He does have remorse, but talking to him now, he would never went down there if this ever happened again. He would never.
Once the verdict came down, the family rushing out of court due to safety concerns.
We were like running down hallways, going through elevators.
What do you see your son's life looking like going forward from now?
It's going to take time. You know, he wants to go to school. He wants to play with his dog Milo. But it's going to be different for him because there's going to be people out there who wants to hurt him. It's over, but there's another chapter in our lives.
You walk into the court.
And we'll be right back after a quick break. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Okay, we are going to listen in to the Georgia courtroom where the Ahmaud Arbery trial is taking place. We do expect closing arguments to begin there very shortly.
On the one hand, I think it leaves it open. It's ambiguous enough that the defense can say that the felony need not have occurred at the time of the attempt to capture or the escape. And that was the point of the memo and the case that I sent Saturday, was to say that. So on the one hand, I think this leaves it that open to argument, but also could be read to constrain a juror to believe, especially I think you say you're going to give the copy of the charge to them, so they'll have this in front of them. And so where it says, if a private citizen's warrantless arrest must occur immediately after the perpetration of the offense, or in the case of felonies during escape. Well, I take it that's as good as it's going to get. I'm just taking the exception.
That's the language that I announced on Friday would be the language. What I indicated was I would look at what was submitted over the weekend to see whether that language should be changed, and I've kept it in the same format that I had put on the record. Now, it's different than what was in the draft charge, but that's the language that I had agreed to put into the charge on Friday. So it's remained that way. I have reviewed the two emails. There was one that went over case law, and then another one went through the more grammar-related arguments. And so I've reviewed all of that. That's where the court's going to stay with it.
We take exception.
I understand.
We'll join that.
And the other thing that Mr. Rubin had asked when we talked about prior difficulties, which I thought had been changed in court, but I didn't see it on the new one, instead of...
What I said on Friday was I'd read through the language, make sure I understood, but prior difficulties, what we'd said on the record Friday was prior difficulties, normally there were prior difficulties. And so what we normally see in a case is a discussion about prior difficulties between the parties, but the charge actually addresses circumstances where it's either prior difficulties exist or don't exist between the parties. So I wanted to read through the language, make sure I was clear about it with a clear mind, and I'm going to leave it in the charge.
And understood. What I thought we had each scratched out, though, was the word difficulties and had replaced it with, what was the word?
Either interactions.
Interactions, but I'm not sure if you...
Or encounters.
Encounters. That's what we had thought of, so we would have asked for that. We take exception to staying with the pattern. And I think that was it for us.
And we'll join that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Goff, I received in the form of motions, well, first of all, I received your emails. Those, again, have been addressed, at least the substantive parts. There's also motions for reconsideration. I've reviewed those, and again, as I indicated Sunday, having reviewed those, the court has put the charge together the way that it was presented.
First of all, we will adopt the objections made by the McMichael defendants this morning and their requests. Second, we don't wish to argue the motions for reconsideration that I drafted. Ms. Burton would like to briefly address the court on the proximate cause issue, if the court will allow it.
That was addressed, I thought, in the emails. That's why the emails, everything that was submitted to the court is going to be filed into the record. And so those issues are preserved as far as the court is concerned.
I understand. I promised Ms. Burton that I would give her the opportunity to argue the issue if the court would hear it, because it's close to her heart. The court has indicated the court does not need to hear that argument at this time, and we appreciate the court's position.
I spent a good chunk of time yesterday considering the proximate cause issues.
May I clarify? I was going to request that the court
just state on the record the purposes for denying that particular charge.
I'll have to go back into it and think that through. It's been denied.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we have two other matters. One is a motion I believe I copied, Your Honor, and proposing all counsel with yesterday. That's a motion to sever. You know, as evidence developed during the testimony of Travis McMichael, and as we went through the charge conference on Friday, it does seem at this point, for the reasons that are stated in the motion, that Mr. Bryan's defenses are sufficiently antagonistic, and there's certainly sufficient spillover, if from nothing else, the vigilante evidence that was presented against Travis McMichael on Thursday. And under the totality of circumstances, we believe that Mr. Bryan is entitled to a severance. But beyond that, I will stand on the written motion as filed.
Anything from the state?
Your Honor, we ask that the court deny the motion for sever. To make a motion to sever, the defendant would have to show clear prejudice. And looking at all the bullet points alleged by Mr. Goff, and Judge, if the court would like me to go through them one at a time, I can, but none of them show any reason for severance, because there's no showing of clear prejudice here.
And we will continue to monitor what's happening there in court as we expect the Ahmaud Arbery closing arguments in that case to start soon. But we do want to get back out to Waukesha, Wisconsin. That's where we join Amelia Jones right now. And Amelia, certainly it's got to be a very emotional day there in Waukesha today.
It really is. The sun is rising on a day for a lot of people in Waukesha. They will be mourning and just trying to process still the event that happened during Sunday night's holiday parade. And I do want to get to some new information that we've received. Police and investigators are working to learn that if the driver of the SUV that plowed and drove into this parade, if they were fleeing from another crime scene before committing this crime. And so that's the new development on the investigation. We've been reporting that police do have a person of interest in custody. They're currently questioning them. The SUV involved in this horrific incident was also located, and we're expecting to hear more from police at a press conference at 1 p.m. Central. Giving you a look at the scene now, since the sun has officially come up. Police still here blocking off the area. This is downtown Main Street where that parade route was. What we saw yesterday in that video that has now made its way around the world was a red SUV plowing through road barricades, much like the ones right behind me, and then going full speed into the path of the parade. We know that multiple people are injured, dozens, rather, more than 45 people are confirmed dead. The Milwaukee Dancing Grannies, a very popular and well-known troupe, shared on their Facebook page that multiple members of their group are among those that were killed last night. We know 15 children are currently in the hospital. Again, 5 are confirmed dead, and that number, it could change throughout the day as we get more information from area hospitals. Police, though, here will have the area continue to be blocked off and closed, they say, for much of the day until at least mid-afternoon, when again we can get to that press conference and get more details as to the investigation that police are continuing to look at today. Matt? Yeah, it really does, Matt. And the stroller is still here. It's over to my right, and in the seat of the stroller is a reindeer glitter headband fit for a child. And you can just see that that's what this event was supposed to be, a very festive, memorable, family-oriented event that turned so chaotic that people up and left their personal belongings in order to run to safety.
We'll be right back after a quick break. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Has instructed the jury to stay away from the news media on this case, and we've seen no evidence that they've actually not been able to follow that law. There's absolutely no evidence that they went and saw the AJC article that Mr. Goff is talking about. Therefore, we don't believe he's made a clear showing of prejudice in bullets 1 through 5. As far as bullets 6 through 7, the only evidence of Greg McMichael's ties to the Glynn County Police Department is that maybe a few of the officers, I believe Detective Lowry testified that he knew Greg McMichael in passing. Detective Parker Marcy also, I believe he testified that he knew of him, but they didn't have any close relationships with Greg McMichael that would tend to show any reason for a cover-up. Also, notably, Jackie Johnson's name was never ever mentioned in the presentation of evidence in this case, Judge. Mr. Goff is the only person who keeps bringing up her name. We have not elicited any evidence of a cover-up. We don't intend to argue any cover-up because it would be unsupported by the evidence. So here he's made no showing of clear prejudice to his client. As to bullet 8, the evidence showed that Greg McMichael and William Bryan knew each other, but they didn't know each other very well. Actually, Mr. Bryan didn't even know Greg McMichael had a son named Travis McMichael. Travis McMichael testified that he never met William Bryan, and there was no express agreement between the McMichaels and Mr. Bryan. There was evidence presented that Mr. Bryan and Greg McMichael were talking to one another right after the homicide happened and during the time when the officers got on scene. But this evidence, even if he were to get a separate trial, would still be admissible in his separate trial. So for those reasons, we don't believe there's been a clear showing of prejudice here either as to bullet 8. As to bullet 9, this court is going to charge the jury as to criminal trespass, burglary, hijacking a motor vehicle as Mr. Goff asked for. And it'll be up to the jury to determine what, if any, crime the alleged victim committed in this case, Your Honor. The McMichaels actually never asked for the criminal trespass instruction. I believe the state is the one who asked for that instruction. And if Mr. Bryan were to go to trial separately, we would likewise ask for that instruction in his separate trial as well. So, given that, we don't believe a severance is necessary here. Regarding the different accounts from Travis McMichael and William Bryan, Travis McMichael's testimony, we would argue, actually helps Mr. Bryan because he got up there and said he saw Mr. Bryan being attacked by the victim, his car being attacked by the victim, and then he also said, hey, there was no conspiracy between us. We did not have an express agreement. So rather than hurt his client, we believe that Travis McMichael's testimony actually helps his client. For those reasons, Judge, we don't believe clear prejudice has been shown here. As far as bullets 10 through 11 are concerned, I want to point the court to Strozier v. State. It's 277 Georgia 78. It's a 2003 case. There, the defendant asserted that the evidence against the co-defendant was so overwhelming compared to the amount of evidence against him that it had a spillover effect on the jury. Essentially, that's what Mr. Goff is arguing here. And the court there held that, quote, the fact that the evidence as to one of the two co-defendants is stronger does not demand a finding that the denial of severance motion is an abuse of discretion, where there is evidence showing that the defendants acted in concert. And here, the state's theory of the case is that all these defendants acted as parties to the crime. So we believe that based on the holding in Strozier v. State, that no severance is warranted here either. As to the final bullet points, bullets 12 through 14, I want to direct the court to Swain v. State, 275 Georgia 150. It's a 2002 case where the defendant argued that the fact that the jury was jointly selected with a co-defendant denied him his right to a fair and impartial jury. And in this regard, he argued that the jury was not fair and impartial because a jury chosen by two defendants would be different from a jury chosen by one defendant. And there the court held that the mere fact that a jury chosen by two defendants would differ from a jury chosen by one defendant does not deny a defendant a fair and impartial jury. If it did, then joint trials would effectively be prohibited, as a joint trial would deny a defendant a fair and impartial jury under the defendant's rationale, since defendants are required to share peremptory strikes in selecting the jury. So, Judge, just to sum up, no showing of antagonistic defenses, no showing that the spillover effect would prejudice Mr. Bryan to the point where it would be a denial of due process. So we ask the court to deny the motion to sever.
Final word from the movement.
Your Honor, I think the grounds are covered in the written motion. I would note that in response to the McMichael's request to remove the charge I submitted on duty to inquire, we would go ahead and withdraw that charge on our own. That would resolve the issue. I hope that will satisfy the McMichael defendants.
Sounds good.
I guess sometimes people don't want help.
All right, let me look at it. I don't have to look at it right now. Before I get to that, I also have a fourth motion to prohibit any further conduct that may intimidate or influence jurors or otherwise interfere with Defendant Bryan receiving a fair trial, a motion to excuse or inquire further as to juror number 380. The court has looked at it. I think the matter has been addressed a number of times. The motion itself addresses the issues presented by Defendant Bryan. The court intends to deny that motion.
The only thing I would ask, Your Honor, is Exhibits 7 to 11 are sensitive enough that I wouldn't want them in the public record with respect to the anonymity of our juror, as best we're able to preserve it. I'm going to show these to the state, but I'm going to ask the court place Exhibits 7 to 11 under seal to preserve the privacy of Juror 380.
I think the other defendants probably need to see the matters before they're placed under seal.
Placing those exhibits back in the manila envelope that is marked Exhibits 7 to 11. Probably should have left them out before I did that. My apologies.
Well, for the time being, I'm just going to attach them to the back side of the motion.
Yes, sir.
And we'll go ahead and put a sealing order on there. I understand the state has no objection to sealing these. I guess I should probably take a look before we do that.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be filed under seal. The duty to inquire language, the court's going to remove that from the charge. It is a civil case. My research also went on. There's some additional language in there that probably, if we start getting into it, so what I also have is that in addition to that language, which was specifically requested by defendant Brian, some additional language could also be that the defendant's not necessarily required to verify the information if it appears to be reliable, but, and it goes on from there. So I think with that language for this charge. So that is the only change the court is making from the draft charge. That again is the citizen's arrest duty to inquire on page 16. That one sentence is being removed. All right. With that, is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, the state is ready.
Do you need any time before we bring the panel back? Are we ready to go?
State's ready.
Okay. All right. Let's go get the panel.
Done. We just need 10 minutes to set up, take the jury out, bring it back in. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm assuming the state's not going to use all 3 of its hours tonight, or right now. So I think we'll have more than enough time to go ahead and do that.
Perfect.
And as everything gets situated in the courtroom, we're going to take a quick break, but our coverage of the Ahmaud Arbery murder trial and the closing arguments continues after this.
So rise for a jury, please. stated.
Charges in the indictment, but remember from voir dire?
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're listening into closing arguments in the Ahmaud Arbery murder trial.
Okay, and what we've heard is what? Self-defense and citizen's arrest, which the state has to disprove beyond a reasonable doubt to you as well. So ladies and gentlemen, what the state's going to do right now is we're going to go through kind of, I'm going to give you a snapshot, that kind of like, here it is in a nutshell sort of thing. And then I'm going to take you kind of through systematically, piece by piece, what the law is as it regards the charges in the indictment, self-defense, and citizen's arrest. All right? But the one thing I want to tell you before we got started is this. You will have a copy of the indictment with you in the back. Okay? So you don't have to write down the charges in the indictment. You'll have a copy in the back. In addition, Judge Walmsley is going to give you a copy of the law. Okay, so you'll have a copy. So when I'm putting the law up here, you don't have to furiously write it down. You will have a copy of it back here with you. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. This case is really about assumptions and driveway decisions. Now, you heard the defense talk about, well, probable cause. You're going to have to distinguish between assumptions based on gossip and rumor and all this neighborhood talk on Facebook, and actual probable cause to believe a crime had been committed and someone had committed that crime. The state's position is all three of these defendants made assumptions about what was going on that day, and they made their decision to attack Ahmaud Arbery in their driveways because he was a black man running down the street. So here's what we've got. The bottom line. They assumed he must have committed some crime that day because he's running real fast down the street, right? They did not call 911. They wanted to stop him and question him before they called 911. How do we know? Because that's what they told the police that night. That's what they said on the scene. Hey, stop, we want to talk to you. Can't do that. They made these decisions in their driveways. So what's really going on here? You know what's really going on here. Mr. Arbery was under attack. They committed 4 felonies against him. And those are the 4 felonies in the indictment. Then they shot and killed him, not because he was a threat to them, but because he wouldn't stop and talk to them. And they were going to make him, absolutely make him stop. We're going to point a shotgun at you. That'll make you stop. That should make you stop right here in your tracks because we want to talk to you. And what did he do? He still ran away. Still ran away. For 5 minutes, ran away. Travis McMichael went to intercept him with that shotgun, and he turned that corner. We can't see whether Mr. Arbery attacked him or grabbed the shotgun or anything. It doesn't matter. Because how fast did he shoot him? How fast did he just pull that trigger? They shot and killed Ahmaud Arbery. They all acted as a party to the crime. You'll note they've been indicted that way. And I'm going to talk about what party to a crime is so that you understand that concept. But the bottom line is, but for their actions, but for their decisions, but for their choices, Ahmaud Arbery would be alive. And that's why they've been indicted with murder, felony murder, and the 4 felonies that led to the murder. So what is the defense? I mean, I'm just going to take it right down there. We talked about that. What is the defense? We got self-defense. What is that? Well, they're going to try and convince you that Ahmaud Arbery was the attacker, that he was somehow threatening to them. 3-on-1, 2 pickup trucks, 2 guns. Mr. Arbery, nothing in his pockets. Not a cell phone, not a gun, not even an ID. They want you to believe that he is the danger to them. And Mr. Rubin said it in the opening statement. He was scary. So here's the thing. They're going to try to claim that they were justified in their actions. Okay? Because here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot claim self-defense under certain circumstances. You can't. You don't get to say I was acting in self-defense, and there's 3 of them, and it's the law. This isn't just something made up. There's 3 of them in the law, okay? If you are the initial unjustified aggressor, you don't get to claim self-defense. If you're committing a felony against somebody, you don't get to claim self-defense. And the 3rd one is if you provoke somebody so that they defend themselves against you. And then you go, oh, look, he attacked me first. But you really were the one who was provoking the attack on yourself. You don't get to claim self-defense. And that's the law. So here's the problem. They're going to try and claim they were justified in starting this in their driveways. They're going to try and claim they were justified in committing all these felonies against Mr. Arbery. How? Because they're going to try and convince you that this was a citizen's arrest. That's what they're going to do. But here is what a citizen's arrest really is. Okay? This is what the law says. This is the statute, and the judge is going to give it to you. A private person may arrest an offender if the offense is committed in his presence. Right here, right now, I'm seeing you do it. Okay? Right here, right now, I'm watching you commit the crime. I'm witnessing it. You're doing it in my presence. So what's the problem for the defendants? Well, we all know that Mr. Bryan's on his porch fixing it. Where's Travis McMichael? He's on the sofa inside the house. Where's Greg McMichael? This all started when I saw him running down the street. Now, it also says, or within his immediate knowledge. Well, the judge is going to charge you that that's synonymous. It means the same thing. So you got to think about, well, in my immediate knowledge, what does that mean? Think about the eye in the sky, you know, at Walmart. Like you're in Walmart, right? And you see all those things in the ceiling. You know there's a guy in a booth watching a bunch of video cameras, right? So he's not standing next to the person shoplifting, right? When she shoplifts, right? What's he doing? He's watching it on the camera. That's immediate knowledge. He's not right there next to the person shoplifting, but he's watching it. So he has immediate knowledge because he can see it eye in the sky. That's just an example, how to think of immediate knowledge. But immediate knowledge and in your presence is the exact same thing. In order to make an arrest of an offender, the offense has to be committed in the private citizen's presence. Do we have that here? No. In addition, you will be charged, this is the second line, if the offense is a felony. So once again, the offense has to be a felony. The judge is going to charge you. Criminal trespass and loitering and prowling are misdemeanors. Okay? I'm going to pause right now. I'm going to ask you to read the criminal trespass thing. In order to be a criminal trespasser, you have to enter on the property with the intent to do an unlawful act, or somebody has to have told you you can't come back here, like Larry English or his representative. Well, Mr. Arbery was never told, don't come back here. You're not allowed. This is private property. He was never told, so he doesn't fall under criminal trespass. Now, I don't want you guys to make the mistake of thinking that we're endorsing, kind of, or not acknowledging what Mr. Arbery was doing. I mean, let's get real. All right, what was Mr. Arbery doing? He's going on to somebody else's private property. Yeah. What was he doing? We can see it. wandering around for a few minutes each time, right? And then what would he do? He'd leave. On video, never took anything, never damaged anything. So ladies and gentlemen, you decide. Is he this giant burglar who just happened to never show up with a bag or any means to steal anything? All right? Or is he a looky-loo? Yeah, a looky-loo who's going in there at night. He shouldn't be doing that. I mean, we all know this, okay? But it's trespass. It's a misdemeanor. And on February 23rd, 2020, none of the defendants knew that he had been inside in broad daylight, that location. And what did he do on the 23rd of February? Did the same thing he always did. Wandered around, and then left and ran off down the street. But they didn't know that. They had no immediate knowledge of that. It wasn't in their presence. Travis McMichael's on the couch. Mr. Bryan's in front of his house. Greg McMichael, you saw, he can't even see down the road. There's that trailer there. Remember the drone video? Citizen's arrest. This was not a citizen's arrest. Not present when any crime was committed. The suggestion that Ahmaud committed a crime is based on what? Not immediate knowledge, speculation. Speculation. How do we know? Because of the defendant's own words to the police. That's how we know. Wanting to question Ahmaud demonstrates uncertainty. Hey, where are you coming from? They don't know where he's coming from. What are you doing? They don't know what he's doing. Remember Mr. Bryan heard, what'd you steal? Okay? They don't know what he's done. They don't know why he's out there running. They don't have immediate knowledge. They have no knowledge. They have speculation because he's running down the street. Wanting to question Ahmaud demonstrates a lack of immediate knowledge, which is required under the citizen's arrest law. Because it's required, that means this was not a lawful citizen's arrest. Remember what Greg McMichael said? Did this guy break into this house today? I don't know. But hey, law enforcement officers, I'm sure he must have committed some crime today, so why don't you go out and figure out what crime it was that he must have committed today? Why do they think he must have committed something? Because he's running down the street. He might have gone into somebody's house. Pure speculation. And after he's lying there dead, Greg McMichael's there telling the police, hey, why didn't you investigate? Because I'm sure he committed some crime today. That's not a citizen's arrest. Not legitimate at all. So what are you going to hear?
I hate to interrupt closing argument, but the state is misstating the citizen's arrest law repeatedly in this section of its argument. And I'd like the court to instruct the jury that the law will come from the court. This is not an accurate statement of it.
The court is going to charge the jury on the law, and as indicated, you'll have a copy of that charge with you to review during your deliberations.
Thank you. Judge is going to charge you these exact words. Judge is going to charge you these exact words. So what are you going to hear? The state suspects that what you're going to hear from the defense is this, that Travis McMichael had probable cause to believe that Ahmaud stole the stuff off the English's boat in 2019 and was escaping that felony on February 23rd, 2020. Not really sure how you escape on February 23rd, 2020 from a crime you supposedly committed on some unknown date in 2019 that Travis McMichael's mom told him about. But basically, we have this where he came in, took the stand, and said, yeah, that's what was going on. So I was going to go ahead and arrest him for this. Here's the problem. This was completely made up for trial because no one anywhere at any time ever mentioned Larry English's boat. Never. On February 23rd, 2020. Travis McMichael had 2 hours and 45 minutes to talk to the police. He was given an hour to write a 3-page statement. An hour to write it down. never, ever, ever once said anything about this. So what can you go ahead and assume? A year and 9 months later. Completely made up for trial. All right, so simply put, ladies and gentlemen, if you determine that this was not a citizen's arrest, this was not legitimate, he had no probable cause, you can't do this based on the law, then guess what? They're not justified in killing him. They're not justified in any of the felonies they committed against him. Not a citizen's arrest. Therefore, you're not justified. You're the initial aggressor. You're committing felonies. Self-defense. And that gets us to the charges in the indictment. So that's what we're looking at here. Based on that, at that point, you may find him guilty of all the charges in the indictment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the snapshot view of what I think you're probably going to hear from the defense and what the state's position is on that. So now we're going to do some deep diving. What we're going to do is we're going to talk about the juror's duty. We're going to talk about some legal concepts that you need to be aware of. The judge is going to charge you. We're going to go over the charges in the indictment. We're going to talk about party to the crime. And then we're going to kind of really get into what self-defense and citizen's arrest is. And I know it's going to take a minute. Bear with me, but this burden's on the state. So we have to go through all of these things. All right? So here we go. Juror's duty. First off, this is your search for the truth. Okay? This isn't about the state. This is your search for the truth. You are Glenn County. You decide whether they're guilty or not guilty. Not the defense attorneys. Not the state. You. Your search for the truth. You determine what really happened based on the evidence presented. Okay? And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, what's the evidence presented? Well, you can go ahead and look at State's Exhibit 190, which was the actual video. 191 is the half-speed video. You can take a look at State's Exhibit 194, the night owl video. You can go ahead and take a look at 129. That's that close-up compressed, sort of enhanced for coloration video that was produced that shows the close-up of Travis pulling that shotgun up. You can go ahead and take a look at State's Exhibit 117, Officer Rash's video. You can also take a look at 124, the video from December 17th, 2019. And of course, you can always ask to see State's Exhibit 315, the frame by frame, if you want to see it. So how that works is you send a note to Judge Walmsley and you go, we'd like to go ahead and review that evidence, and you come into the courtroom. When you come to the courtroom, we don't get to say anything. Okay? Nobody gets to talk. And actually, at that point in time, you're in control of what you get to watch here in the courtroom. So I wanted you to be aware of that in case you want to review any of this evidence. All right. You are the finder of fact. Not the state, not the defense. You are the finder of fact. You determine witness credibility. All right? You're the one who decides whether you believe these witnesses or don't believe these witnesses, or how much weight you give a witness's testimony. You're going to apply the law that the judge gives you to those facts as you find them to be, and that's what you're going to do. So, you have a duty to follow the law. You're bound by the instructions and the law that the judge gave you. In other words, this isn't about becoming an advocate for one side or the other. This is about what are the facts, and here's the law, and we apply the law to the facts. You have a duty to deliberate. Okay. The reason I put this slide up is because one time we had a woman who went and hid in the bathroom for like an hour and a half. Like hid in the bathroom. And the jurors didn't know what to do. They were just sitting back there for an hour and a half and had no idea what to do. Anything like that happens, just send the judge a note. Okay? Anything weird happens, anything you're unsure of happens, send the judge a note. But you have this duty to deliberate, to talk about the case. Now, sometimes it's helpful to think about what's inside the circle and what's outside the circle. Okay, because there's some things outside the circle that you're not or shouldn't really talk about. And what are those? Well, that mostly concerns penalty and punishment. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be given a verdict form, and on that form you're going to write not guilty or guilty. That's all you're going to do. Okay? So it's not about passion or prejudice or you disagree with the law, you don't like the law, conjecture. It's about the evidence. And so what do you consider? Well, you consider the elements of the crimes. Judge Walmsley is going to give you that. The law. The expert testimony. Okay? Fingerprints. Fibers, the medical examiner. The photos and documents. Look at the crime scene photos. Take a look at those photos. They're hard, but take a look at them. The testimony of the witnesses, the credibility of the witnesses. The defendant's actions, their driveway decisions, and how it led to someone lying dead from 2 gunshot wounds in the middle of the street. The elements of the offenses, the reasonableness, and above all, use your common sense. This is the time when you put on that critical thinking cap, okay? Meaning you question everything. It's sometimes really easy to see somebody and want just to go, well, I want to believe what they had to say. You know, I don't want to believe automatically that they're a liar or anything like that. I want to kind of give them the benefit of the doubt. This is the time, ladies and gentlemen, that you put on that critical thinking cap, where you go ahead and scrutinize everything the people on the stand said to you. So, reasonable doubt. That's the doubt of a fair-minded and impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. It's not about seeking out doubt. It's about seeking the truth. And it's not beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. No. It's just beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the burden that the state has. All right, so the evidence. The first thing you're going to want to do is determine what really happened based on the evidence, but a lot of the evidence isn't in dispute, right? I mean, we know what days Larry English called the police. We know when we have videos. We know this was on February 23rd. The homicide's on video for the most part. Okay, a lot of these things are not necessarily in dispute. What's in dispute is, were they making a citizen's arrest so that they were justified in committing these felonies against Ahmaud Arbery and then murdering him? What's in dispute is, were they making a citizen's arrest so that they were justified in committing these felonies against Ahmaud Arbery and then murdering him? I mean, that's really what they're arguing about here. So remember, it's not a whodunit. Glenn County Police arrived very quickly afterwards. Minshew heard the shots. The defendants all made statements at the scene immediately after. They're making statements. They're saying stuff to the police. Then, a couple hours later, the defendants are all down at the Glenn County Police Department also making statements. But here's the thing. You've got to ask yourself, were these self-serving statements? I mean, think about it. The very first thing that we showed you was Duggan's body cam video. It was hard, right? But you got to realize, Travis McMichael is standing right behind Duggan when he rolled Mr. Arbery over. That's what he saw. That's what Greg McMichael and Mr. Bryan saw. So then you got to think to yourself, okay, what's going on in their heads? There's a dead man in the street. Travis McMichael has just shot him. Okay? The police are on the scene. There's now a video of it. So are their statements a couple hours later self-serving? You decide. The GBI did their investigation starting on May 5th, 2020, followed by the arrests. So first off, the credibility of witnesses. That's for you to determine who you believe and who you don't believe. Okay, so what does that mean is you're the one who decides whether Travis McMichael was telling you the truth or lying to you. Right? So let's talk about some of the defense witnesses. Annabelle Beasley. What did she do when she got off the stand? She walked over here and waved at them as she walked off the stand. I mean, I know you all saw that, right? Okay, so Annabelle Beasley, Team McMichael. Subi Lawrence. Who is she? Boy, Team McMichael. Even after this, I mean, after the shooting, she and Brooke Perez and Diego Perez, they're going out in the boat with Greg and Lee McMichael. They're still hanging out with them. Okay, Team McMichael. Brooke Perez. Team McMichael. Up until February 11th. And then what did she tell you? Her husband, Diego Perez, had it with this. Had it with Larry English, not calling the police. Had it with helping out Larry English. He wasn't going to do it anymore because this was not cool. Why was it not cool? Because Diego Perez went inside that house with his flashlight, and Greg McMichael came up and went in the house. What was Brooke doing? My husband's in there, my husband's in there. All right, well, Greg McMichael had his gun. Travis McMichael told you that. He had his gun, Diego had his gun, Brooke had her gun. You know, everybody had a gun. Everybody in this case had a gun except Ahmaud Arbery. And so what almost happened? I mean, come on, let's get real. It's a miracle Diego Perez and Greg McMichael didn't kill each other inside that house, right? Pulling guns out. And that was it. What did Brooke tell you? No more. Not doing this anymore. You determine the credibility of those witnesses. Now, when you consider Travis McMichael and his testimony, here's some things you want to look at. The judge is going to tell you, these are things you consider. The manner of testifying. Evidence of bias for or against a party. Does he have bias for or against Greg McMichael? It's his dad. Okay? Motive in testifying. Yeah. He wants you to come back with a not guilty verdict. It's in his best interest. Think about the probability or improbability of their testimony. I wondered why he was attacking that truck. On Holmes? Like, what are you talking about? I have no idea. I mean, do you guys understand what he was getting at? I mean, I guess we're back to Ahmaud Arbery's a carjacker. Their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, meaning do they have something to gain or lose by coming in here and making up a story for you? Their personal credibility as you observe it. That's for you to decide. Not for the state to decide, not for the defense to decide, for you to decide. All right, so did Travis McMichael have a motive to lie to you? Did he have a motive to make up additional things that he had never said before? All right? Did he have a motive to embellish his testimony? Did he have a motive to claim he now was confused on February 23rd, 2020? Isn't that convenient? Wow, it was the most traumatic. Yeah, and I don't dispute that it was probably the most traumatic experience of his life. How did Mr. Arbery's day go for him? All right? Most traumatic experience for Travis McMichael. So he's all confused, but did manage to write out a 3-page statement and immediately put down, on January 1st, my gun was stolen. Had all sorts of contextual details in that statement. Did he have a motive to use talking points? Okay? So ladies and gentlemen, did he come up here? How many times did he say totality of the circumstances to you? Did he have his talking points down a year and 9 months later? That's for you to decide. The defendant's story. The law allows you to disregard his testimony from the witness stand if you don't find it credible. The law allows you to consider as the actual, real evidence his actions at the time of the murder if you don't find him credible. Intent to commit a crime. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you got to find that they intended to commit these crimes, and how do you look at that? Well, you look at the natural and necessary consequences of the act, right? Natural and necessary consequences of an act. Deadly force is the last resort. Never point a gun at someone you do not intend to shoot. So when you start pointing a shotgun directly at somebody, what's your intention? The natural and necessary consequences of the act. You're going to kill this person. You're pointing it at him. The defendant's not going to be presumed to have acted with criminal intent, but you may find intention or the absence of intention upon consideration of their words, their conduct. What did they do out there? Their demeanor, their motive, and other circumstances. So when you look at each defendant separately, because that's what you're going to do, you're going to get 3 separate verdict forms. When you look at Mr. Bryan, what were his words? What was his conduct? What's his motive? What were the circumstances there for Mr. Bryan? What were they for Greg McMichael? What were they for Travis McMichael? All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to talk about the charges in the indictment. All right? I'm going to make a suggestion to you. This may help you. Start at the bottom of the indictment. All right? In your deliberations, start with criminal attempt and false imprisonment. It's just easier. You just work through that one, work your way on up, then to felony murder, then to malice murder. It's a suggestion. So what have we got? Criminal attempt to commit a felony, which is false imprisonment. What's an attempt? That's when you perform an act which constitutes a substantial step toward the commission of said crime. Mr. Bryan pulled out of his driveway and ran him into a ditch. Mr. Arbery was able to keep running. Right there, criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment. Criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment. This is actually what it says in the indictment. What do you have? In violation of the personal liberty of Mr. Arbery. Okay? Guess what? We're citizens of the United States, right? We live here. We have personal liberty. because this is a free country. Other people can't go up and stop us and hold us and detain us, okay? They have to actually have seen us commit that crime in order to effectuate a citizen's arrest. So you go around and you start stopping people, you're doing that in violation of their personal liberty. And what did they do? They unlawfully chased Ahmaud Arbery through the public streets of Satilla Shores in pickup trucks and did attempt to detain and confine him without legal authority on Burford using an F-150 pickup truck and a Chevy Silverado pickup truck. We all know that's what they did. False imprisonment. Now this is over on Holmes. In violation of the personal liberty of Ahmaud Arbery, to unlawfully confine and detain Ahmaud Arbery without legal authority. Once again, did not see him commit any crime, not a citizen's arrest. They are not law enforcement officers. They are not in a marked patrol car. They are not with badges on their arms. They're not in any uniform. Without legal authority. Said accused did chase Ahmaud Arbery with an F-150 pickup truck and a Chevy Silverado pickup truck through the public roadways of the Satilla Shores neighborhood and did confine and detain him on Holmes. Travis McMichael said he was pinned between the two trucks. Greg McMichael said he was trapped like a rat between the two trucks. The ultimate false imprisonment, he never left Holmes, did he? Never left Holmes. Aggravated assault did make an assault upon the person of Ahmaud Arbery with a Ford 150 pickup truck and a Chevy Silverado pickup truck. I got a legal note here for you. Okay, you notice how it says and. Okay, but what do we know? Mr. Bryan's driving the Silverado. Travis is driving the Ford F-150. Greg McMichael is in the passenger seat at first. Then he's in the back of the truck. So of course, it doesn't mean and, it's or. Okay, I know that sounds crazy. Don't you love lawyers? Don't you just love lawyers? Okay, and means or. So the way you should read this is with a Ford F-150 pickup truck or a Chevy Silverado pickup truck. Okay? So, what are pickup trucks? They are objects when used offensively against someone can result in serious bodily injury or death. You hit somebody with the F-150 pickup truck intentionally? You hit them with a Silverado intentionally? Are you going to hurt them? Break a leg? Paralyze them? You could even kill them. We all know that. Hit and runs, right? Vehicle homicides. We all know this. And the medical examiner told you so. Actual injury to Ahmaud need not be shown for aggravated assault with pickup trucks. The judge is going to instruct you. You don't have to actually hit the person. You don't actually have to injure them for it to be aggravated assault. What you have to do is place that person in reasonable fear of receiving a violent injury. This is really important, ladies and gentlemen. Did the defendants commit acts with their pickup trucks that placed...
And we continue to listen to the state right now, opening up their closing arguments here in the Ahmaud Arbery shooting death trial. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us, everyone. We'll be right back.
Tried to go after him, then went him another time, then backed up toward him. Now, what did Travis McMichael get on the stand and say? Oh, I just pulled up next to him. No, I didn't startle him. No, he wasn't afraid of me. Do you believe any of that stuff? Just look at the Night Owl video. Look at how Mr. Arbery tries to get away from them, and then look at them speed off after him. So all you have to do is look at that Night Owl video, and you'll know that they put him in reasonable fear of receiving bodily harm, violent injury, aggravated assault with the pickup trucks. Aggravated assault in count 6. Did make an assault upon the person of Ahmaud Arbery with a firearm, a deadly weapon, that 12-gauge pump shotgun with 7 already in it. 2 steps, pull the trigger. That's all you gotta do. The evidence is that the defendants attempted to cause a violent injury to the alleged victim by shooting him. Yeah, that's aggravated assault with a shotgun. Now, I want to be really clear, okay? Travis McMichael does this with the shotgun. We see it on the video. This is the beginning of the aggravated assault. Beginning of the aggravated assault. The aggravated assault continues as he steps away from his car door and blocks the road. Now, what did he say to you? Oh, he's putting distance between me and Mr. Arbery. Was he putting distance or was he blocking the road? You decide. Then what does he do? He doesn't stay right there, does he? We can't see this, but what do we know? He makes it around that car door, right? He makes it over here, right? He's in front of his truck, and he's moving forward, closing the distance on Mr. Arbery, intercepting Mr. Arbery, and is right here with that shotgun. It wasn't at port arms like this. It was right like this. And how fast does Mr. Arbery come around the corner? And boom, shoots him. That is one continuous aggravated assault ending in the shotgun blast to his torso, right here. Came out right here. Right? So how was he when the shotgun hit him? Like this. Right? Got it across the wrist, got it right in the torso, came out right here. So he's turned like this, according to the medical examiner. Felony murder. Felony murder is when you commit a felony and someone dies because of the felony. Classic felony murder scenario. Guy goes into a convenience store to rob the convenience store. He's not there to murder anybody. He's not there to kill the clerk. He doesn't know the clerk. But he's got a gun, right? So what does he do? Pulls out the gun and is pointing it at the clerk. And the clerk's like, and what does the clerk do? The clerk goes and tries to hit the gun away and starts punching at the armed robber, right? And then what does the armed robber do? Boom! Kills the clerk. Was committing a felony. You cannot claim self-defense. You've now murdered the clerk because during the felony that you were doing, you pointed you were doing armed robbery. You're pointing a gun at somebody. You expect when you're committing felonies, people are going to fight back, right? The convenience store clerk's entitled to fight back, right? Imagine if armed robbers could come in and go, well, I had to defend myself against the victim of my crime. Could you imagine if that was the law? Right? I mean, but isn't that what they're saying? How dare Mr. Arbery defend himself against their 4 felonies? Isn't that what they're saying to you? So felony murder, let's take a look at it. What is felony murder? For felony murder, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of another, check, by committing a felony. Check, we got 4 of them. Do not need to show malice, okay, meaning intent to commit the death of somebody. You know, it's like the guy showed up at the convenience store, he's not there to murder the clerk. Do not need to show he intended the death with the felony. What we have to show is this, that the felony directly caused the death. You pull the trigger on the shotgun, aggravated assault with shotgun, yeah, immediately caused the death, right? That's a no-brainer. But what about the other 3? You're sitting there thinking, okay, Linda, what about the other 3? What are we really talking about here? Did the other 3 felonies, aggravated assault with the pickup trucks, false imprisonment, criminal attempted false imprisonment, did they play a substantial and necessary part in causing the death? The state's position is, yes, they did. In other words, but for this felony being committed, the death would not have occurred. It's real easy. But for the felony being committed, this death would not have occurred. All right, so when does this really apply? The defendants are in the process of committing a series of felonies. They're doing it together at the same time. The defendants shoot Mr. Arbery during the commission of the felonies. Did that felony committed against Mr. Arbery ultimately contribute and lead to his death? So how do we look at this? Aggravated assault with a shotgun? Yes. Pointing that shotgun at him, having him run away around the side of the car, Travis McMichael intercepting him with the shotgun and then shooting him? Definitely aggravated assault, felony murder. Aggravated assault with pickup trucks. Well, once again, what do we have? Would he be dead if he hadn't been pinned between these 2 pickup trucks? Think about this. If he'd made it up Holmes and over on Zellwood, he'd have run out, right? If he hadn't been pinned between the 2 pickup trucks on Holmes, with Mr. Bryan running him towards the white pickup truck, would he still be alive? Yeah. Their use of the pickup trucks to go ahead and commit aggravated assaults on him, put him in fear of them and their pickup trucks, meant he was running away from them. We saw it, running away. Did their actions, were they such that they put him in reasonable fear of receiving bodily injury? And did that contribute to him ending up where he ended up and his death? Yes, it did. Felony murder. False imprisonment on Holmes. That's what we're talking about. Did they falsely imprison him on Holmes? We've already gone over it. Had him pinned on Holmes, trapped like a rat between the two pickup trucks, according to Greg McMichael. He's still, after 5 minutes, running away from them. If they hadn't done this on Holmes, would he be alive? Ask yourselves that. If the answer is yes, felony murder. Check it off. Criminal attempt at false imprisonment. So you're thinking, well, Linda, I mean, seriously, okay, that was over on Burford. I mean, yeah, they pulled up to him. Hey, stop, we want to talk to you. He runs away. They pull forward. They go down to the end of Burford. He then runs away from them again. They're trying to falsely imprison him over there. Did that contribute to it? Yes. Because that's when they began their attack. They're using the pickup trucks over on Burford to put him in reasonable apprehension of receiving serious bodily harm. They're putting him in fear with their actions. What does Mr. Bryan do? Actually runs him into a ditch. Runs him into the ditch. Aggravated assault. So what's Mr. Arbery doing? We know he runs away from them, and runs away from them, and runs away from them. Because they have tried to falsely imprison him on Burford, and they've used these pickup trucks to do it in a manner that's likely to cause him fear. We don't know what was going through his head. Nobody knows. That would be speculation. But you're allowed to look at it and go, were their actions such that it would put a reasonable person in fear of getting hurt? That's what you want to ask yourself. Those are the felonies in the indictment. So malice murder. What's malice murder? Well, cause the death of another person unlawfully and with malice aforethought. Now, malice aforethought is not ill will or hatred. It's not like what we think of. No premeditation is required, okay? Rather, it's the unlawful intention to kill without justification. Okay? Well, what's justification? Justification is self-defense. Deliberate intention to kill is one way you see malice murder. I'm deliberately taking your life. I'm killing you. How do we usually think about that? You're out to get somebody. You want the husband murdered for the insurance money. You're going to go ahead and execute somebody. You're mad at somebody. You're enraged at somebody. You intend to kill them. That's deliberate intention, right? But there's another kind of malice, and that's implied malice. You are allowed to consider this when looking at malice. You may also find malice when there does not appear to be significant provocation and the circumstance of the killing shows an abandoned and malignant heart. Don't you love lawyers? What the heck is an abandoned and malignant heart, right? Well, think about that. You just don't care. You just don't care. What you're doing, you want to do what you want to do, and boy, whoever you're doing it to had better be okay with it. I'm going to order you to stop and talk to me, and if you don't, I'm going to pull out a shotgun on you. And hey, you're still going to run away from me? Oh yeah, I'm going to come at you. I'm going to intercept you over here at the corner. How dare you turn on me? Bam! Malice, right there. Remember, Mr. Arbery had to have engaged in significant provocation. What did he do? What did Mr. Arbery do? He ran away for 5 minutes. He ran away from them. Ran away from them for 5 minutes. That's what he did. With his hands out at his sides, and those baggy shorts he had on. No weapon, no threats, no way to call for help, didn't even have a cell phone on him. Ran away from him for 5 minutes. The state doesn't have to prove premeditation. The state does not have to prove motive. Okay? Not required to explain to you why they did what they did. You know what they did. Some of you may know why they did it. But the state does not have to prove exactly why they did what they did. The indictment. So here's the thing, party to a crime. How in the world could Defendant Bryan be held responsible if he was in the Silverado filming all this, right? How can Greg McMichael be held responsible if he's in the back of the truck, finally on the phone with 911 when the shots ring out? Well, it's called party to a crime. That's what it's called. So what's party to a crime? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you this. Do you think that everyone involved, from the person who actually commits the crime to someone who encourages or enlists someone to commit the crime, to someone who helps commit the crime, should be held responsible under the law in Georgia? Do you think that sounds reasonable? Well, guess what? The law does. The law says everybody involved is guilty. Okay? Person is a party to a crime only if that person directly commits the offense. Driving the trucks, pulling out that shotgun, attempting to falsely imprison, helping to trap somebody by pinning them between two pickup trucks, running someone towards a man with a shotgun, all directly committing or helping in the commission of the crime, or advises and encourages. Well, what's advising and encouraging? Hey, Travis, get your shotgun. That guy is outside. Not, hey, Travis, I need to call 911. That guy is outside. Let's get our guns and let's jump in the truck. Encouraging. Advising. Cut him off, cut him off, cut him off. That's what Greg McMichael said. So that's what we've got. Ladies and gentlemen, how do you really want to think about this? Everybody gets a Super Bowl ring, right? The quarterback gets a Super Bowl ring. The guys in the field get the Super Bowl ring. The dude on the bench gets a Super Bowl ring, right? Everybody is involved. Everybody's responsible. That's what the law says. Cooperation after the fact. Now this applies to the defendants, but mostly, kind of Mr. Bryan, because this has been brought up when he was talking to Agent Seacrest and everything. So, first off, cooperation after the fact doesn't erase the crime you committed. Bryan did film the murder on his phone. He gave the phone over in the video right away to the police. He made statements to the police at the scene, at Glenn County. He then goes and makes additional statements to the GBI in May of 2020. He consented to have his home night owl video downloaded. Guess what? Doesn't matter. Cooperation after the fact does not erase what you have done. Okay? That would be like two teenagers shoplifting at Walmart, and one's filming the other, hee hee hee. Both of them are stuffing bikinis into their bag, right? The fact that one of them hands over her video of her girlfriend doing it, does that somehow make her not guilty of stuffing a bikini in her own bag? No. You still did the crime. So what if you were cooperative afterwards? Still are responsible for your actions. This is about responsibility. All right, we're going to transition right now. I'm going to take a breath. And we're going to transition into self-defense and citizen's arrest. How's my time? Person is justified in threatening or using force against another person when and to the extent that he reasonably believes that such threat or force is necessary to defend himself or a third person against the other's imminent use of unlawful force. Wow, that's a mouthful, right? Yikes. Okay, let's break it down. Travis McMichael had to reasonably believe that it was absolutely necessary to defend himself. And of course, he threw in his dad, okay, which he never mentioned before at any point in time, but he threw him in on the stand, against the other's imminent use of unlawful force. That means Mr. Arbery had to be right there, imminently using unlawful force against Travis McMichael. Okay? It's the doctrine of reasonable beliefs, and the judge is going to go ahead and charge you on this. In other words, the belief that you have got to defend yourself, that it's life or death right here, right now, has to be reasonable. Okay? Guess who this standard applies to? Just take one guess who this standard applies to. Everybody. It applies to you. It applies to law enforcement. It applies to military people. Okay? It applies to Jason Bourne, Secret Service, CIA, FBI. It applies to everybody. There is no special exception for I was in the Coast Guard. There is no special exception for I used to be a law enforcement officer. The reasonableness applies to retired law enforcement officers just like it applies to anybody. A manager of a store, okay, applies the same way. In other words, the reasonableness standard is set by society. You all decide whether this was reasonable or not. Travis McMichael's belief that he had to defend himself with lethal force has to be reasonable. So we got pointing a shotgun at Mr. Arbery when he's yards and yards away, had to be reasonable and necessary. But where's the imminent use of unlawful force by Mr. Arbery? What was he doing? He's running away from Mr. Bryan's truck. Mr. Bryan has already tried to hit him with the truck numerous times. He's trapped between two cars with no weapon. No way for anyone to help him because there's nobody out there to help him. He's not threatening anybody. He's just running away from the man with the shotgun. Look at this. I mean, take a look at this. He's not even up to those mailboxes on the side. And that's Travis McMichael pulling that shotgun up. Well, what are they going to tell you? They're going to tell you what Travis said. Oh, he was running toward me. And I could tell he was going to attack me. Is that reasonable? Who brought the shotgun to the party? Who took the shotgun out of the car? Who pointed the shotgun? The guy's running away from them for 5 minutes. Here's the thing, you cannot create the danger to yourself. That means you cannot be the initial unjustified aggressor. You can't create the situation and then go, I was defending myself. You just can't do it. He moved to intercept. He attacked him. I'm not talking about Mr. Arbery attacking Travis. All right, here's the concept of excessive force. And this is a big one, because here's the thing. If you use excessive force during your self-defense, guess what? You're not justified, you're guilty. Not justified, you're guilty if you use excessive force. Because it's force that exceeded what was reasonably necessary. You guys ever heard the term that's saying, you can't bring a gun to a knife fight? It's unfair, right? You can't bring a gun to a fist fight. It's unfair, right? You can't use excessive force. You can't...
Some of you will see a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to showcase the closing arguments as the state just starting up here in the Ahmaud Arbery shooting death trial, trying to make their case. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
I'm scared. I have to defend myself. That's not the way this works. Excessive force. So first off, Ahmaud had to be using unlawful force against them. Remember the guy running down the street right here? He's using excessive force. He's using unlawful force against them right here, right? Then Travis McMichael had to reasonably believe that he had to defend himself against Mr. Arbery. And they're going to get up here, and the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, they're good. These defense attorneys are good. They're going to get up here, and they're going to make it perfectly, they're going to make this seem like, oh yeah, this is scary. And Travis had to pull a shotgun out on him. They're going to make it seem so reasonable. Put on your critical thinking caps. Use your common sense when they're up here giving their closing arguments. The amount of force has to be reasonable. Unarmed man running with hands at the sides. Never pulled out a weapon. Never threatened anybody. This is completely excessive force. Even if you think, ladies and gentlemen, even if you go, hey, it was citizen's arrest, hey, he was really defending himself, you then still have to go, this wasn't excessive force, in order to find them not guilty. All right? What you didn't hear from the defense in their opening statement are the 3 instances when a person can't claim self-defense under the law in Georgia. Can't be the initial unjustified aggressor. This is important. You can't start it with your driveway decision, unjustified, because you didn't see a crime committed that day, and then claim, oh, I acted in self-defense. What's their justification? What are you going to hear? We wanted Ahmaud Arbery to stop and talk to us, and he wouldn't. So we tried to force him to stop, and then we killed him. I mean, that's really what they're going to get up here and tell you. They'll probably make it seem much more palatable and okay, but that's really what they're going to tell you. You can't commit felonies against someone and then claim self-defense. You can't be the armed robber in the convenience store pointing the gun, and when the clerk goes to defend himself by grabbing that gun or hitting the armed robber, you can't shoot him. The law goes not self-defense when you're committing felonies against someone. And you can't provoke someone into defending themselves against you so that you can intentionally harm them and then claim self-defense. Okay, what's that about, ladies and gentlemen? Think of your schoolyard bullies. Think of the three boys walking behind the one who's the target, kid who's getting abused, right? Okay, so you got 3-on-1, they're going down the hallway, they're menacing him, maybe threatening him, and they get him up against a locker, and he has nowhere to go. He's trapped, right? So what does the kid who's being bullied do? He takes it and he takes it and takes it until he can't anymore, and he finally shoves the one bully, and what does that bully do? Bam! Punches the target child, right? What's the bully always say? He started it. Isn't that what the bully always says? He pushed me. I was defending myself. Yeah, 3-on-1 with one kid up against a locker. You're bullying him. And he actually pushes you, and you get to then claim you were acting in self-defense when you punch him? Guess what? The law knows people do this. I mean, you get this. This is the law. The law knows people will goad other people into defending themselves so that they can claim, I was acting in self-defense. You can't do that either. 3-on-1, 2 pickup trucks, 2 guns, unarmed. Mr. Arbery was unarmed. So what are you going to hear? I don't know what they're going to say. They're good. They're good defense attorneys. They're going to get up here, and the state is so worried that they're going to make it seem so reasonable, that everything that Travis did and Greg did is just so reasonable. I'm just going to ask you, use your common sense and put your thinking caps on. But this is what I anticipate, what we anticipate they're going to say. The victim started it, or you're going to hear that he was the aggressor, okay, because he was running towards Travis McMichael, but he was running away from Mr. Bryan, who'd already tried to hit him with a pickup truck. And Greg McMichael said it. He was trapped like a rat. He knew there was nowhere else to go. Or they're going to tell you that, ladies and gentlemen, this is really about the front of the pickup truck. Forget everything else. It was all about the front of the pickup truck. And they're going to try and make it seem like, well, he attacked Travis McMichael. He very well might have. We can't see. What we know is his hand was like this, right? Doesn't matter. You know why it doesn't matter? Because they weren't committing a citizen's arrest. They weren't in fear, real fear, of imminent danger from Mr. Arbery. They were committing the 4 felonies. That's what they were doing. You're going to hear, we weren't committing felonies, we were doing a citizen's arrest, we weren't trying to provoke him into defending himself. You're probably going to hear this. Yes, we pointed a shotgun at him to get him to comply with our orders. Not sure why anyone should comply with their orders. To stop and talk to us, but there was no reason for him to defend himself against us, because this was a citizen's arrest. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bottom line. As I said in opening, and I say it to you again, this was an attack on Ahmaud Arbery. They committed the crimes. They committed the 4 felonies. They attacked him. They shot and killed him. They can't claim self-defense under the law because they were the initial unjustified aggressors, and they started this. And they were committing the felonies against Ahmaud Arbery. They have to somehow justify their actions by claiming citizen's arrest. I'm going to remind you once again, evidence from the witness stand, they never, ever said on February 23rd, 2020, that they were doing a citizen's arrest or trying to arrest him. It was all, we wanted to stop, we wanted to question him about what he was doing because he must have committed a crime that day, and we were going to hold him so the police could go back and figure out what crime it was that he must have committed because he was running down the street. Citizen's arrest. the offense is committed in his presence or within his immediate knowledge. If the offense is a felony and the offender is escaping, a private person may arrest him. So what are they going to do? They're going to do this. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you this. A private person may not act on the unsupported statements of others alone for their probable cause. What does that mean? No gossip, no hearsay, nothing along those lines. In other words, my mom told me about this, where she has no personal knowledge of it, doesn't count. That's unsupported, unreliable statements of somebody else. You have to have more than stale information from an unreliable source. A private citizen's warrantless arrest must occur immediately after the offense, or in the case of felonies, during the escape. If the observer fails to make the arrest immediately after the commission of the offense or during escape in the case, his power to do so is extinguished. Now, what does that really mean? A citizen's arrest is for emergency situations when the crime really happens right in front of you and you can take action right then and there to arrest somebody because you know about it. You've seen it. You're taking action right then and there. If it's a felony, you can run after the person and chase them down. That's all this means. So it's not a citizen's arrest. They never said it. None of the defendants saw Mr. Arbery commit any crime that day. They were detaining him for the police so that they could investigate and find the crime that he must have committed that day because what is he? He's running down the street. That's not the law, ladies and gentlemen. Not the law at all. Travis McMichael, remember all his assumptions? He got up here and I wrote them all down. He may have run by. Matt Albenzi may have seen him. He may have broken in. Maybe the owner's down there. He may have been caught. He may be trying to avoid the police. That's testimony from the witness stand. He didn't know anything. Absolutely nothing. So, where are we going to end up? This is where we're going to end up. Travis McMichael had probable cause to believe that Ahmaud stole the stuff off the English boat in 2019 because his mother gave him some gossip about stuff being stolen, and he was escaping. Use your common sense. How do you escape from a crime on an unknown date in 2019 on February 23rd, 2020? I'm sure they'll explain it to you. But use your common sense. And remember, what do you think? You think all this was completely made up for trial? Especially given no one ever said it on February 23rd, 2020? Ladies and gentlemen, use your common sense. Put your critical thinking caps on. It's all the state can ask you to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the defense.
All right. What we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is take a short recess. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute recess, and then we'll come back for the continuation of closing arguments. Again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves until all of the closing arguments have been made and you have received the final charge of the court. All right? So again, 15 minutes, and we'll see you back. Thank you.
Okay, quick 15-minute break there. When we come back, when they come back, the defense will have their closing arguments, and we'll continue to follow it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll have more updates on the tragedy that happened there in Waukesha, Wisconsin yesterday. So far, 5 dead, at least 40 injured, and we'll have some more updates coming here in just a moment, right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here as we bring you always the latest top stories and headlines from across the country. Here's what we have coming up for you. A live look at the White House, where at 1:20 Eastern, we're going to have President Biden. He is going to be making an announcement that he is keeping the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell. So he is going to keep that chair in place there to try to keep some normalcy within that office there. So they will be making some remarks together, and we'll be featuring that for you a little bit later on Live Now from Fox. But really the big story that we continue to follow for everyone is the unsettling images that come from Waukesha, Wisconsin yesterday of this horrible crash, that SUV plowing into this Christmas parade. There was hundreds of people at this event. You're seeing some new images right now. Take a look at new video coming from Fox 6 as they put this out earlier this morning, and you just see the SUV just fly right past there. We are going to be getting an update at 2 p.m. Eastern from officials there in Wisconsin. We're hoping to learn a lot more information, and we'll be getting that to you live right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's just hear from a person that was there and witnessed it all happen.
The people were laying in the road stretched out over 4 or 5 blocks, starting around here, and then the next block, then the next block, then the next block. Okay. One block within 30 feet, we saw about 6 or 8 people laying in the road.
Such a tragedy right there. Obviously, investigation still continues. And once again, 2 p.m. Eastern, we'll be featuring that live news conference there for you in Waukesha, Wisconsin, with the very latest. And we'll be bringing that to you when it does happen. We're going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Beautiful look there of New York City on this Monday. We're also keeping an eye on a short recess in the Ahmaud Arbery shooting death trial. The prosecution just wrapped up their closing arguments, and soon the defense will issue theirs. We'll bring it to you coming up next year on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. So great to be here with you on this Monday morning as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. We're about 10 minutes away from going back out there to Georgia in the shooting death trial there of Ahmaud Arbery. Closing arguments today. We'll bring it back out to you as soon as we see some action inside that courtroom. Just taking a quick recess there after the prosecution just wrapped up their closing arguments. Defense is on deck. In the meantime, I want to show you just some remarks from Governor Ron DeSantis out of Florida, talking about lower gas prices. We know that there is a lot of pain at the pump right now, where you're seeing gas prices just shoot up, and it just seems like every day it's a different higher price.
Buc-ee's, when you stop by, it's pretty incredible. And I also, I came in today, and as we were coming in, I said, I'm going to get some stuff. I usually bring stuff home for my kids. The problem is today's Madison's birthday, so she's already going to have a birthday cake, so I don't think I can do any more sugar. So no treats, but I was able to get our birthday candles for tonight for our 5th birthday, so we're excited about doing that. It just seems like whatever you need, Buc-ee's is going to end up having it. So I want to thank Buc-ee's for hosting us. We also have Kevin Tebow from the Florida Department of Transportation here, and then we've got a lot of other folks here. We have Frank and Bud Severino from Daytona Beach, Stacy Cunningham Welch, owner of Cunningham Oil. Is Steve Hasher from Wawa here? Are you here? Steve Hasher from Wawa. Wawa, they now do burgers. You guys have been doing burgers now for a few months, right? Very good. Yeah. So they have all the sandwiches, and now they have burgers, which is pretty neat. We got Representatives Federhoff and Webster Barnaby, and we have Senator Tom Wright. Tom Wright has probably been to more of my press conferences than any member of the legislature, more than the leadership even, because he's involved in so many different things. But we're happy to be here. We're not as happy at seeing what's happening with a lot of the inflation that's going on in the economy. If you look, for example, for Thanksgiving, the price of a Thanksgiving dinner is up over 20%. Just over last year. People are seeing it, all kinds of things that they're having to buy, the prices are going up. So even if you start making more money, if the prices are going up faster than your job, than your wages or your salaries going up, you're actually losing ground in this inflationary economy. And so we think this is a huge problem for working families in Florida. Really, it hits everybody, but it particularly hits people, blue-collar people, people on fixed income. And we've told Biden said that this was not real 6 months ago, that no serious person thought inflation was real. And actually, we now know this is real. We knew then, I said it then, but now everyone acknowledges this is really, really serious. And so how is this hitting people? It's hitting people in a variety of ways, but I think the thing that's been most dramatic for most people, because they deal with this in their everyday lives, is how much gas prices have gone up. You look, if we were sitting here a year ago in Daytona, you could get a gallon of gas. Now it's $3.34. It's $1.31 more than it was a year ago today, just right here. And that's really true throughout the rest of the country. People are having to pay a lot more for gas. And if you think about it, people commuting to work, people having to take care of their kids, do all this stuff. It isn't like you just can't get around anymore and just stop doing the basic things of life. So that's a cost that really gets imposed on a lot of people who are working hard, and this has a huge impact. And so we looked at that, and that's something we're very concerned about. I mentioned a few weeks back we are going to do something about it, and so we're going to announce that in a second. But what exacerbates this is these problems with the supply chain. You got all these ships sitting off the coast of California. They used to not even do 24/7. Our ports do 24/7. I mean, we want to do this. We want to get the goods to market. We've rerouted ships from Savannah to Jacksonville, for example, that were waiting off there. And it's a huge problem. You're starting to see more and more problems with that. That contributes to the inflation because you don't have as many goods to market, and so the costs end up going up. And I just wonder, with all these inflationary pressures, you're printing more money is what they're doing. That's not going to help inflation. That's going to exacerbate inflation, and it's a really, really big problem. So Florida has said our ports are open. We absolutely want to have more people bringing in goods here, and if they're sitting idle elsewhere, just reroute to Florida, and we'll make it happen, and we want to do our best to be able to do that. But the gas prices, I think, have been the most noticeable, and so we look to see what we can do. Obviously, this is being driven by inflationary policies out of Washington. do more gas. That's what you don't want to do. We were supposed to be energy independent here in the United States, and they're backing away from that. We should be able to produce what we want here and not have to worry about OPEC. So we're here to offer relief to Florida families. We think it's something that's going to make a big, big difference. And I asked Beaver, when we were thinking about this, I was like, look, this is great. I'm all for it. But if we were to do this and say take away, this part of the Florida tax, would you guys actually lower the price, or would the price be the same? And Beaver said, I would absolutely lower the price. I mean, obviously it's smart because you want to be able to get folks here. And so there's a lot that goes into this. Obviously, supply, demand globally. There's a whole bunch of stuff. But here in Florida, we have companies like Buc-ee's, like Wawa, like these stores, and they are absolutely committed to reducing the price when we end up enacting this. And so that's really what makes a difference. And so I'm really happy that that's being done. And quite frankly, I mean, it's the right thing to do, but it's also smart. Place like Buc-ee's, the more people that come in here, they're not just buying gas, they're buying all this other stuff when there's a lot here to be able to do. So that's really, really good. So I want Beaver to come up. We'll hear from a couple other folks, but this is exciting. We've got to fight back against this inflation. Obviously, I'd like them to reverse course on some of these policies that are causing it, but I'm not holding my breath on that to see D.C. But I do think Florida can come and provide some relief for Florida families. So that's what we're looking to do. Beaver, come on up here.
Thank you, Governor, and thank everyone for coming out today. This is really a big deal. The governor called me several weeks ago, and he had this concept, this idea about lowering the state gas tax. And as he said, he asked the question, and I just thought it was a phenomenal idea. Inflation is real, it's here, there's no question about it, and gasoline is one of the big ticket items that hits everybody on a daily basis. And so his question was just that: what will happen? Will it make it to the market? And the governor told you what I said. Buc-ee's will absolutely commit. If this in fact happens and they lower the tax, the day they lower it, we'll roll back the pumps, the entire 25 cents instantly. And I'm quite certain that our friends and other great business operators, Wawa, I'm quite certain that everyone here will do it, Wawa as well, and most of the companies. So this is going to make it right back to the customer, and it'll happen instantly as soon as y'all get it done, and we're happy to be part of it.
All right.
Thank you.
Can you, this store opened in Florida this year. You opened one in St. Augustine. I know you're big in Texas.
All right, everybody, we are going to take another quick 2-minute break here for you on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back with you at the top of the hour, looking to go back to Georgia for the closing arguments for the defense team in the shooting death trial of Ahmaud Arbery. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone. It is now the top of the hour. I'm your host, Mike Page. It is live now from Fox, giving you the top stories and headlines from across the country. We're going to go back out to Georgia right now, where a court now is back in session after a brief recess, talking about now the defense team is about to begin their closing arguments in the shooting death trial of Ahmaud Arbery. Let's go to that right now on Live Now from Fox.
Photos that had not been tendered into evidence, are not part of the evidence, and then I think there was a diagram that no one testified. And I get somebody writing some stuff down, maybe on use of force continuum, and then here's the different levels, because Travis testified to that. There appears to be some sort of use of force diagram that no one testified to or authenticated. There seems to be a picture of the entrance to Satilla Shores, and then there's a photograph of like the U.S. Marine or the U.S. Coast Guard symbol, which is what I quickly saw. So right now, Your Honor, I don't know what Mr. Sheffield's putting up, but I have grave concerns that he's about to show the jury a whole bunch of stuff that they have never seen and no one's authenticated or testified to in this trial at all.
These are demonstrative things, Judge. This is closing argument. We've got a lot of testimony about the Law Enforcement Training Center. That's all that is. We've had testimony about his training, and we've had testimony about use of force. These are just demonstrative. These are just demonstrative things, not in evidence. I mean, they're in evidence to the extent that they testified about.
The only thing that caught my eye there is the argument that this is what he received.
What he
as part of
testified
it is what he testified to.
Right. What he
As part of
testified
it is
to.
what he testified to.
These are just demonstrative.
And there's
visuals.
nothing on those that
These
show.
are just demonstrative.
And there's
visuals.
nothing on those that show the Coast Guard manual or anything like that that would be, for example, I know that the state presented a few of the pages from the actual manuals themselves.
Nothing from the manual. The only thing that I have is what I've created that shows he testified about officer presence, verbal commands, control techniques, aggressive response techniques, intermediate weapons, and weapons retention.
Okay. And this, what is that? Is that something you put together, or is that actually coming
Yeah,
from his records?
I've clipped it and cut it from things that I found.
Well, what's behind it is an orange thing that has physical fitness standards and search incident to arrest behind it. So, and it says objectives completed. Travis McMichael never testified to any of those things.
Testified to his training and that he did these things.
And what's the thing at the top, Your Honor? We have Maritime Law Enforcement Academy Student Profile Report. That wasn't tendered in, and then we've got that next to it.
Well,
for official use only?
Yeah, I just intend to talk about the course that he took, the courses that he took that he testified to.
No, there's more to it. I mean, that says it's a student profile report. That was not testified to. That was not tendered in. Lost it. Yeah, I don't have any problem with an argument about what he testified to, but once we start getting into what the curriculum was or an individual report.
All right, how's that?
That works a lot.
Okay. And I just
better.
have this.
Can you go back to
Oh, sure.
I'm just digesting.
State objects to the heading on that, since it attempts to have a photo of something that was never testified to.
What's the heading?
It has an image of some Coast Guard thing.
It's where he went to school. He testified to it. What is so objectionable about that? Mr. Rubin showed in his opening statement. Seems a little silly.
Okay. He testified to where he went to school. He testified to what he did in the training, and he testified to his rank, which I think is actually the other thing that's shown on there.
Right.
We can get back to it. Yeah, actually, that removes even that part. Okay, I don't. That the objection is, I guess, granted in part. As that slide has been amended, I don't have any issue with that.
Okay.
I'm good with that. The use of that.
This
That's
is what
part
he
of the
testified
argument.
to. Yeah, this is just part of the argument.
He's talked about.
And then there's the Satilla Shores neighborhood
Please
sign.
back up one more.
What was the right?
This is his testimony at trial.
Well, wait a second. handwritten notes by the attorney as to his testimony at trial? We're going to show those to the jury?
Of course we are. I wrote them right in front of him as he was testifying. This isn't appropriate to get this deal the same way that I can show this one, Judge.
Well, those are your notes.
Yes, based on his testimony. I did it in front of the jury, just like I did this one. I can put my notes up.
They're just what you're referring to.
Yeah, I'm saying
So-
you saw him testify.
So the unfortunate thing is when everyone's just talking as I'm working through things, I can't think it through. So what you are using the slide to show is what his testimony was at the time.
The state has chosen to type it up. They've decided to type up what was said. You heard Greg McMichael say, you heard Travis McMichael say. This is my notes as I was writing, as he was talking in front of the jury with the state present during trial. I do this because it captures what's said on the stand in a visual way and the jury can understand it. I don't see what the objection is. The state can talk about and type up, but I can't show what I wrote down during the testimony. That doesn't make any sense.
I understand now what that was. I did not, and I agree, Mr. Sheffield did write those things down on the big piece of paper. If he chooses now to show it this way, the state's okay with that.
Okay.
The problem becomes the next photo of Satilla Shores. No one testified to that photo.
We're really objecting that Satilla Shores is a neighborhood with a neighborhood sign out front? What's so objectionable about that? It's just a chapter heading of what I'm going to be presenting.
Judge, my fear here is just that I'm going to have to object to every single slide when it comes up where no one's testified to it or it contains information no one testified to.
Well, and I think we've just seen a number of things. The state has a continuing objection then to the Satilla Shores sign. I understand that's not in evidence, but it's the sign itself, and if it's simply being used as indicated as sort of a chapter marker, then I'll permit the defense to use that. What the changes that have been made now to the slide that showed the training, what I understand now is limited to what was actually testified to, right. And it will be referred to that way as opposed to here's the manual or here's what the Coast Guard instructed him. I won't limit you on exactly how you can present that, but as long as it's not a presentation as if it was evidence separate from testimony that was provided by Mr. McMichael from the witness stand. And the use of force continuum is just what you're using to demonstrate the argument as opposed to relying on that as a training device or something that was actually presented in training.
Right.
So Judge, I'm just asking for a little direction from the court. These are just the first couple, so if there's some photos that no one's ever testified to that are in this, I'm going to object. If there are other things, like for instance, there's a picture of the neighborhood and somehow they've marked every time a 911 call came in. No one testified to all the 911 calls in the neighborhood, but there may be a graphic that shows all of that. If such a graphic exists, I'm not saying it does, I don't know what kind of graphic Mr. Sheffield's going to be, I'm going to object. And if this happens more than twice within this PowerPoint, I'm going to ask that we stop, unfortunately, and go through every single slide, because at that point I'm going to be up here objecting constantly to his closing because it contains things that were never testified to and no evidence was presented at trial because of it. That is my concern.
I have a slide of the neighborhood that I've created, that I've put little circles on, and I've put things on it that are representative of the testimony of Officer Rash and the GBI and going door to door and neighbors who have been complaining about things. I'm not going to say the neighbor at this address called 911 on this date or that date. It's argument. It's demonstrative of my argument. I don't see any basis for the state to object, and I don't have anything else in here that's a photograph.
I understand the issue, and we'll see where it goes.
Thank you, Judge.
No, it's good. Yeah, it's good. Okay.
Ready to go?
State wants to object and do it, that's fine. We'll just deal with it as it comes, I guess.
All right, well, let's go.
I don't think it's objectionable.
A flash drive of TikTok videos. Juror 219.
Let's take care of that.
can do that later. Just once you let, it's available.
Okay, let's go get the panel.
Is it on?
That's a powerful little plane.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. The jury going to be coming in. Defense will then start their closing argument. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. We're getting some additional updates here regarding the tragedy that happened in Waukesha, Wisconsin, earlier just yesterday, and we want to bring that to you in just a little bit right here. We're just showing you just some of the Fox 6 coverage from just a little bit ago on Live Now from Fox, but the update here that we will be getting is in about 45 minutes. We'll be hearing from the Children's Hospital of Wisconsin, and they'll be giving us an update on the 18 kids that were being treated there at the hospital. So we'll be getting that fresh update in about 45 minutes. You'll see it right here on Live Now from Fox. At least 5 dead, 40 plus injured, and we'll be getting another update from city officials and police at 2 p.m. Eastern, so we'll be featuring that for you right here on Live Now from Fox as well. Let's go back out to more live coverage inside the courtroom in Georgia as the defense gets ready for their closing arguments right now in the shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery.
Case is about 3 things. It's about watching, it's about waiting, it's about believing. Travis McMichael spent almost a decade of his life learning about duty and responsibility. He received extensive training on how to make decisions that would ultimately impact his beliefs as a petty officer in the Coast Guard, as a boarding officer in the Coast Guard, into some of the most treacherous waters extending some 200 miles off the coast of the United States. He trained relentlessly about his duty and his responsibility. Even after active service and then coming into smaller communities and working in the Coast Guard, he trained weekly, sometimes daily, on what the law provided that he do, what his responsibilities were, how he would make decisions in critical moments of policing and in critical moments of rescue. These teachings were burned within his brain to the point of muscle memory so that he could perform his duty and his responsibility to his country and his community. He talked to you about officer presence and how he trained for officer presence. He talked with you about verbal commands and how he would use verbal commands to try to police or to try to calm or to try to de-escalate situations. He talked with you about control techniques and the things that he would have to use to get control from those persons who he was investigating. Aggressive response techniques, something that he never had to use on his job, but something that he trained weekly, every Friday with the red man suit. And he talked with you also about intermediate weapons, weapons retention, and the use of deadly force. Travis spent a long time going through these things in his testimony. If you recall, I was writing feverishly as he was testifying so that I could capture what it was that he had to share with us about these things. And it includes what gave him the right to search, examine, arrest, seize, inspect, inquire. He talked with you about the level of suspicion by a reasonable and prudent person given the overall circumstances to believe that crime has been committed, probable cause. He spoke with you about the use of force continuum. He talked with you about de-escalation and how de-escalation was always the goal. He talked with you about leaps, listen, empathize, ask questions, paraphrase, summarize. Why? So that you could gain understanding, so that you could continue to investigate, de-escalate, learn what's going on, and figure it out. And he talked also about weapon retention and using a weapon, if it had to come to that, to de-escalate a situation. When Travis moved back home to Satilla Shores, he did so with his 3-year-old son, Everett. He moved in with his mother and his father, and then eventually his sister joined them in the home. You've heard about Satilla Shores from several witnesses who came to talk to you about what they were experiencing in this once idyllic neighborhood. A neighborhood that was once a place where elderly would walk at night, kids would play after dark. But over time, how that began to lessen. And Travis began to notice it, among others, about how things in the neighborhood started to change. From learning that the GBI went around, to learning that Officer Rash went around, to what was being posted on Facebook, to hearing from witnesses on the stand, to hearing Rash talk about driving through the neighborhood, witnesses talking about police cars going through the neighborhood at night, shining flashlights. This neighborhood was being covered in suspicious persons, in extra watches, in neighborhood patrols, in concerned citizens. It was everywhere. It was on Facebook. An account created so neighbors could help each other And the types of things that these neighbors would talk about to each other was about the crime that was being committed to them, to their neighbors, crime that they had seen happening across the street from them, crime that some was reported but not all. You heard a lot of people talk about, I didn't call the police because what's the point? Crime is over and the people are gone. But they told you that what was happening in their neighborhood scared them. It caused them concern. It was unsettling to imagine people lurking and sneaking around your property at night so that your cameras are going off, your doorbell camera's going off. That's frightening. One of our witnesses testified about how emotional she got because she had to tell her children, you can't go out at night anymore. And the steps that they took to protect each other, using Facebook, hey, be on the lookout. You heard Cindy Clark testify about how she offered to go get license plates on 2 separate occasions for cars coming in the neighborhood. Or how she called the police on a bunch of people that were walking into the neighborhood after their car had supposedly broken down, but it was really stolen. These are real experiences of real people who were very scared. And so they took it upon themselves to do something about it. Got cameras, call the police, notify each other, citizens watch, neighborhood watch. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Even Travis himself had taken it upon himself to try to investigate one particular person that had been identified as possibly being homeless and living under the bridge. Travis explained to you that he had learned about a neighbor having her purse stolen. Of course, there were other complaints of crime in the neighborhood as well, and he thought, after boating home one afternoon and seeing what he thought was a homeless encampment under the bridge, that this could be the guy. So he finished going home. He got his dad, who is a lifetime law enforcement officer and investigator, and they went over and they drove and they walked down under the bridge. And instantly, when Travis did this, you saw evidence of his muscle memory. He talked about walking down, not holding a weapon out, not armed with the gun out. He had his gun with him just in case he needed it for protection. But he walked down to do what? Use leaps, to listen, to have a conversation. And as he walked down under the bridge, he saw a bunch of trash and a bunch of items and a machete and a man fishing. So he followed his training. He politely stepped in between the machete and the man. He said, hey, bud, you living down here? Everything okay? As he's doing that, he's looking around, looking to see if that purse is there. He's looking to see if any of those other stolen items may be there. The man responded, no, just fishing. When they left, they called the police. You have evidence of that. You heard Greg McMichael on the call with the police, non-emergency line, just saying, hey, we want y'all to go check out this guy under the bridge that we've called you about. State asked Travis, well, why don't you describe this fella for us? White, black, Asian, Hispanic. The white guy. Called the police. He was gone by the time the police got there, and that was the end of it. But the man under the bridge, or the idea that there could be a man living under the bridge, did not go away. That theme and that person comes back during 2019. The real problem, as the neighbors and neighborhood of Satilla Shores were trying to figure out what was going on and who may be responsible for it, was that 220 Satilla Drive residents a residence that had a unique type of crime going on in it. One much different from what they had been experiencing. So dark you can't even see the photograph of it. But it was the photograph of 220 Satilla Shores at night, along with the dock down by the water at night. And what all of these neighbors are going to soon become aware of is that there is a repeat offender who is coming at a time when he has absolutely no lawful reason for being there. Just to start with, on October 25th, Larry English calls the police. And we learn from Larry English that there is a man plundering around. Larry English at this time only has 2 cameras, one on the dock and one behind the house looking out in the backyard of the house. Larry English says he looks drunk or on drugs. That's concerning. Larry English identifies to the police, I have a lot of valuables in my house. Tools, equipment, things of that nature. Never seen this gentleman before and it doesn't look good. Police come, but there is no person that is found. What you need to understand about burglary is burglary includes any house, building, or structure which is designed or intended for occupancy for residential use. This unoccupied, unsecured construction site, which could be anything, is not the same thing as Larry English's residence that's being built. That's a term that the state continues to use, the unoccupied, unsecured construction site, which doesn't even begin to tell the story of what this is. On 11/17/2019, 2 people are seen on the video. It's a white couple that goes in and comes out. What's significant about Larry English's report, though, on 11/17 is not that the 2 people that I saw on the video tonight have stolen something. He says we had stuff stolen about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. He's now telling the police he had stuff stolen from his home. The next night, Mr. Arbery returns. At night, pitch black dark, no lights on in the house whatsoever. And this time, Larry English has put cameras inside the residence. Now, he sees and reports that Mr. Arbery is looking inside a boat. The same boat? No. No, that boat, he got there on the morning of the 18th, and he took it back to Douglas, Georgia with him. That's what he says right there at the bottom. Brought the boat back to keep from stealing electronics off of it. He is communicating this to 911. This is official. He is reporting again. We had a situation with the same guy a week and a half ago. It says it right there. He was on about 3 people's cameras. And just to emphasize, on 12/1/19, English calls the police again. He talks about somebody might be living under the bridge. That idea is still floating out there, still considering it. But again, he says, I had a bunch of stuff stolen out of the boat, which again confirms what we're talking about. And on 2 of these occasions, we have video of Mr. Arbery inside the residence. The first on the dock, and the second inside the house looking into the boat. The video ends right there. Travis McMichael has his own horrifying experience with a man that he is about to learn has just been involved in all this stuff with Larry English. He's been told some things by his mother and his father and other neighbors before this moment, but he's going to learn some things for himself on 2/11/20. On this night, Travis is driving out of the neighborhood to go get some gas. He wants to fill up so he doesn't get 4 a.m. and do it. And on his way out, as he's driving down the road out of the neighborhood, he sees a man run across the street and then duck into the shadows. From this house, ducking through the shadows, through the trees, all the way across until he gets in front of this house. Travis backs his car up and splashes his headlights up on the house. The gentleman steps behind a porta potty. Travis then starts to get out because he wants to say, "Hey, what are you doing here?" The guy comes out from behind a porta potty, lifts his shirt up, and acts like he's reaching in his pocket, and that totally freaks out Travis. Despite his training, despite his experience, it freaks him out. Travis tries to talk to him. Now, the guy never says, "Hey, I'm sorry, I am so sorry. I was walking my dog," or "I'm so sorry, I did not mean to startle you," like any one of you would if you were out in the yard late at night. Didn't say anything, just did this. Travis got in his car, reversed out, stalled the car, but backed up and zipped home to tell his dad. As soon as his dad hears what's going on, his dad decides to go check it out. At the same time, Diego Perez has apparently been called, and he's going to check it out. They take firearms with them. Travis tells you, he said, "Dad, whoa, wait a second. This guy could be armed. Wait a second." But his dad was already walking down the street. Travis gets in his truck, he backs up, he's calling 911, and he returns to the house where he puts the headlights on the house, watching, waiting, believing that this man could be dangerous, believing that his dad could now be in danger, believing that something awful could happen. So he posts up right here, lights on, and waits for the police that he himself called. And when the police arrive, he stands there and he talks to the police and he tells them, "Hey, my dad's in there." "Travis, why didn't you go in there? Why didn't you go in the house?" He's like, "I'm not going in there. I'm not going in there. When this guy did this, that was enough for me. I'm staying out here." It's a reasonable thing to do. Ultimately, Travis calls police, and we hear what he tells police instantly on the phone. "We've had a string of burglaries, a lot of burglaries and break-ins." That's what he tells them. That's what's in his mind almost from the very beginning. "He startled me. He reached into his pocket. I didn't know if he was armed or not. It looked like he was acting. He was. He's sneaking behind a bush." He also tells the officer he had a pistol stolen about a month ago. This is what he's saying, and you hear him breathing. And the operator says, "You all right, hon?" "Yeah, he just startled me." That's real. That's a real experience with the guy going into a house after being seen at night with headlights and reaching and then turning around and going into a house that's not his. Where is the logic in that? And Travis then stays, talks with the officer, and then sees the video and sees this gentleman just walking around the house like he didn't just get stopped, caught, and seen and had this interaction with Travis like it never happened. He's just walking around the house very calmly. And Travis feels that that is so bold and brazen to do that. It frightens him about this guy. It worries him about this guy. That's real. It's what happened. What happens next is the two officers show up and being told what they've been told, that the guy acted like he had a gun and that he went into the house, they pull out their firearms and start going through the house looking and shouting and calling with their guns out because they might need to protect themselves. Are they committing an aggravated assault when they do this? Are they committing a false imprisonment when they do this? No, they're searching, looking, and trying to apprehend whoever's in the house who may be armed. And then everybody meets outside and they talk. And this is where Travis gets the rest of the information. Aside from his own personal experience, he and his father talking to Officer Rash, Diego Perez, Matt Albenzi, Ronnie Olson, and Brandon Gregory, the officer who also works with Glenn County Police. They talk that night. And they talk about what's been going on. And Travis gets to see the rest of the video and he's like, yep, this guy is that guy. It's all the same guy. Been break-ins, been a lot of burglaries going on. He knows that stuff's been stolen already. And they have a conversation, and you heard part of that conversation from the transcript. Rash says, well, we haven't actually seen him take it. It's because there was no camera on it. But I guarantee you, if one of you left your bag in this room, and we all went out into the hallway, and then I walked in here, and you saw me walk in here, and you never saw me leave. And when you come back in, you walk in, you go, where's my bag? Well, nobody else came in here, but Jason did, and the bag is gone. And oh, look, there's a back door. Is it reasonable to believe that I may have taken your bag? Of course it is. This is a burglary. He says, haven't seen him actually take anything? Yeah, criminal trespassing, officer arrested. Yeah, at the very least. Travis is thinking about Ahmaud Arbery. He's thinking about what must be in his mind in order for himself to try to figure some things out. Travis knows that he caught Ahmaud going into the house. He knows that. And so Ahmaud should know that Travis knows that. He knows that Ahmaud has been down on the dock, and that Ahmaud should know he's been down on the dock, that he's been on someone else's property. He's got to know that by now, Travis is thinking. He knows it's not his home or his house under construction. He knows that he's been caught sneaking around in the bushes. Travis is the one that caught him. He knows that there's been a confrontation about that. He knows, he believes Mr. Arbery's got to be, this guy, this man has to understand that these things have taken place, that he had headlights on him, that somebody was trying to talk to him about why he was out after dark in front of this house and he didn't respond. If I say to one of you, hey, how are you doing? And you just look at me and you walk away, you know you've looked at me and walked away. You know that that's part of what's happened. And he still went in the house after being confronted in the dark. And then he looked around. He knows that he's in the house looking around. And eventually, that he'll be seen on the 23rd going in the house, and that people were trying to talk to him and that he's not answering anybody any questions. And ultimately, he knows that the police are on the way. Travis knows these things must be in Mr. Arbery's mind because they were part of the very real experience that he had with him. And because of that, Travis is starting to believe and expect certain things in return. Obvious, ordinary, natural things that should happen in return. To constitute the offense of burglary, it's not necessary that a break-in happen, that something gets broken. If you recall, all the questions by the state of the witnesses, well, was anything broken? Was a window broken? Was a door broken? That's not what's required for the law. Those questions are meaningless and they are red herrings. Nothing has to be broken. You just have to break the plane of the structure to constitute a burglary. Then, you don't have to show that an actual theft had been committed. Nothing actually has to be stolen. You just have to enter with the intent to steal something. Where do we derive a person's intent to steal something from a house? Well, they certainly go into a house that isn't theirs, that contains valuables, and they do it at a time when they shouldn't be doing it, and under circumstances that are very problematic, including running from other people who see you. Lastly, Larry English's deposition. Mr. English couldn't be here, he's very sick. Watching a lot of deposition is a hard thing to do. But the basics of this deposition: you made your neighbors aware, the ones that we've mentioned, Al Benzie, Greg, Ronnie Olson, you made these guys aware that you had stuff stolen out of your boat. Yes, and in fact, you wanted your neighbors to help you catch the guy. Yes, Diego. I wanted Diego to catch this guy. You never told them at any point, hey guys, I'm sorry, it wasn't stolen when it was at my house. It was stolen when it was off property. You never told them that, did you, Mr. English? Never told them that. You never announced it on Facebook. You never announced it on Next Door Neighbor. You never corrected what you now say is it was stolen off-site somewhere. You never told your neighbors that. And he says no. So then, therefore, Mr. English, to your knowledge, they were left with the impression that stuff had been stolen from your boat at 220 Satilla. I guess so. What was Ahmaud Arbery doing in Satilla Shores from October 2019 to February 2020? There is no evidence that Ahmaud Arbery ever jogged or exercised in Satilla Shores. Not one friend, not one family member, not one eyewitness, even Rash going door to door. There is no evidence whatsoever that Satilla Shores was a place of exercise and jogging for Ahmaud Arbery. Officer Rash testified that by December 19, he knew Larry had a cooler stolen, electronic equipment stolen from the offshore boat while it was parked in the RV garage. And Bob said, that's a burglary. A burglary had been committed in this residence. And he said, that's right. But it was never reported. Like, we didn't have a report about it, so I didn't really investigate it. But that is a burglary, and he has admitted that to you as well. February 23rd. Mr. Olson's surveillance camera shows that Mr. Arbery walked into the neighborhood. Didn't run. He then stood in the yard and put his hands on his hips and looked around like this, and then went into the residence. Matt Albenzi was doing work in his yard, and he saw this gentleman who resembled the gentleman who had committed what they thought was a burglary in that residence. He shut down the work that he was doing, put a gun in his pocket, grabbed his cell phone, and he walked all the way up to the street to the corner where Jones meets Satilla, where he keeps his mailbox. And he stood there right next to this tree, and he called 911. At some point in the video, when you see Mr. Arbery run out, you'll see he passes right through the window. And Mr. Albenzi is standing right there on the phone calling the police. His behavior then changes. Instantly, Mr. Arbery is at a full sprint, running into the neighborhood. Running into the neighborhood. Which the state is going to infer means he's going on his regular job. But no, because running out of the neighborhood is a problem. It's a problem now because there's a guy standing there on the phone looking at you back in the same residence that you've been caught in now 3 times. Caught, meaning on camera, and police coming, and searching with lights, and Travis McMichael, and to return to that house in the middle of the day, like that, after being run off. Imagine going to visit a house under normal circumstances. Oh, this house looks like one we might want to buy. I'm going to go in there. Then somebody comes up to you with headlights and tries to stop you from going into the house and confronts you about it. Are you literally ever going to go back to that house again? It is unreasonable to think that he's going back there for some lawful purpose after being run out of there 3 times before. So he doesn't run out of either of the entrances to go back across the street where he lives. He runs deep into the neighborhood. Someone has called the police. Now, Travis has told you, nothing has erased from his mind about this individual in the 2 weeks between February 11th and February 23rd. It's all still there. And while he's sitting in his home, his dad comes running in the house and says, the guy who's been breaking in down the street is back. He's running past. Get your gun. Travis and his dad carry their firearms for protection wherever they go. That's what they do. The law allows them to do it. They have permits to do it. Travis testified he had a concealed permit at one point. The law allows this behavior. Travis comes out to the street. He looks down the street, right across. Here he is at 2:30. He comes out here. Mr. Arbery has already run past. He comes out here. He looks down the street from where the house is and sees Mr. Matt Albenzi, who is walking towards him, and eventually, after a couple houses, goes like this and points down the street. It is reasonable to conclude that based on what his dad said, who just came running in the house, the guy's back who's broken in, to come outside and look and see Mr. Albenzi, who he knows, who he's talked with, who he shared thoughts and feelings about the person breaking in the house, is now saying, go that way. The guy is back. To get in his car and go. You cannot act on the unsupported statements of others. The state has characterized that, which is an accurate statement of the law, as Travis's mom. Are you kidding? After all that we have seen, after all that he has experienced, after all the conversation that he's had, after all the videos that he's seen, after what he experienced himself, that he's just going off of what his mommy told him? This is what the state wants you to do something about. This is what they're trying to inject into this case, knowing, despite that Travis has called the police on the white man under the bridge, knowing that Travis called the police on a carjacker or told his police friends when he was in the Coast Guard and a report was made about the white guy that tried to rob his truck, knowing that Travis called the police about his gun being stolen and readily admits, I don't know who stole it, knowing that Travis called the police on the 11th of February. They want to try to reduce this case down to this statement, which is not true. Travis had all of this. His reading Facebook, everything going on at Larry English's house, knowing about what was happening in Satilla Shores, speaking with everybody on the 11th, his own experience, Albenzi signaling, Officer Rash and Matt Albenzi. This is what he carried with him when he left his driveway that day. Reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion. Reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion. Facts and circumstances to warrant a prudent person one taking care to understand the truth, in believing that the suspect has committed the offense of burglary. Travis believes he's committed the offense of burglary. The facts necessary to establish probable cause for arrest are less than those required to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It's more than suspicion or possibility. It's got to be a probability, probably. And he said, I had a probability. There was a probability that this was the guy who did it, and here's why I think he did it. And I wrote down every one of the things that we talked about as he testified. I wrote them all down, and they are all encapsulated in that slide I just told you. This is where the duty and responsibility in following the law becomes intertwined with heartache and tragedy. Because you do have the right to perform a citizen's arrest. You do have the right to have a firearm when you make an arrest. You do have the right to stop a person and to hold them and detain them for the police. And there is risk with that. And there are tragic consequences that can come from that. And we can all sit here right now and say what the state has said from the very beginning and what Travis himself recognizes. If he had only stayed home that day, if he had just sat on the couch and fallen asleep with his kid that day, Travis told you it's not a day that doesn't go by that he doesn't think that exact same thing. But the law allows the citizens to make a citizen's arrest. And if doing so properly, it is the reason for the actions that follow. Here, you talk about an offense being committed in his presence or when his immediate knowledge. What could be more immediate than February 11th? What could be more immediate than seeing the videos of him in the house and talking with police officers and other people, including hearing from Larry English through others, that he actually had stuff stolen from his property? An offense has been committed, and he knows about it. He's seen everything other than the hand on the equipment that was stolen. If it's a felony and the offender is escaping or attempting to escape, then you can arrest him upon reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion, probable cause. Travis said many, many times it was the totality of the circumstances. That's his Coast Guard brain. That's his Coast Guard brain saying everything that I knew gave me the belief that a crime had been committed. Escape. Private citizen's warrant arrest must occur immediately after the perpetration of the offense, or, in the case of felonies, during escape. Not every person is arrested at the moment they commit a crime. Not every person is arrested by police, because sometimes the police don't get there in time. But if they learn about the person and they have information about the person, escape can happen anytime. Escape can happen later. It doesn't have to happen right at the same time the crime is committed. There's no law that says that. There's no time limit imposed. The police would never be able to arrest anybody. And a citizen is in the same shoes as an officer when it comes to citizen's arrest. So, Travis, leaving his house, decides he's going to follow. That's what he does. He pulls out after his dad crammed into the front seat with the kid seat there, and he follows. And he watches. And he pulls up next to this gentleman. No gun is raised. No violence is ensued. He doesn't get out of the car. He doesn't tackle him. He doesn't do anything. He does what a reasonably prudent person would do. He does what his training has taught him to do, to use leaps. And he says, hey, man, what's going on? Can you stop for a second? Please, I just want to talk to you for a second. There is no violence. If Travis wanted violence against this man, if Travis wanted to hurt him or commit an aggravated assault or commit a false imprisonment, he could have done it right then and there. He doesn't. He talks to him. Mr. Arbery looks him in the eyes, doesn't say a word, doesn't have to, but that's information for Travis. Is it so offensive to pull up next to somebody and say, hey man, can you stop for a second? I want to talk to you. Just for a minute. Hold on a second. Is that so offensive? So, he stops. He starts to go back one way. Travis backs up alongside of him, 3 feet away, not pulling in front of him, not pulling behind him, just tries to talk to him. And Mr. Arbery takes off running down the street. And Travis watches him. There he goes. Doesn't take a gun out and shoot him in the back. Doesn't take a gun out and commit an aggravated assault. Doesn't take a gun and try to kill him. Doesn't try to hit him with his truck. He watches him. Watching. So, he pulls up next to him. And he stops again. He says, hey, hold on a second. We just want to talk to you for a minute. Something's going on back there. We want to know what's going on. He's not saying to the guy, I don't know what's been going on in this neighborhood. To do that would do what? It would escalate the situation. So he just says, we want to know what's going on back there. Why is that guy pointing at you? Why is he doing that? Mr. Arbery stops. He looks him dead in the eyes, doesn't say a word, and Travis just says, we want you to stay right here. We're calling the cops. Call the cops. Call the cops. And Mr. Arbery bolts. Now, on the subject of police, Travis told you. Got in the car with my dad. I said, Dad, are the cops coming? Yeah, go this way, go this way. It's very clear. He says he asked his father about the cops being called. They call the cops all the time. This is not like it's a new thing for the McMichaels to call the police. Here, when they say call the cops, now he bolts. And it's on that bolting that Travis thinks this guy knows he's caught. He knows he's caught. Because he's bolting. He's looked at me. He won't talk to me. That's odd. I'm not talking to him in a too aggressive of a way. And he bolts. And Travis stays right where he is. And he watches. He watches what happens between this truck. He has no clue who this black truck is. In terms of evidence, there is no evidence of any communication between these people. Any cooperation between these two people. No help, no assistant, no encouraging, nothing. So he sees this truck and he tells you it's one of a couple things. It's either the guy from up at 220, or it's his buddy, maybe trying to give him a lift, or now that I'm watching him, he's being very aggressive against this truck. He's watching it from 200 feet away, but he's thinking this guy's being really aggressive. There's something off with this guy. His dad says, Travis, go. Dad gets out of the car, climbs in the back of the truck with his rebuilt hip and his medical issues. Travis watches him get in, looks down the street, sees this, takes his gun off the floorboard, puts it up on the bench seat. His dad says, go, get down the street. Travis says, no, I'm not going back that way. Something's off with this guy. I'm not going into that. Well, if he wanted to go commit an aggravated assault, if he wanted to go do a false imprisonment, if he wanted to end the life of somebody, whether it's murder or felony murder, there's another chance. But he doesn't. He just watches. And then he says, I'm going to drive around. The judge is going to charge you on hijacking a motor vehicle. A person commits the crime of hijacking a motor vehicle in the second degree when such person obtains a motor vehicle from an individual without his or her consent. Travis is watching this gentleman try to get in the car in an aggressive way, and he thinks that does not look good. Whether he thinks to himself that's a hijacking or not, it doesn't look good. It looks dangerous. Travis also told you that when he came face to face with Mr. Arbery, even though he didn't speak, he looked very angry, he looked very upset, clenching his teeth, but not saying a word. And these are the notes I took about it, right in front of you guys. Just wrote it down as he was talking. Stop, please stop. Mad, clenched teeth. It was very unexpected. What's going on? I want to talk to you. What's going on? Police are on the way. And then his dad says, go back. He says, I am not going back there. I'll go from Buford around to Holmes. And that's what he does. He drives around. Now, his dad's in the back of the truck. His dad is old and infirm. He's sitting on this bench in the back of the truck. Travis says he's going with his foot on the brake pretty much 3 or 4 miles an hour. Drives all the way around thinking, I'm not going to go back into this mess down here. I'll drive around. And when he drives around, you've now learned about this dog leg. That black line essentially is the dog leg. You can't see past it. Travis tells you the first thing he sees is Mr. Arbery doing a U-turn.
Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We are listening in here to the Ahmaud Arbery shooting death trial closing arguments defense is doing. We'll get back to that in just a moment right here, but I want to bring you some other updates as we continue to follow everything happening out of Waukesha, Wisconsin, with yesterday's parade incident happened there. At least 5 people dead, 40 people injured after an SUV plowed into people at this Christmas parade. Let's go out right now to Fox 6 Milwaukee for some of their coverage right here at the top of their hour.
Through a barricade and into a Christmas parade, at least 5 people again are dead, dozens more are injured. Here's a live look this morning from Children's Hospital, where we are awaiting for a virtual news conference on how the hospital is treating kids from the scene, as well as an update on those who are currently being treated there. At last check, it was 18 kids being treated there. We will bring you that news conference as soon as it begins live at 11. And this morning, the Associated Press is reporting the person taken into custody has been identified as 39-year-old Darrell Brooks Jr. A law enforcement official earlier told AP investigators were examining whether the driver may have been fleeing from a crime when he crashed into those parade goers yesterday. Our Amelia Jones is joining us live this morning along the parade route where all of this unfolded. Good morning, Amelia.
Good morning, Nicola. And I'm right in front of Main Street, where you take a look behind me. There are still emergency lights flashing. There is tons of police tape and even barricades, much like the ones that we now know 39-year-old Darrell Brooks Jr. plowed through around 4:40 p.m. yesterday during that holiday parade. Also, along this parade route, you can just see the remnants of how chaotic those moments were because strollers have been left on the sidewalks, personal belongings, people you could tell dropping everything that was in their hands and just fleeing for safety. We know that 5 people are confirmed dead, more than 40 injured. Those victims, you heard it right there as you said it, Nicola. 18 children are being treated at Children's Hospital. They range from young to old. Fox 6 did speak to witnesses, and they described to us those chaotic moments.
It went through the extreme dancers, the little girls, and then it was just silent. Everyone was in shock, and then everyone started screaming and trying to pick up their kids off the street.
Milwaukee Dancing Grannies, another group that was involved in this parade, shared on their Facebook page that multiple members of the group were killed last night. The blocking off and the law enforcement presence that you see here, they say that this is going to stay until mid-afternoon. Police continuing to investigate what unfolded last night. We are expecting for a press conference from police to happen here in Waukesha around 1 p.m., hoping to get more answers as to the questions they've asked 39-year-old Darrell Brooks Jr., as well as any potential motive. And again, when we have that information from that press conference, we'll be sure to bring it to you live. Reporting live in Waukesha, Amelia Jones, Fox 6 News.
And that was the Fox 6 coverage there in Milwaukee, and we will have full coverage for you in that news conference slated for 2 p.m. Eastern with officials. But I do want to go out right now to the latest update that is happening live right now via Zoom with Wisconsin hospital officials talking about the 18 children that have been treated so far in this parade incident that happened yesterday.
And we will start with Dr. Gutzeit.
Hi, I'm Mike Gutzeit. I'm the Chief Medical Officer at Children's Wisconsin in Milwaukee. Last night, our community was impacted by the tragic and intense incident at a holiday parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Our prayers and thoughts are with the victims and loved ones during this very tragic time. The children's team responded with their head and their hearts to provide the care and support to children who were injured, their families, and our teams. While we always hope this will never happen in our community, as the region's pediatric trauma center and the largest provider of critical care services in the state of Wisconsin, these are events that we prepare for. Some basic patient information is that 18 children were brought to the Children's Wisconsin Emergency Department last night. My colleague on this call, Amy Drendel, who's the medical director for the Children's Wisconsin Emergency Department and Trauma Center, will share more about our initial response. And then Mike Meyer, the medical director of the Children's Wisconsin Pediatric Intensive Care Unit, will provide a summary of the patients currently in our care. We will not be answering questions regarding any specific conditions of the patients. I'd like to express a sincere note of gratitude. Before, I want to emphasize and express thanks to the community for the effort in their response. That begins with the gratitude to our law enforcement who responded to the incident and was able to secure the incident. I want to commend the efforts of the emergency medical services responders and other local hospitals who successfully stabilized patients before transporting or transferring kids to be cared for by our pediatric specialists. And we offer our support and gratitude to the teachers, the staff, and all the school districts who will be supporting kids and families who are involved and impacted at this event. The injuries from Sunday night will go well beyond the physical and will take time to heal. We all must continue to lean on each other and to encourage those impacted to reach out and use the resources that are available to them. Each of these injuries impacts a family, friends, and a larger circle beyond those immediately injured. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Amy Drendel, the medical director of our Emergency Department and Trauma Center.
Thank you. As an emergency doctor, we're trained for these types of incidents, but you never want to experience them. I want to start by sharing my sympathy to all those who've been directly involved. Children's Wisconsin is a large pediatric emergency room, and we are uniquely equipped to support an event like this. Sadly, like many communities, our region has experienced mass casualty events in the past, but none in the recent history involving such a large number of children. Law enforcement promptly informed us about the incident soon after it happened, and we received our first patient at 5:30 p.m. yesterday. Beginning at that time, we activated our trauma surge plan, calling in nurses, doctors, surgeons, and other team members to help support the care of these children. 18 kids were brought to our children's emergency department, ranging from ages 3 to 16 years of age, which include 3 sets of siblings. Injuries ranged from facial abrasions to broken bones to serious head injuries. 6 of these patients were sent to the operating room last night, and 2 additional patients are undergoing surgeries today. Roughly around 9:30 last night, the patients we saw were triaged and being sent to patient care units, and the Children's Emergency Department started to transition to normal operating conditions. I'd like to echo Dr. Gutzite's appreciation for all the first responders who were fantastic. We all have a role to play in the situation, and I am proud to be a part of this community and how it responded so well to the needs of these kids. With that, I will turn over to Dr. Meyer, the medical director of the critical care unit here at Children's Wisconsin.
Dr. Meyer, you are on mute.
Good morning. You would think after this many months of Zoom, I could figure this out, but thank you. Dr. Drendel, as said, we're immensely appreciative and thankful for the response of our community. The medical response started on scene with bystanders, EMS, and then our community partners and other healthcare organizations before the children arrived here at Children's. As we've stated, Children's Wisconsin has the largest pediatric intensive care unit within the state of Wisconsin. We have 72 ICU beds. And like our emergency department, we immediately began preparations to receive patients once we were notified about the incident. From a patient standpoint, there were 18 patients who came to Children's, and 10 of them were admitted to the pediatric intensive care unit. I'll briefly go through their conditions, but will not share any specific details about individual patients. Currently, we have 6 patients who we list in critical condition, 3 that are in serious, and 1 that is in fair. We also have 8 other patients that are listed in fair condition that are not in the intensive care unit and are in other units within the hospital. As Dr. Drendel noted, I think it is very important, and it really responds to the family of this situation, is that there's 3 sets of siblings that are currently hospitalized within Children's. And this is unique and truly demonstrates the devastating effects of this on our community. Mental health support has been activated for our families, our children that are involved in this, and also our staff. Social work, mental health teams, and our chaplain teams are all actively rounding in the intensive care unit, as well as other units in the hospital. And it is amazing to watch them and our medical care teams work as a single team to help our families and our children. I'm immensely proud of the teams that we have here at Children's, and I'm amazingly proud of the community that we serve in and that we live in.
Okay, and we are going to take questions now in the chat. Before we do that, I just want to note that Children's Wisconsin has established a mental and behavioral health support line for families who need emotional support. That line will be active at noon today. That number to call for emotional and mental support is 414-266-6500, and that will also be pasted into the chat so that you can grab it. Okay, let's start with some questions. So Dr. Drendel, we have some questions about the initial response to the incident yesterday. Can you talk about what that meant for our teams and what it looked like?
Thanks for that question. We have a surge response, a disaster type response that we practice and is part of the care that we provide in our emergency department. The initial notification gave us the time to bring together the nurses and doctors and providers that would be needed to be able to take care of the large number of patients in a short period of time. And our team was ready to receive those patients. I will like to point out the patients were extremely well cared for in the field at the initial hospitals. The stabilization was exceptional, and these kids got fantastic care from start to end. Our team responded well, and we were able to position them to the specialty care that we provide here at Children's in a way that should provide the best possible outcomes for these children.
Okay, and we heard last night that potential blood donations were needed. Can anybody speak to whether or not we need blood donations currently at Children's Wisconsin?
Thank you for the question. This is Mike Gutzeit. Yes, blood is always needed. It's a precious commodity, and during actually even the normal operations on a day-to-day basis, blood is valued and appreciated because of the blood products that are necessary to do the complex care for patients that are at Children's. I would say in situations like this, there can be exceptional needs for blood. So if anybody's interested in donating blood, contact the local blood donation centers, and please take advantage of that.
Okay, and to reiterate, if someone wants to donate blood, they should go to their typical donation site.
Correct.
Okay. Have all of the patients been discharged? Have any of the patients been discharged, or are all 18 still in the hospital? I think Dr. Meyer addressed this. Dr. Meyer, do you want to jump in on that?
Yes, thank you for the question. As of right now, 2 children have been discharged. We are currently making determinations about the ongoing care of the children that are in the intensive care unit, as well as the other care areas in the hospital, and would anticipate that discharges will go through a orderly process as we continue to assess injuries, as well as the mental health and well-being of all of the patients involved in this.
Okay. For the patients that we saw, have we made contact with the family members of those patients at this point?
Yes, the Children's Wisconsin staff have made contact with each of the families or families for each of the patients and have provided support for those families during this very challenging and tragic time for them. And that will be an ongoing connection point to guide families through what resources they need during this time.
Okay. Dr. Meyer, this might be a tough one. I'm not sure if you're able to answer it, but do we have any information about which groups of people were admitted to our hospital here at Children's Wisconsin? So I know that, you know, there were different marching bands and dance teams. Do we have any information about who those people were that were admitted to Children's?
Unfortunately, much of those individual pieces are still being sorted out. There was a wide variety of different participants in the parade from some of the groups that have been identified in the news that were present and were potentially involved. I would say that this has impacted a great number of members of our community and the groups that participated in the parade.
Okay. And then Dr. Drendel, did you receive patients who were conscious and understanding of what happened last night? Someone from media is asking if we have patients who really understand what happened.
We received patients with the different levels of injuries. Some were conscious, some were not conscious. Their experience and recollection of the events isn't clear to us based on our emergency department evaluation, but will clearly be a part of our ongoing care here at the hospital.
Okay.
I'd like to emphasize this is one of the unique aspects of a pediatric organization that has all the resources to provide support beyond the exceptional care that Dr. Drendel, Dr. Meyer, and the rest of the teams do. It's providing those social workers and others, child life specialists, other specialists who can wrap themselves around the family, provide the support for the patients, and understand the needs of the child depending on the chronological age and development of the child.
Okay. Do we know if this will be for Dr. Drendel, do we know if the children were transported by ambulance or driven by civilians or a mix of both?
I would say the vast majority of the patients that we saw arrived by ambulance. I think most of them came from the nearby facilities, Menominee Falls and Waukesha. Both initially evaluated these patients and identified them as patients who needed a higher level of care and transferred to our facility for ongoing resuscitation and management.
Okay. And as a reminder, as we're taking questions, we won't be able to speak to specific patients or patient information. We can just give those general updates. So someone asked about our facility offering mental health services. Dr. Gutze, I think you just touched on that. Do you want to touch on that again?
Yes. And again, we really appreciate the emphasis on the need to support patients and families beyond the injuries that have occurred. So we have behavioral mental health specialists that are available and able to provide emotional and mental health services to those who may need them. Ashley had mentioned the number, and that contact is available, and we would strongly encourage people to utilize those resources. The needs may vary depending on the timeline. Some people may need resources immediately, some at a later point in time, but having access to those resources is absolutely critical, as we've learned through these mass casualty and other significant events that occur.
Okay, and just to reiterate again, the Children's Wisconsin team has established a mental and behavioral health support line for families who need emotional support. That line will be active at noon today. That number is 414-266-6500. Okay, so I think this one would be for Dr. Drendel. You mentioned that a patient was admitted around 5:30 last night. Do we know when the last patient was admitted?
We continued our disaster response between 5:30 and 9:30 last night, where the vast majority of patients arrived. However, we continue to receive patients throughout the evening as transfers from other facilities until late into the night. So I believe our last patient arrived around midnight. So the patients continued to arrive as their injuries were identified and the ongoing care needs were identified that here at Children's we were able to provide.
Okay, and to reiterate, those patients, the reason it took them so long to get to us was because they were admitted to a different hospital, checked on, and then transferred to Children's for care. Okay.
That's right.
Okay. Looking through some questions here. Let's see if we have any that we haven't answered yet. Can you talk to, let's have Dr. Gutzeit address this one. Can you talk to the importance of having quick response teams there, teams like EMS and people trying to take care of the patients before they got to Children's Wisconsin? I think we touched on it earlier.
Yeah, and I would like to reiterate that Dr. Drendel spoke very well about the appreciation and gratitude we have to those first responders and other hospitals that provided tremendous support and exceptional stabilization of patients. That is so critical, especially in the first few minutes after an event like this. Providing that stabilization allows the child the best opportunity to have the best outcome. And so the teams that provided that support, whether it was in the field or at other hospitals outside of Children's Wisconsin, did an exceptional job, and the patients that were transferred to Children's allowed the team there to pick up that and that care and continue on the trajectory of care that was necessary, as Dr. Drendel mentioned.
Yeah, I'd like to reiterate the EMS providers responded at the highest level in the care of these children. It was phenomenal. Very proud to be a part of this community.
Okay. I'm going to give Dr. Gutzeit a chance to do a quick closing after this. Just wanted to reiterate that we have that mental and emotional support line for families at 414-266-6500. For updates from Children's, stay tuned to our social media accounts as well as our website, childrenswi.org. And Dr. Gutzeit, I'm going to toss it over to you for a closing.
First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for attending this conference today and for the questions that were asked to provide as much perspective as we could at Children's Wisconsin here in Milwaukee. It's important to understand, as we've mentioned several times, and keep in mind the impact these events have on the community. And I want to emphasize that the resources that are being made available to the school districts, by the state of Wisconsin, by the school districts, and by Children's Wisconsin are available to those who need them. I'd like to encourage people again to use those resources. And I'd also like to thank the community for their tremendous outpouring of support to the staff and providers and all the children who are caring for the kids during this very, very difficult time. The words of encouragement on social media, the offers to donate blood, the offers to offer food to our staff who are working diligently and tirelessly to provide exceptional care to patients is genuinely appreciated. This is a community tragedy, and we will respond as a community. So we'd like to thank all of you for that support.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. We will be sending out a Dropbox link that has a recording of this for your use. All right.
All right, so the big takeaway there from this tragedy, at least 6 children injured in the Wisconsin parade crash, listed in critical condition. 3 others are in serious condition at this hour. And of course, we will continue to stay on top of it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up at 2 o'clock Eastern, we will be having an update from officials, police, on the very latest here in this tragedy that happened. SUV slamming into people during a Christmas parade. Everything was normal until the SUV started plowing into people. We know that 5 people have died and at least 40 injured, and 18 children injured as well. So we'll be featuring that for you in just a little bit right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to step away for another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us, everyone. More Live Now from Fox coming up. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, giving you the top stories, headlines from across the country. We're going to go back out to Georgia right now, where the defense is right now in the closing arguments in the shooting and death trial of Ahmaud Arbery. Let's go to that right here on Live Now from Fox.
That when Travis stopped to talk to Ahmaud, that he did so to commit a felony of aggravated assault. Every time you're walking in your neighborhood and somebody pulls up a truck next to you and says hi or hey, they've committed an aggravated assault or a false imprisonment. Where's the evidence of that? The last duty that is here is yours, and this is a very, very tough one. You all understand, and I will not belabor the lengths that we have gone to meet you, to understand who you are, to understand your background, to understand the thoughts that you have about certain things, and the way that we communicated with each other for several hours to arrive at the point where we felt in our hearts and our minds that you all would carry the banner of the duty and the responsibility that is yours as jurors. This courtroom is sacred. It is our last place for truth. It is where we pull it from the witnesses if we have to, and we present it to you. And we ask that you hold it dear and that you accept your duty to not erode the law as you sit here and think about what the law allows a citizen to do. It is going to take courage. It's going to take courage to set aside what you think and feel, what may be trying to penetrate you from other sources that you have tried to do your best to avoid, and to focus on the bare facts of this case that have been captured on photograph and on video that have been testified to in this courtroom. It will take courage. In every count in this case, you're going to be asked to make a decision about each person accused. Travis McMichael will have his form, Greg McMichael his, and Roddy Bryant his. And you will be given the option on every one of these charges for not guilty or guilty. The evidence that's been demonstrated to you, I think, is overwhelming, but it doesn't come without hardship on you, consequence for these families. I think the evidence is clear in this case. Travis had spent 9 years in the Coast Guard, search and rescue, policing the water, sometimes 200 feet offshore, going into situations that were very difficult, working with law enforcement, reaching out and extending his hand as firefighter, law enforcement officer combination. For the first time in his life, Travis is now in those waters. He is now the one who needs help. Our goal here has been to do everything we can to dive into those waters, to search for the truth, to pull it from the icy depths and to raise it to the surface. And we have done that. We have done that with Travis McMichael. We have carried him to the surface to you. And now the choice is yours. Will you do as he has done in the past to others? Will you reach out your hand and extend it to Travis McMichael and pull him out of those waters? I think if you've heard anything that I've said, there's only one decision. He is not guilty on all charges. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you. Yeah, we can just go ahead. Yeah. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a point we're going to break for lunch. We'll break for an hour, or just a little bit under. We're going to reconvene at 1:30. Again, until all of the closing arguments have been made and you have received the final charge of the court, you are not to discuss this case amongst yourselves. So, with that instruction and all of the other instructions I've given you, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back here at 1:30.
They are taking a 1 hour break. You are watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. And what we will do is slide away for a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll get you out to some other top stories here of the day on Live Now from Fox. We're back out live here for you on Live Now from Fox. Next story, we're going to go out to the D.C. area where officials are coming together to talk about some recent violence that is happening in the district, as well as some Thanksgiving holiday tips there. So let's bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Wait, let me tell you about an uncloudy day. Welcome to Bloomingdale. Welcome. Madam Mayor, you are not a stranger to Bloomingdale or to Christmas at its Park. We are delighted you and your team are able to share some time here today on behalf of the residents of the District of Columbia. Let me say, for historical context, Crispus Attucks, a black man, became the first casualty of the American Revolution when he was shot and killed in the Boston Massacre. Throughout history, Crispus Attucks has been celebrated not just as one of the first martyrs in the fight for American independence, but also as a symbol of black Americans and residents of the district's struggle for freedom, equality, and statehood. Finally, before I take my leave, I want to call 3 names into the atmosphere: to flow in the wind, to sparkle under the sun, to shine in the moonlight, and to rest in our hearts and memory. Shanae Marie Taylor, George Valentine, and Mercia Bowser. These 3, a goddaughter, a colleague, a daughter of friends, and a sister of the mayor, represent the district's losses to COVID-19. While they may have left us with heartbreaks and tears, they ascended into heaven and into glory with smiles. Welcome again to Bloomingdale, a great community where faith is key, where faith is a part of our culture, and a community where faith brings us together. Our faith is our destiny. I wish everyone a safe and happy Thanksgiving. Madam Mayor, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Commissioner. Let's give the Commissioner a big round of applause, and it's great to see everybody here. I am always happy to be in Ward 5, and I am so happy to see so many neighbors and also members of our public safety team, both ours locally, Washington, D.C., and members of our federal law enforcement team. We're also joined by friends from our package delivery system. And as we approach the holidays, that becomes even more important to all of us. So we will acknowledge representatives from UPS and FedEx and Amazon, I believe, have joined us as well. So today we're talking public safety, and after I speak, you're going to hear directly from the Chief of Police, who will provide us with some tips from MPD about avoiding crimes of opportunity. We will also hear from Chief Donnelly about what residents can do to prevent holiday celebrations from turning tragic. So first, I want to say a few words about how we are approaching city in the crime right now, and that's urgently approaching crime. I sent a letter to the community last week about how we are pushing back, especially against violent crime. And as I said then, I'll repeat today, we are literally throwing every resource at this issue at our disposal. We know that COVID-19 has upended so many parts of our lives. And unfortunately, it also upended the very fragile public safety ecosystem in our community. And we need to keep pushing on all fronts until we see a positive change. As I shared last week, we will continue to deliver new and aggressive strategies to curb gun violence, to get guns out of our community, and to hold people accountable when they engage in violence in our community. And we won't allow people to continue to endanger the lives of our children and terrorize our communities. But more than responding to violence, it's also important that we prevent it before it happens. And one of the most effective ways that we can do that and save lives is to get guns out of the hands of people who have no business having a gun in their possession. So today, in partnership with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosive, we're enhancing one of the tools we use to get illegal guns out of the community. And through this partnership, we will increase the reward for turning in specific types of guns. Already, people can get $2,500 if they help us recover an illegal gun. Now, through this partnership, we're increasing the award by an additional $5,000 when people help us recover ghost guns and other guns that have been modified, which Chief Conti will tell you more about. This year, we've already recovered 2,000 illegal guns from our community. But unfortunately, there's still a lot out there. And we want to get to them before someone uses them to kill someone else or injure someone else or use them in another terrible crime in our city. So if you know someone who has an illegal gun, or you know where an illegal gun is being stored, we need you to report it and report it as soon as possible. And in doing so, you may earn up to $7,500. You can let us know anonymously by using the tip line as well at 727-9099 or text us at 50411. These rewards are one way we encourage the community to work with MPD. Residents and businesses can also help MPD by participating in our private security program. We've been at this program for about 4 years. Bloomingdale is one of those neighborhoods that were quick adopters of the private security program, receiving rebates from the government that in some cases cover the entire cost of installing these cameras. And these cameras can help us solve crimes when they happen, which means they can prevent future crimes. So with that, I'm going to turn to the Chief of Police, followed by the Fire Chief. Chief Conti.
Good morning, everyone.
Before I bring my official remarks, I'd like to invite my partner up from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, Charlie Patterson, to bring some words. You know, when I reach out to our partners in the federal government, Charlie is one of those partners that always says, yes, how can we help? And when we reached out to Charlie, in response to the mayor's charge to do everything that we possibly can to impact violent crime in our city, we reached out to Charlie. He was, yes, Chief, what can I do? How can I help? And we came up with something that I am very proud of, and very proud to call Charlie a partner and friend. So Charlie, if you want to come up.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning. I'm Charlie Patterson, the Special Agent in charge of the Washington Field Division of ATF. We at ATF want the D.C. community to know that we are extremely concerned about what is going on in the district. Because we as community members live, work, and raise our children here also. ATF works every day with the Metropolitan Police Department to combat gun violence to make our community safer. The gun violence has to end, and we will continue to meet the challenges of disrupting this vicious shooting cycle. We need support and cooperation from you, the parents who have lost children, the family members of innocent bystanders, the friends of friends who were killed, and most importantly, if you yourselves fear for yourself or a loved one that may become a victim of gun violence. We need you to do your part, and we will continue to do ours. I pledge ATF's full support to D.C. residents and MPD so that you can enjoy a safe so that you are safe and can enjoy all that the nation's capital has to offer. To that end, ATF is offering a $5,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of individuals possessing or trafficking illegal firearms, privately made firearms commonly known as ghost guns, and handgun conversion devices, which are commonly known as switches or auto sears. Having these illegal weapons and parts on our streets is detrimental to the safety and well-being of the community, and we see the consequences all too often. We know that 25% of all firearms and shell casings recovered in the district are ballistically linked to other shootings that include homicides and serious assaults. We need to find out who the trigger pullers are and how they're getting these firearms to the district. We know some people have information, and we are asking you to come forward to do the right thing and be a part of the solution. If you have information, contact MPD at 202-727-9099 or text 50411. It is important for individuals to understand that they can remain anonymous. This is a plea for help. ATF is committed to solving this particular problem that we have. As the mayor said and the chief said, you have our undying support on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. Again, good morning. I'm Robert Conti III, Chief of Police of the Metropolitan Police Department. I'd also like to recognize the presence of our Deputy Mayor, Chris Geldart, who's here, John Donnelly, our Chief of the Fire and EMS, as well as Director Chris Rodriguez, who is the Director of Homeland Security Emergency Management Agency. Thank you, Charlie, for your continued support and the additional reward money from the ATF. So let's talk about exactly why we are here. The Metropolitan Police Department has recovered over 2,000 illegal firearms in the District of Columbia so far in 2021. That already exceeds the number of illegal firearms that we recovered all of last year. We have exceeded that number. And we want to reiterate that MPD is partnering with the ATF Washington Field Division to combat violence by targeting illegal firearms. Through this effort, we want to incentivize community members to assist law enforcement. The ATF is offering an additional reward of up to $5,000 for the recovery of illegal firearms and arrest of individuals who are trafficking in these firearms. So what does that mean? Before, if you call in a tip to the police department for the arrest of a person with a legal firearm, oftentimes what would happen, and what I've been hearing from community members is, well, you know, it's arrest and conviction, a person has to go to jail, and then the citizen would be afraid about testifying in court and that kind of thing. Well, through this program, citizens would not have to come and testify in court. Citizens would not have to, everything remains anonymous. A person calls in a tip, that tip leads to an arrest. Once that person, the citizen who calls that tip in, that person will get a number. Once an arrest is made, that person gets paid. That citizen gets paid for the information that they provide to the Metropolitan Police Department and ATF if it leads to the arrest of an individual. We're not talking about conviction. We're not talking about waiting 3 months. The minute that we make that arrest, you call that information in. We'll verify that through our tip source that the tip number that you provided led to an arrest. We're willing to pay citizens to get these illegal firearms off the street. And you may say, hey, Chief, well, why do we want to pay so much? Because it's that important. How much is a life worth in the District of Columbia? How much is a life worth? Right? Because what I can tell you is that one firearm, and as Charlie mentioned, 25% of the ballistics that we see in the District of Columbia are firearms that are changing hands, moving about through different communities. How many lives are taken as a result of these firearms and the bullets that are in them? One firearm with 50 rounds of ammunition in it. How many lives are disrupted and destroyed as a result of the use of that one firearm? So how do we get to where it is we want to get to? One firearm at a time. Out of any community in the District of Columbia where a resident is willing to be a partner with us in fighting this violent crime. I hear from residents all the time, Chief, well, you know, we know people in the neighborhood are carrying guns, but, you know, we're afraid to call in. Well, I'm providing an opportunity so this does not have to be a spectator sport. People can actively participate in making communities safe and be paid for doing that. Now, this effort that Charlie talked about, we will see that through to the end of the year. We want to really push with the $5,000 additional reward from the ATF. The Metropolitan Police Department plans to continue on with a $2,500 investment after we finish with the ATF's effort, because it is that important. So I see Sam's eyebrow just kind of went for a minute. So let me make sure I explain it to you, Sam. So right now, what we're going to be doing, right? If a resident calls in a tip, right, for any gun, that leads to the arrest of an individual, no conviction needed, no coming to testify needed, that arrest, a person is eligible for up to $2,500 right now, right? Now, the additional part, the ATF's piece in this, they're looking for specific guns, ghost guns for the additional $5,000, ghost guns, and guns that have those, what we call giggle switches, Glock switches on them. ATF will pay up to $5,000 for those. So once this initial push is over through the end of December, and the ATF, they're going to go back, I'm going to check Charlie's pockets to see if he has anything left for me. If he doesn't, at the very minimum, we want to continue to pay residents up to $2,500 for information that leads to the arrest of individuals who have illegal firearms in our community. You follow what I'm saying, Sam? You got me? All right, good. Now, the mayor and Special Agent Patterson, they both highlighted the phone number and the text tip line. But I want to give it one more time for residents, right? Because trust me, I hope that people are really contemplating this. It's Christmas season, so I hope people are really kind of contemplating this and thinking about individuals that are in communities with illegal firearms. Call 202-727-9099. If you know of someone in your community right now carrying an illegal firearm, 202-727-9099, or text us anonymously at 50411. Now, I would encourage you to receive the reward money to call the 727-9099 number, because that way, once you get your tip number, we can track and be able to make sure that residents get paid for that. There's again there's a tip number that you get. We don't need your name. All we need is that number to enable residents to be paid. All right, so I just want to be very clear there that we need residents to call that information in. Now, the other reason that we are here, this neighborhood where we are, and many other neighborhoods across the District of Columbia, just like this one, are oftentimes impacted by package thefts at this time of year, right? So we see that packages are being delivered, Amazon, our partners, UPS, and the rest of the partners that are here, dropping packages off, they're leaving them at the front door. Well, we have bad guys who go Christmas shopping, basically going up and down the streets in some communities and seeing packages that have been left out, sometimes for days. In my community where I live, neighbors, we try to look out for each other. If you see a package out, you call your neighbor, or sometimes other neighbors, if there's an agreement, can take that package in the house for their neighbor so that it's not left out on the front porch. Unguarded unnecessarily, and we end up with a crime that does not need to happen. This is a crime of opportunity, but it is a crime that we can prevent. We can prevent by taking some of the measures that I'm mentioning here, just removing those packages or giving special instructions to the delivery company in terms of where you want your package left. We have to be very intentional there, because very easily, I mean, you can have 10 crimes on this block, just this block on the other side here. If a person goes down the street, pops out of a car, snatch a package and throws it back into the car and takes off. I mean, it's that quick, it's that simple, and it happens, unfortunately, more times than we'd like to see here in the district.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break for some of you here on Live Now from Fox.
Very much focused in on the package theft issue. We also want to focus in on the issue of cars that are oftentimes, as it's getting cold out, people are leaving their cars running unattended because they're trying to warm them up in the morning and get the kids in the car. That is a big no-no, and we cannot stress that enough. I tell you, I cringe. My heart cringes every time we hear about an instance where, you know, a kid was in a car, and whether it's in the District of Columbia or someplace else, but a kid is in the car, the parent left the car running, mom or dad ran back in just for a second to grab something, you come out and that car is gone. I do not want to imagine what that feels like as a parent. So I would just encourage community members to make sure that we're doing everything that we can so that we're not leaving our vehicles running unattended. That is very important. The other thing, the other 2 points that I wanted to make, we have safe zones. You can use the Metropolitan Police Department's police districts as safe zones for those of you who oftentimes will use Craigslist or those types of online entities where you're going to meet a person and you're going to purchase something. A lot of times we see robberies that happen as a result of that when individuals are meeting random people, some person you just kind of met online. You know, if you want to meet a person online because there's going to be an exchange or payment for goods, please meet that person at one of the area police stations, and hopefully as a result of that interaction, if it's intended to be something nefarious, that person will be thrown off and may not engage you in that space. The last point that I would make is invest in the mayor's private security camera rebate program. I cannot tell you how much footage from video cameras it assists in solving crimes in the Metropolitan Police Department. Just before I came here, I was reviewing some video. We had a robbery spree. Individuals had robbed about 2 or 3 different establishments in the District of Columbia. And because of the camera that the individuals had there, I mean, the entire robbery was captured on video. The persons were apprehended, the whole 9 yards, very clear images. But that information that we receive from video cameras, it goes a long way to solving crimes and making our city safer. So whether you're a business or whether you're a resident, please, the program is there for us to take advantage of. I hope that all of you will, if you have not, and I hope that you will consider doing it if you have not as well. So that is all that I have. I'm going to invite my colleague up here to talk about the other pieces of public safety through his lens through the DC Fire and EMS. John?
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm John Donnelly, Chief of the Fire and EMS Department. I would like to thank the mayor for having us out here today to talk about this very important time of year. It's a time we need to come together to celebrate, but it's also a dangerous time of year. I'd also like to thank Chief Conti for everything he's doing. The passion that he just displayed for us is what we all need to stop this. And we have a long-standing partnership with the ATF to investigate the cause of fires. So Charlie Patterson, thank you for your help. Everything you've heard here this morning comes down to saving lives. I'm going to switch gears a little bit and focus on keeping you and your loved ones safe inside your homes. Thanksgiving is only 3 days away, and it is the peak for home cooking fires, with more than 3 times the daily average for such incidents across the United States. Home cooking fires can spread fast, they can lead to destruction of property, injuries, and even death. In 2019, U.S. fire departments responded to an estimated 1,400 cooking fires on Thanksgiving Day. And nationally, unintended cooking was by far the leading contributing factor in cooking fires and fire deaths. Here in the district, tragically this year, we have seen 12 fire fatalities. All but one of these deaths involve vulnerable populations, persons over 60 and under the age of 12. And what that means is if you know people that are vulnerable, that have problems moving or getting out of their house in the event of a fire, please think about them. Help make sure their house is as fire safe as it can be. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And the causes of our fires, or fire deaths, that our fire investigators determined. 8 of the 12 fatal fires were accidental, and 1 resulted from a cooking fire. The sobering fact is that only half of these homes where we experienced a loss of life had a working smoke alarm present. Our thoughts remain with the families. Anyone who has lost someone this year, whether due to illness, violence, fire, whatever the cause. This holiday season is likely to be a difficult and painful one. Please know that the men and women of DC Fire and EMS hold you in our thoughts and prayers. As we approach the holiday season, typically cooking fires increase, and we simply must do everything we can to avoid loss of life. That is going to take every single one of us taking necessary precautions ahead of time and using common sense in our safety practices. Today, check your smoke alarms. Hit the test button on each smoke alarm and make sure it is working. It is an action that takes seconds and could save your life. When it comes to cooking for Thanksgiving, let's talk about the basics. Never leave cooking food unattended. Use a timer to remind you that you're cooking. Be alert when cooking. If you are sleepy, have taken medicine or drugs or alcohol, that makes you drowsy, don't cook, plain and simple. If a small grease fire starts, slide a lid over the pan to smother the flame. Turn off the burner and leave the pan covered until it is completely cool. Never use water on a grease fire. Have a kid-free zone of at least 3 feet around the stove in areas where hot food or drink is prepared or carried. Keep anything flammable away from the stove when cooking. Towels, oven mitts, wooden utensils, food packaging, anything that can catch fire, please keep it away from your stove tops. And don't store anything in your oven. If you do have a cooking fire, get out, close the door behind you, and try and contain the fire and stay out of the house. Call 911. Let the men and women of DC Fire and EMS do their jobs while you and your families are safely outside. Things can be replaced, but you can't. Thank you.
Those were good tips. Good tips. So I want to thank everybody for being a part of this discussion about us doing everything possible and looking for new ways and more aggressive ways to remove illegal guns and keep our community safer. So with that, we'll take a few questions. Any questions? Press first, and then if there are community questions, we'll take community questions. Mark?
Yeah, I'm wondering about the success thus far. How many of the guns, you say you've recovered thousands of guns this year, how many of them came about as a result of the reward that was currently in place? Do you know how many rewards you paid out and just, how successful this tool has been?
Yeah, Mark, I don't have the that reward number. We'll get that for you. But I'll tell you this, we are paying out money. We do pay out money. People do call information in. I think one of the things that's not widely known in community, which is why I wanted to reinforce the MPD part of this. Most people get attached to the arrest, conviction, piece of it. We're not talking about conviction. We're not talking about trial. I want to be very clear about this. We're just talking about people being arrested for illegal firearms. The key is that we recover the illegal firearm, but we'll get you that number. We are paying out money.
And Chief,
yes, sir.
What if somebody doesn't want to turn someone in, but they want to turn a gun in?
We'll pay for that too.
How does that work?
call in the same tip line, say, hey, there's a gun, it's at this location. Now, it won't be $2,500 necessarily. We'll evaluate the tip, the information, and we'll pay out. But we will pay for that information as well for anyone who wants to call in an illegal firearm in the District of Columbia.
And my last one is, what if somebody wanted to turn in an illegal firearm but was afraid, you know, they might get arrested on the way to the police station, or they might be questioned about it. It might come back to them in some way.
Yeah,
it was a family member's gun.
We'll evaluate those on a case by case, and this is what I don't want to do, Mark. So, like, you know, in the past, right, we've learned from, like, we've had gun backbacks in the past, right, and you'll get people from all over bring in, you know, firearms that, you know, grandpa passed away, he had a firearm under the, you know, mattress or something, and they come, you know, turn in firearms. We'll take it. We certainly want to do that. But we're really talking about, you know, focusing in on bad actors, guns in the wrong hands of people on our streets that make communities unsafe, focusing in on those individuals and not just getting the gun, but getting them off the streets as well. Sam?
I wanted to ask the mayor about the mask mandate today. Obviously, this is the first day of the mask mandate. We're seeing, I guess, the council members made their comment today. New York Times said basically nationwide they're gearing up for a increase in the infections because of the holiday season. Any thoughts there?
Well, Sam, let me just be clear about where we are. Just like we've dialed back and dialed up interventions related to COVID over the last 20 months, that's exactly what we're doing now. And in some places in the District of Columbia, there's no mask mandate imposed by the government, but there are likely mask requirements imposed by private businesses. People in their homes will have mask mandates or mask requirements for their guests, and so on and so on. And that's exactly where we are today. So we are updating. DC Health will continue to provide surveillance metrics on DC Health's web pages at coronavirus.dc.gov. And there will be recommendations, so not mandates, but recommendations related to mask. And those recommendations will rely on a person's vaccination status and the level of community spread. And then people should make decisions based on that. We're also, while dialing back this government-wide universal mask mandate, we are replacing it with recommendations, as we've always had, about layered mitigation strategies. So depending on one's vaccination status and the level of community spread, you should be making decisions about whether you want to have indoor or outdoor activities, or go to indoor or outdoor activities, whether you need to practice social distancing, 6-foot distancing, whether or how you will wear your mask and always have your mask with you, and pay attention to a property owner's or a vehicle owner's or host requirements for masks. So masks continue to be required by the government in schools. They continue to be required on our transportation services, at airports, on buses, on the metro, in our rideshare vehicles, in our congregate settings. So for all of our homes where our elderly residents live, they're required. Our healthcare facilities, hospitals, doctors' offices, all required. Our congregate settings that we run, like our correctional facilities and the shelter. So all of those things are required.
To the chief, I was wondering, Chief, in connection with the data that MPD collects on the illegal gun use and captures, is there any information indicating how many of those are associated with a link to crimes identified as hate crimes?
No, not that we've been able to, or not that jumps out at me right at this minute, Lou. Legal firearms related to hate crimes. No, nothing jumps out at me. I mean, that's something obviously that we'll continue to look at, but nothing jumps out at me like, you know, this particular stat where we've connected this firearm to this firearm. What we do know is that firearms ballistically in the District of Columbia are probably higher than most other places, most other major cities. Is that correct, Charlie? Our firearms that are in D.C., they pretty much just exchange hands, and you may see a firearm used in an offense in Ward 8 that 4 days from now, in a different hand, that same firearm used in a crime in Ward 5. So we see that, and the rate here in the District of Columbia is it's higher, like I said, than other major cities, which means that those firearms are here, and again, it speaks to that small group of people that we talk about, and making sure that we get that firearm out of the hands of people who should not have them. Thank you for the question, Lou.
Chief, Katie Barlow with Fox 5. In your explanation of the new cash reward system, that it eliminates or reduces the need to testify or even get a criminal conviction, my first question is, how often are prosecutors relying on that type of testimony to get convictions in these gun-related crimes? And is there any concern that reducing that requirement might lead to fewer effective criminal prosecutions or reduced number of criminal convictions related to these gun crimes?
Yeah, so I think with the prosecutors, they certainly want every piece of evidence they can get. DNA off the firearm, they want all of it, and certainly, that's if that's what's needed to move a case forward, that's great. We continue and we will make great cases. We will still go about our procedures as we normally do to make great cases where we don't necessarily need a person to come in and testify in those instances. A lot of these interactions with individuals it's information that comes in the Metropolitan Police Department. We have an opportunity to observe whatever it is we need to observe, a bulge in that person's jacket or whatever it is, to do the thing.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we're going to take you out to Chicago, where Chicago police are talking about the violence that is happening against these officers in the city. We'll bring it to you next here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to bring you the top stories here of the day. We're going to go out to Chicago now, where Chicago police are talking about violence that is happening against the city's officers after we hear more and more about shootings that are happening against Chicago police. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
So I want to start with the vaccine mandate update. As of today, 84% of the department is in the vaccine mandate portal. That's the program that allows for us to determine employees' vaccine status and testing status. So 84% of the department is in the vaccine mandate portal. 35 members of the department are in no pay status. 35 are in no pay status. Of the 84% that's in the portal, 78.8 are vaccinated. So 84% in the portal, 78.8% of that number is vaccinated, and 35 members are in no pay status. Got it? Okay, good. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the people of Waukesha, Wisconsin, after Sunday night's horrific incident during what should have been a joyous celebration of the holidays. I also want to extend my condolences to the family, friends, and co-workers of the 2 Chicago police officers we lost over the weekend, one to an apparent suicide and another to natural causes. So keep them and their families and co-workers in your prayers, please. These last 18 months have been extremely difficult, as we all know, the most challenging time to be a police officer in decades, if not ever. Yet the men and women of the Chicago Police Department continue to serve this city with honor, courage, and selflessness at great personal risk. Last night is an example of that great personal risk. 2 more of our Chicago police officers were shot at, bringing the total number of Chicago police officers shot at or shot so far in 2021 to an incredible 64 officers shot at or shot. And I just want to remind you, after 2020's 79 officers shot at or shot, bringing the total over the last 18 months or so to 143 Chicago police officers shot at or shot. Thank God last night incidents, no officers were struck. So far this year, 14 officers, though, have been struck by gunfire. And as we know, we lost Officer Ella French due to a murder by a suspect in possession of illegally possessed gun. As you know, 2020, we had 10 officers shot. So this year we have already surpassed last year's 10 officers shot, with 14 officers hit by gunfire this year. In just a brief description, Chief Dinahan will go into more details, but a brief description of last night's events. In the 11th district, that officer who was shot at happened around 8:30 p.m. when they sought to question an individual in the 200 block of North Kostner. The individual fled on foot. The officers pursued, and they were fired upon by the offender. One officer returned fire, striking the offender in the leg. The offender is a convicted felon. He was transported to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. A weapon was recovered on scene, one of 169 guns recovered over the weekend. That's bringing the total number of guns recovered over the weekend to 10,982 guns. That's a 12% increase over this same period in 2020, on pace to recover more guns from the streets of Chicago that were illegally possessed on record. On pace to recover more guns on record. And let me just, as an aside, I mentioned Ella's murder. She, as you know, was on a traffic stop. An offender was armed with an illegally possessed gun, shot her, killing her, and seriously wounding her partner. Since that incident, the brave men and women of Chicago Police Department have recovered an additional 4,000 guns since that incident. So we had around 8,000 guns recovered at that point in August. We've recovered an additional 4,000 guns. You would think we have some kind of pullback. Officers say, that's too dangerous, or we don't have enough support, why risk our lives? But we recovered an additional 4,000 guns since that incident. I think it just highlights the bravery and courage our officers have exhibited throughout this year and last year, and just speaks to the overall bravery and courage our officers have on this department. We've made over 5,000 arrests. That's an 8% increase over that same period since 2020 for illegally possessing a gun. So without question, our officers are doing their job. Without question, they're risking everything to serve. And without question, they are doing all they can to protect the people of this great city. And we are, and we will continue to be, relentless in our pursuit of guns, gangs, and drugs. Year to date, our Criminal Networks Division has closed 49 criminal conspiracy cases. Those are gang and narcotics groups who are either trafficking in narcotics and or guns. That has yielded, those 49 closed cases of 2021 of criminal networks, gangs, and narcotics, 6,300 kilos of narcotics with an estimated street value of $419 million. We've also seized from these criminal networks, these gangs and narcotic criminal networks, $25 million in U.S. currency. I'm gonna go through that one more time. We've closed out 49 criminal conspiracies that involve gangs and narcotics groups. That has yielded 6,300 kilos of narcotics with an estimated street value of $419 million, along with $25 million in U.S. currency. And let me go through a couple of arrests, notable arrests over this past week. An offender, a 39-year-old Albert Burrage, B-U-R-A-G-E, he was charged with felony count of attempted first-degree murder, felony count of aggravated battery to a peace officer, and felony count of aggravated battery to a transit employee. Mr. Burrage was arrested on November 14th after being identified as an offender who moments before stabbed a 44-year-old CTA employee on the train platform in the 300 block of South Dearborn. He then struck a Chicago police officer multiple times with a blunt object before being placed into custody. Next, 36-year-old Nakia Sembler charged with one felony count of attempted first-degree murder and one felony count of aggravated battery using a deadly weapon. Ms. Sembler was arrested by Chicago police officers and the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force on November 15th after being identified as the offender who stabbed a 34-year-old male multiple times in the 600 block of East 37th Street. Next, the arrest of 28-year-old Tishwan Bowler, that's B-O-L-E-R, Tishwan, T-E-S-H-A-W-N, was arrested for two felony counts of attempted first-degree murder, one felony.
All right, everybody, we are going out live to the White House right now, where President Biden is going to be talking about keeping the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell.
In Wisconsin. While we don't have all the facts and details yet, we know this morning that 5 families in Waukesha are facing fresh grief of a life without a loved one. At least 40 Americans are suffering from injuries, some of them in critical condition. And an entire community is struggling to cope with the horrific act of violence. Last night, the people of Waukesha were gathered to celebrate the start of a season of hope and togetherness and Thanksgiving. This morning, Jill and I and the entire Biden family, and I'm sure all of us, pray that that same spirit's going to embrace and lift up all the victims of this tragedy, bringing comfort to those recovering from the injuries, and wrapping the families of those who died in the support of their community. We're all grateful for the extraordinary work of the first responders, from law enforcement to the emergency room doctors, who are working around the clock to deal with the terrible consequences of what happened last night. My administration is monitoring the situation very closely. But now let me turn to today's announcement. 20 months ago, the COVID-19 pandemic exploded in America, creating the worst economic crisis we faced since the Great Depression, wreaking havoc not only on our economy, but the economies across the world. In just 2 months, over 20 million Americans lost their jobs, and unemployment rate shot up to 14.8%, the highest ever recorded in America. And all of you remember those scenes. Major cities and small towns, main streets that looked like ghost towns, boarded up businesses, empty roads, empty highways, empty airports, and empty train stations. Offices were closed, schools were closed, and hospitals were taken to the breaking point. When you remember the depths of the crisis we faced, it's all the more amazing the progress that we've made since then. We've gone from an economy that was shut down to an economy that's leading the world in economic growth. We've gone from small businesses being shuttered to a record number of new small businesses starting up. And we've gone from a devastating job destruction to record new job creation. Don't get me wrong, we still have a long way to go to fully recover from all the pain and destruction caused by the pandemic. And we're still dealing with the difficult challenges and complications caused by COVID-19 that are driving up costs for American families. I know for a lot of Americans, things are still very hard, very hard. But if you look at all the facts, you can only come to one conclusion. We've made enormous progress in this country. First and foremost, our economy is creating jobs, lots of jobs. In fact, we've seen a record new job growth in America this year, 5.6 million jobs just since I was sworn in January the 20th. More jobs created at this point in the new presidency than ever before in American history. We have seen a dramatic drop in the unemployment rate from a high of 14.8% in April of 2020 to 4.6% today. Earlier this year, independent experts were predicting it would take until the end of 2023 to see unemployment that low. Our economy is creating new businesses, lots of new businesses. In fact, Americans are starting small businesses at a record rate, up 30% compared to before the pandemic. Economists will tell you that an increase in new businesses is one of the best signs of an economy that's becoming more innovative and more dynamic. And that's because small businesses aren't just the heart and soul of America. They're not just the bedrock of so many communities across the country. America's small businesses are the primary job creators, innovators, and drivers that power our economic progress. That's why it's a powerful statement of the faith that we have in our country, where our country and our economy is heading. That small business creation is surging in America today. Which is why I'm proud to say, if you look at my presidency so far, it's a jobs presidency, and it's a small business presidency. So, if you look at the facts, here's what the record shows. Record job creation, record economic growth, record new small business creation. That's the story that should give us confidence about the economy that we're building. Confidence in ourselves, confidence in the future. Now, after years of wages being flat or falling behind, we're also seeing something else. Things are getting better for American workers. Higher wages, better benefits, more flexible schedules. Balance sheets for American families are better as well. Savings are up, home equity is up, credit card balances are down. And if you continue and combine the wage increases we've seen with the direct relief my administration has provided to middle-class families, the typical middle-class family's disposable income has actually gone up 2% this year, even after accounting for higher prices. That's the kind of recovery, just 1 year after a crippling worldwide economic crisis, that's unprecedented. And it takes us, it makes us stand out from the rest of the world. America is the only major economy, the only one in the world where the economy is bigger today and families have more money in their pockets today than before the pandemic hit. That's even after accounting for inflation. None of our competitors internationally can say that. None. It's a testament to the hard work and perseverance of the American people. It's a testament to the effectiveness of the vaccines and our vaccination effort. And it's a testament to the economic policies we fought so hard to pass and put in place, especially the American Rescue Plan. And it's a testament to the Federal Reserve. But for all the progress we've made, we know we still are faced challenges, serious challenges. We know there's a lot of fear and uncertainty in the country. We know it's tough for families to keep up with the rising cost of gasoline, food, housing, and other essentials. It's not just an American problem. It's a worldwide problem. Doesn't make it any easier for Americans, but it's a worldwide problem. Every country is dealing with the same problems emerging from the pandemic. Supply chain bottlenecks, disruption caused by spikes in COVID-19, elevated prices. They're all taking a bite out of our family budgets. Perhaps no entity plays a more important role in navigating these challenges than the Federal Reserve, because it's the Fed's job to balance two key goals. The first is to achieve maximum employment, to get as many Americans working as possible. The second is to keep inflation low and stable. To meet these goals is going to require patience, skill, and independence. That's why today I'm nominating Jerome Powell for a second term as chair of the Federal Reserve. And I'm nominating Lael Brainerd to take the position as vice chair of the Federal Reserve. When our country was hemorrhaging jobs last year and there was panic in our financial markets, Jay's steady and decisive leadership helped to stabilize markets and put our economy on track to a robust recovery. Jay is a believer in the benefits of what economists call maximum employment. That's an economy where companies have to compete to attract workers instead of workers competing with each other for jobs, where American workers get steady wage increases after decades of stagnation, and where the benefits of economic growth are broadly shared by everyone in the country, not just concentrated for those at the top. Jay said it well last month, and I'm going to quote him. He said, and I quote, "An economy is healthier and stronger when as many people as possible are able to work. If entrenched inequities prevent some Americans from participating fully in our labor markets, not only will they be held back from opportunities, but the economy overall will not realize its potential. And those who have historically been left behind stand the best chance of prospering in a strong economy with plentiful job opportunities," end of quote. As chair, Jay undertook a landmark review to reinforce the Federal Reserve's mission toward delivering full employment. We're making strong progress toward that goal now. And I believe Jay is the right person to see us through and finish that effort, while also addressing the threat of inflation that it poses to our families and to our economy. Jay and I have had a chance to discuss his views on priorities for the Federal Reserve in the years ahead. He's made clear to me a top priority will be to accelerate the Fed's effort to address and mitigate the risk that climate change poses to our financial system and our economy. Extreme weather has cost our economy over $600 billion over the last 10 years. We have to make sure our financial system can withstand climate change and is prepared to transition to clean energy. The Fed must be a leader among central banks globally in addressing climate-related financial risks. He's also underscored the importance of the Fed taking a more proactive role in the months and years ahead in making sure that our financial regulations are staying ahead of emerging risks, be they from innovations in cryptocurrency or the practice of less regulated non-bank financial institutions. Having served as vice president during the depths of the 2009 financial crisis, having worked with President Obama to put in place a stronger financial rules of the road, I understand the stakes of our regulations falling asleep at the switch, regulators falling asleep at the switch. Jay, along with the other members of the Fed board that I will nominate, must ensure that we never again expose our economy and American families to those kinds of risks. I respect Jay's independence, and I also trust that he will follow through on his commitment to prioritize these issues with the skill that he has shown in his service to date. Now, some will no doubt question why I'm renominating Jay when he was the choice of a Republican predecessor. Why am I not picking a Democrat? Why am I not picking fresh blood or taking the Fed in a different direction? Put directly, at this moment, both enormous potential and enormous uncertainty for our economy, we need stability and independence at the Federal Reserve. Jay has proven the independence that I value in the federal chair, in the Fed chair. In the last administration, he stood up to unprecedented political interference, and in doing so, successfully maintained the integrity and credibility of his institution. It's just one of the many reasons why Jay has support from across the political spectrum. In 2018, he was confirmed with 84 votes in the United States Senate. His approach as Fed chair has earned the respect and support of groups from the AFL-CIO to the Business Roundtable, which brings me to one more reason I've chosen to renominate Jay. I believe having Fed leadership with a broad bipartisan support is important, especially now in such a politically divided nation. I believe we need to do everything we can to take the bitter partisanship of today's politics out of something as important as the independence and credibility of the Federal Reserve. This is vital to maintaining public trust in an independent institution like the Federal Reserve. And that is why I'm so proud as well to nominate Dr. Lael Brainerd, to serve as Vice Chair of the Federal Reserve. By promoting Lael today to Vice Chair, I'm elevating one of the country's most qualified and dedicated public servants. She's one of the nation's leading macroeconomists. She spent years at the Treasury Department representing American capitals around the world on international economic issues. And she spent nearly the last decade as a member of the Fed, most recently working side by side with Jay as the Fed navigated historic economic and financial crises and reaffirmed its commitment to a full employment economy. Throughout her time at the Fed, Lael has also been a steadfast voice for tough rules to protect the pensions and savings of the American people. She's led the Fed's efforts to make sure the banking system serves everyone in the communities they serve, so that regardless of where you live or your background, every American can have access to credit they need to start a business, buy a home, and just have a fair chance in life. She's done pioneering work on how the Fed should account for the emerging risk of climate change to our financial system. And like Jay, her expertise and leadership have earned her the respect and support of Republicans and Democrats alike. I'm proud to nominate her to the vital role of Vice Chair of the Federal Reserve. Beyond Jay and Lael, I look forward in the coming weeks to nominating additional members of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, including a new Vice Chair for Supervision. These individuals will help safeguard our financial system, and alongside Jay and Lael's leadership, help to support and continue this historic economic recovery. While Jay and Lael bring continuity and stability to the Fed, my additions will bring new perspectives and new voices. I also pledge that my additions will bring new diversity to the Fed, which is much needed and long overdue in my view. Last year, the pandemic shut down much of the global economy. Now there's a worldwide reawakening, and it's creating both an incredible opportunities and tough challenges. As economies all across the world come back from this pandemic, America's leading the way. Like every country in the world, we have to deal with these issues of rising costs. But we should remember, we have the skill and the tools to get it under control. While other countries are stumbling out of this pandemic, we're racing ahead because so much of the rest of our economy is doing well, because we have created so many new jobs as fast as we have. We're in a position to attack inflation from the position of strength, not weakness. In times like these, we need steady, tested, principled leadership at the Fed. We need people with sound judgment and proven courage to preserve the independence of the Fed. And we need people of character and integrity who can be trusted to keep their focus on the right long-term goals of our country, for our country. I'm confident Jay and Lael are those people. Now I'd like to give both Jay and Lael an opportunity to say a few words. And we're going to start with Jay, and then I'm going to turn to Lael. Jay, the floor is yours. Go over this side.
Mr. President, thank you for this extraordinary opportunity to continue to serve the American people. If confirmed by the Senate, I pledge to do everything within my power to meet the responsibilities that Congress has entrusted to the Federal Reserve. I'm joined today by my wife, Alyssa Leonard, and our 3 adult children, Susie, Lucy, and Sam's wife, Alyssa. Their love and support underpin and make possible all that I do. I'm also grateful to the exceptionally talented and dedicated team at the Federal Reserve, with whom it has been my great privilege to serve over the last decade. My predecessor, Secretary Janet Yellen, left the Fed in a strong position to meet every challenge, and I'm thankful for her leadership, her example, and her friendship. When COVID hit our shores, American families and businesses were 10 years into historic economic expansion, with a robust jobs market that was reaching even those who had traditionally been left out. The pandemic, however, brought an immediate and painful recession. Fortunately, American resilience, along with strong policy actions and vaccines that enabled the economy's reopening, cushioned the blows and set the stage for a strong recovery. Today, the economy is expanding at its fastest pace in many years, carrying the promise of a return to maximum employment. Challenges and opportunities remain, as always. The unprecedented reopening of the economy, along with the continuing effects of the pandemic, led to supply and demand imbalances, bottlenecks, and a burst of inflation. We know that high inflation takes a toll on families, especially those less able to meet the higher costs of essentials, like food, housing, and transportation. We will use our tools both to support the economy and a strong labor market and to prevent higher inflation from becoming entrenched. Other key priorities include vigilantly guarding the resilience and stability of the...
As we continue to listen in, do want to let all of our viewers know we are going to be waiting for an update out of Wisconsin, as we do have Waukesha city officials who will be speaking after that Christmas parade tragedy. We'll be jumping into that here as soon as it does get started. Until that time, let's continue to listen in to this event at the White House. And also, some of you first going to see a quick 2-minute break.
To our work. Inside the Federal Reserve, we understand that our decisions matter for American families and communities. I strongly share that sense of mission, and I'm committed to making those decisions with objectivity and with integrity, based on the best available evidence and the long-standing tradition of monetary policy independence. Mr. President, thank you again.
Thank you. Now I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Brandon.
Mr. President, thank you. I'm deeply honored that you're entrusting me with this responsibility at a critical time. I'm committed to putting working Americans at the center of my work at the Federal Reserve. This means getting inflation down at a time when people are focused on their jobs and how far their paychecks will go. It means supporting a growing economy that includes everyone. It means ensuring that financial markets are thriving and resilient, and the economy is sustainable for future generations. It means serving all Americans in every community across the country and ensuring the Federal Reserve reflects the diversity of the communities we serve. I was privileged to work with Chair Powell as we made every effort to protect workers, businesses, and families from the COVID financial shock with the support of Congress. And I look forward to working with him in the months and years ahead to build a durable recovery. I also want to thank Secretary Yellen, with whom I've also been privileged to work. I'm grateful to the many people who have supported my efforts. As a working mom, I'm especially grateful for the love and support of my 3 dynamic daughters, Kaylin, Kira, and Coco, who took the afternoon off from school, my deeply devoted husband, Kurt, Aunt Vivian, my sisters, and my amazing mother, Joanne, who's here with me today. I'm confident that by working together, we will see a strong recovery for all Americans. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, folks, that's it. Hope you have a happy Thanksgiving. I thank the families of the two nominees for being willing to support their work and what they have to do. It's going to be a long hours, as you already know, long efforts, and I thank the families. Thank you all.
And you can see President Biden walking off there, not answering any of those questions that were being shouted at him. Now, he did make some remarks in the beginning here on that tragedy that happened out in Wisconsin over the weekend. Want to take us back to that picture in full here, as we will have some of those city leaders out of Wisconsin speaking to an update on this incident. Again, we do know at this time we've had 5 people who were killed, more than 40 who were injured. We just gave you earlier this morning an update with those officials out of Wisconsin from the hospital, at the Children's Hospital. Now, they were saying that there were 6 children who were in critical condition, another 3 children who were in serious condition, and that's just the children. There was more people who were injured that night. So let's go ahead, and again, we'll be putting that watch box up for all of our viewers with this picture in it. But I do want to let everyone know we're also keeping an eye on another event that's taking place, this one down in Georgia, where we've been having closing arguments for the Ahmaud Arbery trial. Now, that, again, has 3 people who are charged with the murder of Ahmaud Arbery, and he was that black male who was running through the neighborhood when 3 white men had chased him down and shot him, and unfortunately, he did succumb to those injuries. We've been hearing the defense give those arguments since there's 3 people on trial. Each of those 3 are allotted 2 hours from their defense team to be giving those closing arguments. So we've been listening into some of that here with all of our viewers. What I'm going to do is take this opportunity. I know we just went out to a break. We're going to go out to another quick break, get one more in here in this hour ahead of that Christmas parade update. And then also when we all come back, we'll be listening in down in Georgia as we continue to hear the defense teams speak about this case. Again, some of you first, though, going to see a 2-minute break.
For no reason other than to see that young man die. And to see him die at the hands of his own son. And to do it right there in front of his eyes. Because the guy keeps breaking down and breaking into that house down the street. That's the level of criminal intent, the level of depravity, heartlessness, sickness that you would need to find beyond a reasonable doubt to find Greg McMichael guilty of malice murder. That's why I suggest that you begin with count 1 and quickly dispatch of it with a not guilty verdict. And then move down to the remaining counts 2 through 9, because it comes down to this. If Greg McMichael was authorized by law to attempt to execute a citizen's arrest, to try to detain Ahmaud Arbery for the police to come and do their job, to try to keep peace and safety within that neighborhood, then they were within the law to hold him there for the police. How else does one hold an individual who does not want to be arrested for the police? You have to contain him, not false imprison him, contain him. You have to possibly hold him at gunpoint without firing a shot, not an aggravated assault, but the use of a reasonable and measured amount of force to make him stay where he did not want to stay. So if they were acting within the law in trying to execute a citizen's arrest, to detain Ahmaud Arbery for the police, then Travis had every single right to defend himself. When Ahmaud Arbery inexplicably took that sharp left turn at the right front of the truck, seeking to disarm Travis McMichael. So, who's got to prove what? We begin, as we always begin in a courtroom, with innocence. And we stay there unless and until the state proves to you that this was not a citizen's arrest and that Travis was not justified in defending himself against Ahmaud Arbery's attack. And they have to convince you of that. Remove your belief in that citizen's arrest or justification to such a degree that you've got left nothing in your minds to doubt it. And that sounds like an enormous burden. Why? Because they have to make you sure of it. You have to have no hesitation, no ambivalence, absolute certainty, because the stakes are as high as they come. It's the highest level of proof we ever ask for in a courtroom. The court will tell you when they say murder and the facts raise justification, and the judge will tell you justification is self-defense, justification is citizen's arrest. That when the facts are raised to support those defenses, that the state has to disprove them, that you were justified. But why? Why is the standard so incredibly high? And the answer is something you witnessed in this very courtroom. Even in science, errors can happen. And without diligent investigation and inquiry, people can be convicted on the slightest errors, stripped of their freedom for another's inattention or mistakes. Imagine if Dr. Donahue, with all that experience, who made the decision, the conclusion, that the muzzle to target range, the end of Travis's shotgun to the chest of Ahmaud Arbery, was 4 feet away, based on a photograph he compared in a book, without having watched the video, and more egregiously, without even having looked at the clothes that covered Ahmaud Arbery's body. Imagine if that initial conclusion had been all you knew in this case. Wouldn't that have misled you? Wouldn't that have led you to wonder how what you saw in that video could match the opinion of a scientist? Imagine if Brian Leopard hadn't tested Ahmaud Arbery's shirt and scientifically concluded, based on that stippling, that these were contact or near contact wounds. Imagine further if I hadn't emailed Dr. Donahue to take another look at his conclusions based upon the clothing and Brian Leopard's expert report. And further imagine if Dr. Donahue was not an honorable scientist, if he wasn't willing to admit he'd made a mistake and take another look at the science. So that instead of 3 to 4 feet, we now know it's contact, or 3 inches. 3 inches, as opposed to 4 feet. That is a demonstration to you why the system has to work this way, why the state has such a high burden, with evidence that leaves absolutely no reason to doubt, before any one of you can consider declaring that a man seeking to protect himself and his community is a murderer. You determine the facts, and the judge will tell you the law. So, of course, you need to be given the facts accurately and completely. The painful beauty of this case is that almost all of it is recorded. Security videos from outside people's homes in Satilla Shores. Difficult to listen to 911 tapes. And then, of course, the really hard thing to look at, the cell phone video that captured the last moments. Based on those undisputed recorded facts,
just want to let all of our viewers know we are still waiting for that Waukesha City Leaders Press Conference out of Wisconsin, as they are going to be giving an update after that tragedy took the lives of 5, injured more than 40 people as a driver had went and plowed through the crowds. We will be getting that update here shortly. As soon as it does happen, we'll be jumping into that in full here for all of our viewers. Let's go ahead, though, and take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox when we all return.
You took a lot of notes, and there was a lot of things to take notes about. So you know that the very first words out of Greg McMichael's mouth is that there was no doubt in his mind as to who this guy was. He told Officer Arbery that, and it was captured on the body cam that you saw. And later, interviewed at the Glynn County Police Department by Parker Marcy, that investigator told you, here's his statement, here's what he told me. I watched him, and when he came by me, I got a good, really good look at him. So I mean, it's the same guy. And it was Ahmaud Arbery on the video. He was an intruder. Larry English had reported, because he believed that an intruder had taken thousands of dollars of boat equipment off the offshore boat that had been parked in his RV parking garage. It was Ahmaud Arbery, returning night after night without authority to a place where valuables were stored, with no legitimate reason for being there. And it was Ahmaud Arbery, as Greg McMichael told immediately after being questioned, who had hauled ass from that house on February 23rd, after he'd looked through the window at Matt Albenze on the phone, that he ran from that home. Add all that knowledge, that certainty, to what he learned when Travis jumped into the truck and shared with him what he saw on the driver's side of that truck.
That's not an evidence, and I object to this.
All right, guys, we do have the police ready to begin their update. Let's listen in live here.
City of Waukesha Police Chief, Fire Chief Steve Howard for the Waukesha Fire Department, HOWARD. City of Waukesha Mayor Sean Riley, SHAWNREILLY. The School District of Waukesha, Dr. Jim Siebert, SEBERT. And then from Pro Healthcare, which is our main hospital here in the city of Waukesha, is Alan Johnson, common spelling SON. All right, and we'll go. Everybody got a good audio and white and everything like that. Thumbs up from my. Yes. Well,
So what they're doing is making sure everybody is ready. Of course, a lot of people have been waiting for this update after this incident did take place in Wisconsin. If you hadn't heard it yet, let's go over those details again for all of our viewers. It all started at a Christmas parade. Now, they do have one person who was taken into custody after the SUV plowed into a holiday parade. This happening in Wisconsin. It did kill at least 5 people. And since this time, that person has been identified as 39-year-old Daryl Brooks. This is what the Associated Press reported here today on Monday. Now, police haven't yet officially identified that person of interest that they were holding, but law enforcement officials had briefed on the matter, provided the identification to the Associated Press, and they spoke here on this incident. Now, online court records also do have that same name. That is a person who is booked. He's 39 years old, has 2 open criminal cases in Milwaukee County. In one case filed November 5th, he is charged with resisting or obstructing an officer, reckless homicide, disorderly conduct, bail jumping, and battery. Records show $500 cash bond was posted on November 19th. So this other case was filed back in July of 2020. Now, what we want to remind all of our viewers is that this is going to be a live update. So we are going to be trying to bring you, of course, all those fresh updates each time they happen. Earlier, we heard from some hospital officials this morning, but now we're going to hear from those city leaders, including police, to talk about this investigation. Now, they're examining whether the SUV's driver may have been fleeing from a crime when he had crashed into these parade goers. A law enforcement official had briefed the matter, had told and talked with the Associated Press on this. So now we're going to be getting all of these details laid out before us. Now, investigators were questioning the person in custody on that incident, and they did say the official described an altercation that had involved a knife. Now, the official who cautioned the investigation still in the early stages also, as this continues to develop, said they could not discuss it again too publicly. So we're going to be getting these very first remarks here for all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox, and the city really pulling together after this incident took place. A lot of people posting on social media late Sunday night confirming that at least 5 people have died, more than 40 were injured, while noting that it was still collecting information.
And I did power. Okay, great. So thank you. I'll talk to you later. I'll double roll on it too. Okay, bye-bye.
It is what it is.
Yeah, she sent me to really good. Immediately she's ready to do another. Thanks, dude.
Now, again, we're just waiting and standing by.